Hello, and I'm back with another video. Today is going to be a lot better because now we have new material that we can work with, which is actually the previous videos that I've made, and I can use that to go further with what I was wanting to show you guys. So, starting at the blender, I come to this screen. I go over to the top of the sequencer, which is down at the bottom, and where it says view, select marker, add strip image, I select add. I go to movie, and I click on it. Now it'll bring up these options. This is the game that I was showing in my last video, but I don't want that. What I want to do is I want to come over here to system, which is quicker. I could use these top options if I wanted to, but I'm going to go ahead and use the side option where it says system under volumes in local disk C. I'm going to go down to videos, and I believe I have those in edited. I don't know why I have them in edited, but I do. Under working with audio and video, I'm going to select that one. Then I'm going to go to Blender, and I am going to use video editing using Blender 3.5, and that's part 1. Click on that, and then I add movie strip. Now, before I get started, I also want to mention that on this blue cursor, always make sure that it is right here at the beginning where it says +01. And how you do that is you hold shift and you push the directional button to the left directional button on your keyboard, and that should make sure that it stays at 1. You want it to go all the way to the end where I have it at 15 minutes, then I would push shift and then the right directional arrow button, and it would go there, so you'd see that. So now I have my video on there. I want to make sure that it's synced, so I'll put it back on 15 minutes. So what I do is I hit shift, left directional button, it goes to the beginning. It's at +01, the cursor is, so, and both the audio and video are highlighted, which means they're selected. So what I do next is I hit G, and both the audio and video says 1 on the left hand side, so that means that they are in sync there, and then on the right hand side it says the numbers are 64853 on both the audio and video, so that means that they are synced up with both the audio and video. It's all good. So after I'm done there and I've confirmed that everything's synced up, I go ahead and I hit my left button without moving, or left mouse click without moving the mouse, and everything should be perfect and ready to go. Now, to hear the audio, I can hit play and listen to what the video and the audio says, and to do that all I have to do is hit the space bar. Hello everybody and welcome. This is Roger Hanson, and I'm here to do my first walkthrough for Blender 3.5. Okay, so now whenever I bring this video out, I do not want this scene right here showing. So what I do is I hit play, I let this run through, and then I hit spacebar again, which will stop the video. After that, I go and I don't hit the shift. What I do is I just hit the left directional key on my keyboard until it shows the OBS screen. Now I want to then tap one at a time slowly on the right directional key until that scene is gone and it shows my desktop. Now, as you can see, it fades out like that. I wait until that's gone, and then it's ready to clip. So I take my mouse and I put my pointer on the left-hand side of my cursor. I come up to my keyboard and I hit K, which is cut. Now that part is cut and it's highlighted. Now if you need to, you can scroll in to see it to make sure. And to do that, you take your middle mouse wheel and you just aim it, roll it towards the computer. And as you can see, it is highlighted. I'll bring it up a little bit better, that way you can see it there. So it is highlighted. Now all I have to do there is I have to hit X, which is delete. Now that's deleted, so it's cleaned up. I come over here, I can hit A, which is select all, or I can do it like this. I can take and hold down on my left click on my mouse, and I can drag it down and select both the audio and video at the same time like I did there. Then after those are selected, I hold down on the shift and the left controller or the left directional button, and I push the left directional button until it goes to +0, 1, so that it's at the beginning. Now once that's done, I go onto the keyboard and I press G. Now with snapping on, it'll bring the video and audio automatically to 1. I just have to left click again and it's set. Now sometimes it doesn't go to 1, it'll go to 0, so you'll have to check that. And if it does do that, then what you have to do is hit G, then 1, that'll bring it to 2. Now to back out of that, if you go G and then 1 and it goes to 2 like that, instead of hitting the left button on the mouse, you hit the right button and it'll reset it back to 1. You can do that with anything. Just hit the right button and it'll put it back where it belongs. So now I have the beginning of this starting on my desktop, and it's all set and ready to go. Hello everybody and welcome. This is Roger Hanson, and I'm here to do my first walkthrough for Blender 3.5. On this tutorial, I'm going to do something that's a little different from what most people on Blender are doing. So now I have it started where I want it. And with this video, I don't want it to be 15 minutes. I want it to run the full extent of the video. So what I do is I take and I hold shift again, the left directional button on my keyboard. I push that, bring it to 1. After my cursor is back on 1, I press G and don't touch the mouse or anything, just leave it alone. And down on the bottom where it's on the right hand side and it shows those numbers, remember those numbers, it's 64778. So 64778, left click to leave it all be. So you come down here to the bottom far right hand side where it says current frame is at 1. The start is at 1. And this third one, it's the end. This is the one that's the end frame. So what I want this to do is match up with those numbers that are on the audio and video. So what I do is, let me first get it again, I hit G, 64778. Come down here, I tap on that, and I type in 64778. And automatically, the end of that video will be at that number right there. Now if I want to double check, I just hit G 64 778 and make sure the numbers match, and it's good to go. Now to come over here, I go to the end, I look at the video footage, and I see how much needs to be at the end. And you follow their directions. You do exactly what they do and I can tell that I'm still talking there and stuff like that. So I'm going to end this video, and I hope you guys learned something from it and it helped you out. Okay, so I like that, and I'm just going to leave it alone. And right here now, I am going to go into the audio part. So I like the way the voice sounds on there, so that's not going to be changed. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep those selected. I'm going to hit G and then Y. Now that's going to lift the audio and video up, and I'm going to bring it up one space like that. Make sure that all the numbers match. And from this point, what I am going to do is I am going to come back up here to the top of the sequencer, go to add, and instead of adding a movie, I'm going to go to sound, and I'm going to add a sound. Now over on the left hand side, under volumes, where systems is, I'm going to go to my documents section, which says music. In the music section, I have a folder set up. It's my filing folder system, and it's named background audio. I come in here and I choose which background audio that I want to use. I'm going to use background audio 5, which is FLAC. I'll explain that to you later on too, but I already use that to put in there in its place. So now I have background audio to go with my voice and the video. Hello everybody. Now that's a little loud, so I'm going to have to adjust the volume. And this is how you adjust the volume. You make sure that that audio is selected, and over here on the right hand side, on the top part, make sure that the tab is on strip, the top one on the left hand side. Strip, tool, modifiers, boxes. Make sure that's selected. And just to the right of that, still in that boxed area where it says sound, you go to that area and you'll notice that volume and is there, pan is there, mono, display waveform. And you can use display waveform, and if you use that, it will show you the sound for that. Now you can also use that on your voice thread. That way you can kind of get an idea of the voice and the difference. And welcome this. You can't barely hear your own voice, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and click on the background audio stream here. I'm going to come up here to volume, and I am going to click on it and type in on my numeric pad 0.5 and then see what it sounds like. That'll lower it down to 0.5 instead of 1. This is Roger Hanson, and I'm here to do my first. Still kind of loud, so I come back up here, click on volume, and I put 0.2 into the volume, and I see how it sounds there. Walkthrough for Blender 3.5. On this tutorial, I'm going to do something that's a little different from what most people on Blender are doing when it comes to doing walkthroughs and tutorials. Back in the day when Blender was older, you've seen a lot of videos. Okay, so it's not as bad, but it's still kind of loud. So I am going to select 0.1 not 45.15. And we'll see what that sounds like. Which pertain to the video editing side of Blender, but here lately you don't see that very much. So I have a subtle background audio going on with my video, so that's good. But if you notice, that's only a clip, and I want this background audio to spread out all the way over to here. Now with video, I could easily just click on the end right there, hit grab and X, and then stretch it out, and then come up here and use an effect strip for speed control, and everything would be taken care of. But that doesn't work with audio. So what I do here is I just come here, I click on my background audio, I go down, I hit shift and press D. Then after I press D, I hit enter, and it automatically puts it beside it, and the next duplicated audio is selected and highlighted. So I keep my finger on the shift, and I press D again, hit enter, shift D, enter, shift D, enter, shift D, enter, shift D, and just keep doing it until the end of the video. Now I can go ahead and I can come right here. I can go ahead and hit shift, and then I can hit my directional key, which is to the right, and bring it to the end of the video after that. And if I wanted to cut this off, I just bring it to the end, I go one tab over so that it's off of the video, and then I hit K, and K will cut there. Make sure my mouse is on the right hand side so that the right hand side is still selected, and when I do that, I just hit X and delete that. Okay, so now I have my background audio, and it's at the volume that I want it, and it's duplicated. Hello everybody, and I come here and I want to hear how the transition sounds. We're here, and let me make sure. If you come all the way to the end, you'll see right here where the plus sign is, right here it says add workspace. Add a new workspace by duplicating the current one or appending from the user configuration. Don't worry about all that, just click on that plus. Here it'll come down, it'll do a drop down option, go to video editing, and then instead of coming to render, go down to video editing, click on it, and that will create a video editing tab for you. Now if you notice, my screen isn't all there. I've tested out my audio, it sounds good, and the reason why it's not all there is because of the settings that I've set up for this from the time before, I believe. So, no, actually it's not. So, now when you do that, what you do is you come in here and you hit save. Now I'm not going to save this. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to show it, but you save it, and when you do, it'll pop this. Yeah, so I just realized something that has happened there, and I don't know exactly what that was caused from, to be honest with you. It could have been from my OBS, but I don't quite see that. My resolution, maybe. So I come up here. Well, first I've got to go into my OBS settings and I've got to see what my output resolution is. It's 1280 by 720.
Oh, hush that. Hush it up.
And my recording is 1920 by 1080. I'm not streaming, so
Oh,
I
hush
need
it
to
up.
go into my settings here. And I will see if that's doing it. 1280 by 720. And no, that's not doing it. So now that I've checked that, I want to undo the changes I've just made. So I come and I hit Control Z, and it will change all that back. So now I have all of that checked out. When I come in here, I was wanting to do something with the video and I completely forgot what that was. But I have my audio set up and that's what I wanted to show you guys. Hello everybody and welcome. This is Roger Hanson and I'm here to do my first walkthrough for Blender 3.5 on Vista. Now I know that the background's matching up with my voice, it's not drowning it out, and on the video I was wanting to go over something that I wanted to do that I have no clue what it was. Maybe I will cover that later on. I believe I'm only at 22 minutes. So I have all that set up now up here in my on the right top hand corner. I went over before the resolution. It's at 1920 pixels by 1080 pixels at 100%. That's where you adjust your resolution. The frame rate is 30 frames per second. And down here is the output. Now this is where the file will go, and over here on the right hand side where it says videos, I'm going to take it to edited and I will put it in working with audio and video. Now at the moment I have a video in there that is this one, so I'm not going to put it in there. I'm just going to leave it out here. Now if you want to just go ahead and put the same name on there, and then up here where the arrow points up, hit up on that. You can do that. Just make sure you come down here and delete the MP4 at the end, and it'll go into the folder just above the Blender folder, and you can do it that way. After you have done that and you've got that set up, you come down here to the file format, and I've got mine on FFmpeg. I know that some people use WebP and other programs like that, AVI Raw. I use FFmpeg, and I use MPEG-4, which is MP4, but you can also use AVI, you can use QuickTime, Matroska, and WebM. WebM is supposed to be a more condensed video file that you can use. It's also useful on your OBS for if you want to have quick transitions and stuff like that. There's also something else on here that I completely forgot about. I forgot what the name of it is. It's let me see real quick. well, maybe they don't have it no more. But it's a quick transition basically. Like if you want to start a pop out in between each scene, or you want it to do like that, you can do it. But they might have taken that off of OBS. But that's what that's good for. But I generally go with MPEG 4. Um, Here lately, I've been having to use high quality because I've been doing work with other people, and I I generally use medium. You know what I mean? Medium quality. I don't like use high quality unless somebody else wants me to. I set it at AAC, but you can also use FLAC. You can use MP3. You can use Vorbis, different things like that. On here, you can use 4 channels, 5.1 surround, 5.7 surround. You can use stereo and mono. I generally use mono, so that's what I basically do there. Those are my settings. After I have all those set up and it's ready to go, I come all the way up here to the top on the left hand side where you see file and render, and I come over to the render and I use render animation. Now I can also use control and F12, or if I just want to see what a particular scene will look like, I can come in here and I can just hit F12 and it'll take and show me that one scene. And when I do that, it'll show an image. Let me see if I can catch that by any chance for you. I can probably get that on there. Yeah, here we go. And this is the image that it took, so that you guys can see it. That will show if you just hit F12. Now, I can also drop this down and let you see it again. So what I do is I come in here and I hit F12. It should pop up. It didn't. That's an OBS issue. So I'm not going to stay focused too much on that. But anyhow, after I do that, what I usually do, and this is just me, but I hit shift, I use my directional left arrow, I bring it to the beginning, and I come up here, like I said, to render at the top left hand side. I go down to render animation, and then I hit render animation and it begins to render my video. And I will try to get it set up. There we go. I actually did it. So this is what it does. And it'll render all that out. It could take some time to do. I'm actually going to use that render for the first video, so you're not going to see what was the raw video until the fourth video of this this series. I'm planning on maybe doing 12 videos altogether. Like I said, the only reason why I'm doing this is because I wanted to make a video that would help out some of my friends who are having issues with making their own videos. Maybe it'll help them. I'm not trying to like become some, guru of Blender because I'm still learning myself. But I do know quite a bit about video editing. That's what I use the most on here. And I figured I would give it a try and make some videos of it, especially since the new upgrades they did to Blender. You don't see very many video tutorials concerning the video editing part of Blender. So I figured this is where I could contribute. So I made it to 30 minutes. I am going to drop this off of my editing or off of my OBS, and I'm going to end the video now. I hope you guys enjoyed and learned something. Hello everybody and welcome back to another stream of ancient history that I'm doing here on Live with Roger Hanson. Today I have Karma back with me, and we were going over Phoenician ancient history last week. There were a couple of interesting things that we came across that I'd like to review before we go on any further. If you don't mind, Karma, would you mind doing that with me?
No, I don't mind. I'm going to put my headphones in so that way I can have a better sound. And
Well, last week when we were talking about the Canaanites, and we came across the deity Mot that really struck my attention. So I went back and I looked over some of the Egyptian stuff I had. And sure enough, Mot is in there, but it's spelled M-A-A-T, which could be Mot. Now, on the Canaanite version, how did they spell? Do you remember how they spelled Mot?
I think it was M-O-T. And let me just double check. I gotta find it because I have my infinite amount of Windows 50 at this point. 50 at this point, because I'm so worried. Yeah, but let me just see. The history no, that's the wrong one. That's the Planned Parenthood thing. No, not at all, right? That was from when we were talking about
No,
that.
it's fine.
It's somewhere here. Hold on. I'll tell you in a second. I'm pretty sure it's M-O-T. But I don't want to tell you that it's M-O-T, so I'm going to look for it, and then we can go back with it.
Now, Mot, or Ma'at, it's referred to, or Ma'at or Ma'at, comprise the ancient Egyptians' concepts of truth, balance, order, harmony, law, morality, and justice. Ma'at was also the goddess who personified these concepts and regulated the stars, seasons, and the actions of mortals, and the deities who had brought order from chaos at the moment of creation. Her ideology opposite was Isfat, meaning injustice, chaos, violence, or to do evil. So that's where that comes from.
And so wait, and that was the M-A-A-T one?
Yeah, Ma'at.
See, that's crazy because I did find that it was for the Canaanites M-O-T. That's what I thought, but I want to just double check if I spoke incorrectly. But so the Ma'at is like,
it sounds like the complete opposite of what you described.
Yeah.
Do you still have the description of him?
Right here, it says blah 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 blah. Canaanite god of death, and so okay, the Canaanite god of death and the underworld. He was known to the people as Ugarit, and in Phoenicia, where Canaanite religion was widespread. The main source of information about Ma'at in Canaanite mythology comes from the text discovered at Ugarit, and so. But he is also mentioned in the surviving fragments of Philo Bibulus, Greek translation, other writings of the Phoenician, and how do you say it? Santrunatian?
Santrunian. Yeah.
Okay, Sanchuni. Okay, let me just slow down. I can see it. Sanchuniatheon.
Sanchuniatheon.
Yeah. Sanchuniatheon. Sanchun.
It's
Yeah,
hard.
that's ridiculous.
It's hard.
Sanchuniatheon. Sanchuniatheon. I'm gonna get it straight. Hold on.
Sanchuniatheon. That's all I
Sanchuniatheon.
could
Thank
do.
you for saying it like that. That phonetic was so wrong. Sanchuniatheon. See, I can say it because you said it. Thank you. Sanchuniatheon. Yeah. So that's what it said. And you
That's the
get
best I can
my
do. And I know
that
it's
was
not the proper.
Sanchuniatheon.
Okay,
You said
so
that's not proper?
yeah, that's not even the proper one, but it's the closest I could come.
I need
I've
to know wasn't
I've
the
had to
proper
say it a
one.
few times. We've
And so
already
then you
covered
found this
him.
mot, yeah. And I still have his up here. And then you said the mot comprised the ancient. Yeah, that's what I said. The Egyptian concepts of truth. That's what I know the mahat to be, and that's what they call it, the mahat, not mot. And then but I guess it is pronounced that if you run it together, and then they have the mot gods and their principles, like you just spoke on: truth, justice, harmony, balance, order, propriety, and reciprocity. So.
Yeah, see, it's in Amtuat, which is the 12 gates, and that was in the 11th hour, and I'm pretty sure it's in other hours within the the writings. It's just that's the first place I could actually find it. Um, but the 11th hour is the majesty of this great God takes up his position in this circle, and he sends forth words to the gods who are therein. Second, Tuwatai, Tuwatu,
Twitus?
Tuatui,
Oh,
Tuatua,
okay.
and it second Tuwatai is the name of the gate of the city through which the great God passes. Re'in Corinth Epcot is the name of this city, the secret circle of the Tuat in which this great God passes on his way and comes forth at the eastern mountain of the sky, the eater of the eternity. The form there is the presence of the serpent Petra. And see right here, me and Rocket found out that that was a different interpretation in the 12 gates, or the 12 hours. The Book of Amtuat calls it Petra, which was
Petra.
Something that we caught before. That was a
Yeah.
it was a misinterpretation because later on they changed the name. I believe Budge did the interpretation of it, and if
I
I'm not,
remember you saying this. Yeah, because I looked it up and it was these stones.
yeah, no, it says which dwell in this city, and they place themselves in the train of Ra when the birth of Keper upon earth is about to take place. Then right here is where it says it. Whosoever shall make an image according to the figures which are depicted on the east of the palace of Ament in the hidden of the Tuat, and whosoever know them shall be in the position that divide his offering, and is a spirit who is suitably equipped both in heaven and upon the earth regularly and unceasingly. Sebet neb ua kesef sabu im pert is the name of the hour of the night which guide this great God in this circle. So that
And
is
this the mod. But listen, did you see where I guess I can see where they parallel at? Because I just read it. Come back, lady with the wings. With her judging the souls, there it is. The goddess who judged the heart of the dead. And so doesn't that kind of technically go together?
yeah, it could because
Yeah, because
look
Cana god of death in the underworld.
now you also with with the Canaanites and the Egyptians, I mean, the Canaanites and the Egyptians had a real strange relationship too. You know, um, like the Egyptians used to hire the Canaanites as mercenaries and stuff like that. So
Hmm.
they really did have a strange relationship, and they were kind of like what the Hittites were, but the Hittites had a lot like a family like bond with one another with the Egyptians. Like they would their their kings would freaking correspond to each other and they'd call up each other brother and stuff, you know what I mean? And they were freaking nice to one another.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
the
History doesn't depict the same storyline often.
yeah, and the Canaanites were subjects basically. The Canaanites were always rebelling against Egypt, and then they were always being captured. So they were either against them or paying tribute to Egypt. So they basically had to be nice, and in the process, like a lot of their ideas got mixed in together. It's like even in the Jewish Torah and the Christian Bible, you know. Well, especially the Christians. I mean, look where Mary went to have Jesus. You know what I'm saying? She went to Egypt.
So, okay, so now I have a question. Um, the mercenary, you said that the Egyptians would hire the Canaanites as mercenaries, or was it the other way around?
It was they would hire them as mercenaries because they were always having. Well, let me see. The Hittites,
Who would hire whom, though? That's what
the
I'm more so.
Egyptians would hire the the
Emmons Hitman, yeah,
Canaanites.
Hitman, yeah, because that's what I'm. So, also called a soldier of fortune, a hired gun, a freelance, or a sellsword as a private individual who, because I'm just gonna be completely honest, I had no clue what it meant, so I was looking it up, and that's why I was just wondering, like, what does this mean? And then I see here now, hired for foreign. Now, see, it says different ones. It says for foreign services, but they were really hitmen.
What the
Okay.
Canaanites?
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
And so then, okay, that's
Canaanites
different.
were they were pretty rough.
It says a hired gun, in big black letters. Like that's all that keeps standing out. A mercenary, also called a soldier of fortune, a hired gun. It's like what in the world? A freelance or a sellsword, but the hired gun is just like in the middle of the page, all black, and I'm just sitting here like, okay,
So,
okay.
now, let me see. I don't even have a clue where that Mott went to on that reading.
Which one are you looking for?
The one that I was just on, where I was reading it.
Oh.
I highlighted Petra because that was in the same area, and then I was going to see if I could find Mott written in that hour, and it's not there.
Oh,
But
she looks good
Yeah,
like
the
that.
goddess of justice
That's
and
the
law.
doctor.
now,
She
right
looks good like
here, I
that.
went
That's the
over
doctor.
and wanted to straighten it out too. Last time we were
Yeah.
talking, I couldn't answer to you what the name of the sky goddess was,
Mm-hmm.
and her name was Nut. Nut, in Egyptian religion, a goddess of the sky, vault of the heavens, often depicted as a woman arched over the earth god, Geb. And Geb is the god of earth god. So I
Mm-hmm.
was mentioning that before you got on here, where like that's important too because like the Sumerians are probably the only ones that did that. Like it was always the sky god and the earth goddess. You know, even the Greeks had an earth goddess. You know, but
Mm-hmm. I'm
but
reading it now. But
Egypt
yeah, no, I'm
Egypt
reading
had a
it.
sky goddess and an earth god. You know what I mean? And Nut was the earth god or sky goddess, and Geb was the earth god. So I wanted to point that out
But
too.
it says to here That Earth god was Geb, yeah,
Yeah,
often
and
depicted
see,
as the woman
she
arched
she
over the earth. Yep.
she was his sister, the second generation in the Enid group of nine gods of Heliopolis, which that is Memphis. That's the ancient name for Memphis. In Egyptian art,
Hey.
Geb as a no. In Egyptian art, Geb as a portrayal of the earth was often depicted laying by the feet of Shu, the air god, and Shu was the one that separated Geb from Nut. Uh, in Nut, the goddess of the sky arched above them. Geb was usually portrayed as a man without any distinguishing characteristics, but at times he was represented with his head surmounted by a goose. The hieroglyph of his name. He was the third divine ruler among the gods. The human pharaohs claimed to be descended from him, and the royal throne was referred to as the throne of Geb.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And he said that was his sister. That
Yeah.
Nut was his sister. Okie dokie.
Nut,
And
Nut was
in
his
Memphis,
sister.
though.
Nut was his sister, and then eventually he married her. And that's why they separated him with the freaking the the sky was because they were procreating too much, and the gods felt that they needed to be separated.
Out of the procreation, this is where Memphis comes from. Because it says
Mm-hmm.
Memphis, but it says Memphis. Okay, Ptah was an Egyptian god of creation and craftsmanship. Didn't we talk about him as well?
Yeah, Ptah.
Ptah.
Now
Memphis was named.
Ptah is actually in the writings too.
Yeah, I see him here, and it says an Egyptian god of creation and craftsman. And then it says he's becoming the creator, and then Memphis became the creator of the universe. So I guess Memphis was the naiad nymph of the main well of fountain of the Egyptian city of Memphis. She's the daughter of the river Nile and the wife of King Epiph- Epaphras? Epaphras?
Apophis.
Apophis, okay.
Apophis is the god of the underworld. He's and a lot of people that when they picture him, they depict him as being evil, but he really wasn't evil at all. I mean, like just because he was, god of the underworld, everybody thought that, but that's not
It's the
the
same
reason.
with Baphomet, but go ahead.
But they didn't portray him like that back when he was first.
See, when I look up why doesn't he show me? Maybe I spelled it wrong. Epaphos. Oh, I forgot the H. Okay, okay.
No,
I was
I
wondering why I didn't see
I
him.
do believe Apophis was
There he is.
Apophis may have been jealous of Horus, but I'm not quite sure about all that.
In Greek mythology, Apollo is also called Apius or Montanius. Montanius was the son of the Greek god Zeus and the kingdom of Egypt. He transferred her hatred to the sun and ordered him hidden away by the curate so the low could not find him. Thank you.
See where I've got this too. They don't give you the option to search in the words, so I could easily just search it out, but they don't have the option on there. Actually, let me see. No.
Is this stuff that you're unable to share? You cannot share your screen. It's okay if not.
Oh
I
man,
understand like someone.
I've got it on there right now. It's
Mine just shows mine.
well, I
Oh, the
mean,
other people can show it. I know
yeah,
what you mean. I know what you mean.
I'll have it up there in a minute, but it'll show it
Okay.
eventually just when it's done. This is off of my notepad. I use
Oh.
notebook on Microsoft to keep records and stuff. Yeah, I'm in tech.
I told you attempting to organize it on Notion, but Notion is low key. I guess an easier way for you to do it, and I have not figured out the easier way because you can like type the formula and it kind of does it yourself. But not to go off topic, I apologize. You know, I'm good for that. Good for the good differ.
So that was something I wanted to go over there with that. And then it says, besides Geb, there's Nut, and Nut is the in the Egyptian religion, a goddess of the sky vault of heaven. Did I already go over this?
Yeah, you said this already.
Alright, so Geb,
And into Geb. But go ahead.
in ancient Egyptian religion, the god of earth, the physical support of the world. Geb constituted, along with Nut, his sister, the second generation of the Ennead, group of 9 gods of Heliopolis. That's all it is. It's just the same stuff. Yeah.
That's wild. They don't even link him as his wife. Link Nut as his wife. It says that it's his sibling.
Yeah. Well, that's in the creation story is how it starts, and then it starts talking about how Osiris, okay,
Yeah, that's how we got here because that's the father of Osiris and Isis. Yeah, and I remember.
Nut gave
And
birth to Osiris, Horus, Seth, Isis, and Nephthys. And then Osiris became jealous of Horus because Horus
got the shine.
was able to hook up with Isis, his sister.
I know that's some wild stuff.
They
But look,
So
did you hear a story about Isis really being Jesus's mom? No, not
well,
Jesus's mom.
Isis, they believe that she was actually like, and this is a part of the whole conspiracy thing. So, like,
Yeah, so tomorrow, but
but ISIS, some of the people believe is actually Mary, is what they're saying.
yeah. And then she got a job because she wasn't a royal, but she like not faked her way, but like she got a job. No, that's wrong. That's somebody else. I guess Moses. Never mind. I'm getting my stories mixed up. Continue.
But the gods, with the exception of Horus, was commonly referred to as the children of Nut. And the reason why they don't say that Horus is the children of Nut probably is because he was like a major player in the pantheon. You know what I mean? He's the one that took top stage in the beginning. Like you know the story about Horus, right?
The sun god,
No,
or
Horus. After he hooked up
the
with
Eye of
Isis.
Horus. No, not Ra, the sun god. I apologize. The Eye of Horus.
Yeah, you know about the Eye of Horus, probably. No.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when he got with Isis, Osiris became jealous and plotted his death. So he ended up killing Horus. And what happened is Isis took his body after Horus or Osiris had cut it up into little pieces and separated it and hid it away in different parts of Egypt. And according to the story, she took and had his penis, and she was on a ship, and she freaking dropped it into the water, and a fish ate it.
You know, I know, because like, and then Tiana, it's like a Tiana, Isis, it's kind of like the same trail, no? Not yet.
Wait, no,
Man.
Osiris hid his body
No, I'm.
parts all over Egypt to
Oh,
show
it
it
was
was.
Osiris that did it. I
And
thought it was
then
Isis. I
she
was
had
just
to
saying.
collect it.
What?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
she collected each part of his body, put it together.
Except the one that was eaten.
Yeah, except for the penis.
So
And
she brought back a penisless man.
well, this is the story. It gets better, but you know how
It
they
gets
have,
better.
you know how they have the mummies all wrapped up.
Yeah.
That's a representation of Horus, because what they did with Horus is she took the body parts and she put them together and then she wrapped them in linens, and then forgot which god it was, but one of the gods freaking made it to where she was able to procreate with Horus and have a child.
Now that's weird. That's just okay.
Yeah,
You remember how you're talking about the guy who could procreate with women through their mind and controlling their sexual energy and them?
yeah.
Yo, that sounds like really something like that. Which would be crazy because would that not make it real? Something that could actually happen?
Well, what do you think Christians are saying with Jesus too? Jesus.
Well, come on. I
I mean,
mean,
think
yeah,
about it.
but
I mean, he didn't have a father, so I mean, how was he? How was Mary
come
impregnated?
on, let's just like, but we know that. All right, well, we're
Well,
not
I
gonna
mean,
go
I'm
there
just
because it's
saying,
not
it's like
Wednesday. I know, but
if you go through all the stuff and think about what they're talking about, you know what I mean? It just it's a common thread, you know, like they always do. They've always
but
done that.
asexual procreation, yeah, asexual procreation is definitely possible for a woman, and like, I mean, I
Not
get
without
that part.
scientific help.
What? Are you kidding me? Okay, here we go. We're not gonna do that because I already know where that's gonna go. Yeah, we maybe not, not today, not today, maybe not
We'll
today.
wait.
But that's
We'll
all what the
wait.
mind say. We'll wait. Let's
We could
wait because I already
actually
know.
discuss it on freaking what is tomorrow's
Tomorrow,
strangeness?
conspiracy. No, strangeness is
Strangeness.
Thursday. Tomorrow.
Yeah, we could even talk about it on strangeness. But
Oh boy. I better come with my research. I better come with my research on that.
but but yeah, let me see. But that's kind of the stuff that I wanted to go over with that, because I know we were talking about it and I was having some really bad brain farts when it comes to that. That's what I call being forgetful and not remembering. But I wanted to go back over that and kind of go over it. And the Ma'at thing is what really stuck out to me, because when you said Ma'at, I knew I'd heard it
Being a
somewhere,
Canaanite, yeah.
you know, and I do think that that's interesting too, because Ma'at, like you said, was the one who judged the dead whenever they.
And yeah, MAAT guidance is both of them. Both of them deal with the dead. Like both MOT Canaanite deals with the dead, and then MAAT Egyptian. She judges the dead. Even though they have all that pretty stuff and the 42 laws of mind and stuff like that. Yeah, but you just
Yeah,
go a little further, and yep.
and
Oh.
it makes perfect sense to me, because, like I said, the Canaanites and they kind of like had a interesting relationship when it came to the Egyptians. They
You
weren't
should see if you
always.
can find a picture of mine and her.
Now on the part that you was talking about too, one thing that did they tell you why or how it was that Baal wasn't a son of what was it, of El?
No, I know we talked about L. Hold on. No, I have notes then, but no, I don't remember being able to read this. I feel like you told me this, but I don't have
No,
it
you
here.
the one
Read
that
it
told
to
me
me.
that. I said that.
About right here.
Yeah, I said that he was the son, or El was the father of all of them, and then you said that Ball.
It's not. Yeah, Baal. Hold on.
Then you
What is
said
this page?
that's your page. I don't know.
No, I know, but it shouldn't be here. Oh no, I know what it is.
What does it say?
It's nothing to do.
Oh,
Not this one. Yeah, it's the wrong thing.
it's your top secret stuff.
No, it's super secret, super top secret.
That's my top secret stuff. I don't even let nobody know
I
about
don't even.
this.
I don't even. I'm not. It's so secret. I don't even know. No, it's like oh these, and that's the Kabbalah. Come on, let's go. Where are you guys at? Because that was after the Kabbalah. Because we talked about the Kabbalah after we talked about
Kabbalah,
ball,
no,
right?
we, yeah,
Because we did the Kabbalah on Thursday,
right.
talking about what is person strange. Are we doing that again
Jack
this
Parsons.
weekend?
I don't know. It, it'd be interesting. We could go back over that and everything.
Where's Pika's? Where's Dave at? Have you talked to him? Is he all right? Everything's good.
He last thing I heard, he was with his kids and stuff. So
Oh, he's still with the babies. Okay.
yeah.
Let me see. I have every. This is me stalling while I'm looking at. Now I have Mazzini.
The
Mazzini. This
the
is person.
the PDF that Mr. Robot told me about, it was called the Book of Gates. Now that one is the one that has the different name other than Petra on it. And it was like I was telling him, that was probably a rewrite from like a correction, you know what I mean, that they made for him. And instead of them calling him Petra, they called it by the actual interpretation years after what's his name did his interpretation of it. Budge.
No, I have so much stuff because after I did that, yes, great job. Okay, please, I'm ready. After that, we did. I went to that news show. I went to that news show, and then I have all of that there as well. Let me just see. No, this is not even here. Ball. What are you? Isn't there a way that I could just type and search my tabs? There is on my different browser. Alright, well no, right now I'll tell you.
Actually, it's in this one. It's in the 11th hour. This is the secret serpent. Yeah, this is the one that I actually got the word Petra out of. It was the Book of Gates, and then the other one was Beyond Tuat, because I believe the Antuat also had like this story of when they first went into the sarcophagus and what it was like when they first discovered it. And
I feel like I was attempting to download the Book of Gates. Let me see if I did it. I don't think so because there's probably control. I was looking for a PDF. Book of Gates. Yeah, I don't have it. Dead House, and then it went somewhere completely wrong, and that's what it is. Not wrong. It just led me down a different rabbit hole than that. Dead House Gates, the brilliant. You know this is.
okay, so we covered that stuff, and I know that we finished the first.
I love good
The
deals.
first note that I had on the Phoenician theology, we covered Tuatas and all that.
And Tawadis was who actually
He
is
was,
Toth and
yeah, Toth. And I don't know. I mean, when I say that, it just seems that that's my personal take on it. You know what I'm saying? But
But it's not. I saw the research already. Like you said that, and then I looked it up when you said that. It isn't just. Well, I mean,
like
I hear
time
you.
periods too. You know, I mean, which one was first? Was it the one was Tawatis before Thoth, or was Thoth before Tawatis in actual time periods? You know what I mean? Like who worshipped that deity first? That's what I need to really go over and really make it official on that one.
Can you spell Tawitis for me? I have 51 tabs open now. Can you
T A
please?
A U T O S.
Thank you. Look, tooth versus teeth. Are you kidding me right now?
Oh my gosh.
I know. What? Okay, here it is. Is Toth and Tuwatsu the same person? And blah 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 blah. Gonna Ptolemy, the Greeks borrowed Tuwatu, who had written nature of the physical universe under the name Hermes, Thoth, Hermes, and Hermes Trismegistus. As
Yeah.
they deem the first. Okay, Tuwatu, African master of all
Now those are
methods.
Greek. Those are Greek mixed with Egyptian. That's where I was telling you about, especially in the Third Kingdom. They, when the Greeks finally made it to Egypt started becoming a part of their society. Basically, Greek gods started being blended in with the Egyptian gods, and that's where they come up with Hermes Trismegistra, or I have a hard time saying it too, but Hermes Trismegistra, and you can also find it with alchemy too. Like there's a lot of people who believe in alchemy or that practice it and they believe in it, and I think the Masons also have him in their
Mm-hmm.
ranks.
About alchemy. Yeah, no. But I'm just reading Toth and Tuwatu's Toth or Tuwatus might relate to Tophet or death of the Kabbalah. Phoenician history is the oldest known coded earth. Totus was called Toth by the Greeks and Doi and Dehehuti by the Egyptians. So Tawitis,
Tahuti.
no, it's a diva. But does the DJ make it too? The Jehuti DJ excuse me DJ EHUTI
Jahuti. Yeah, the G is silent. It's Jahuti.
Jehuti. Okay, so
Jahuti.
Tawadas was called Toth by the Greeks and Jehuti by the Egyptians.
Yeah.
Is echoed in the god of Dionysius, so the mythology of and the snake priest, and that's why we started talking about the cata. What was it? The cockatus set. I know how to say it if I see it. I just am not looking at it. What's it called? The cat. Oh man, it's gonna storm again. Yesterday my lights went out. I believe it doesn't storm again like that.
Okay, so on the next one, it says, judging from the fragments of the Phoenician history, Sennacheribon, or Chenaphian,
Nathan.
appears to have been a contemporary of Semiramis, the queen of Assyria, the wife of Ninus, with whom she founded Nineveh 2000 BC. Now, Ninus, I don't quite know who he is, but I can check that out later. But Samarius, I checked her out, and Semiramis is a legendary queen thought to uh, thought to based on the historical Samu Ramad, and that's R811 through 806 BCE, and the queen regent of the Assyrian Empire who held the throne for her young son Adad Nirari III until he reached maturity. She is also known as Shemer Ahmad or Shemer Ahmad. She is referred by several ancient historians, including Herodotus, Diodorus, Siculus, and Plutarch. Now, Plutarch is the one of the Neoplatonists that we were talking about before, Plutarch and all them, and the guy who started the Neoplatonists, his name was Plotinus. So they kind of
1360.
Yeah. That's who mentioned them. She was the wife of Shamshi Adad the Fifth. I know Shamshi Adad the Fifth. Okay, so that would be his son after he died, and that was between 823 and 811 BCE. And when he died, she assumed rule until Adad Nirari III came of age, at which time she passed the throne to him. According to scholar Gwendolyn Light, this woman achieved remarkable fame and power in her lifetime and beyond. According to contemporary records, she had considerable influence at the Assyrian court. This would explain how she was able to maintain the throne after her husband's death. Women were not admitted to positions of authority in the Assyrian Empire and had to have a woman ruler. No, and to have a woman ruler would have been unthinkable unless that particular woman had enough power to take and hold it. This, however, is precisely the problem with Samu Ramat's reign. There is very little information about what she did and how she went about doing it, and some scholars refer to her simply as an obscure Assyrian lady of the 8th century BC, of whom we know nothing for certain except that she is named on an inscription as Lady of the Palace. It would seem, however, that she was much more than that, and, however little may be left to record her reign, there is enough to suggest that she was the equal of her predecessors and secured the kingdom after the death of her husband. Now, that is her ancestor. They also
Does it talk about their coming together? Like what was?
According to my notes, where Sanathan is concerned, it appears that he was a contemporary of this woman and the wife of Minos. Yeah, see right here, the queen of Assyria, the wife of Minos. She was actually the mother of Minos, with whom she founded Nineveh. And see, she's not the one who founded Nineveh, I know that much. That's Adad could have been the one who founded Nineveh, actually.
You said Adad is the... Yeah, didn't you just say that last week or what?
Yeah,
or 2 weeks ago?
Nineveh, before Nineveh was the capital of Assyria, it was actually freaking Assur. That's where the god Asser came from. Like a lot of people don't understand that. Like they didn't worship a deity; they worshipped a city. Okay, like Asser Bonifal. That was like the title they put at the beginning of Bonifal's name, Asser. So they
And
deified him. Okay, and the other day when we were having a conversation and we
it's
said
like
that there were,
Petra.
yeah, like remember how we were talking about humans being deified,
Hmm.
and then there was freaking supernatural deities, and then there was men that were deified.
Yes, and yeah, that was what was the big deal, was causing an issue with the separation of the men and the actual goddess and gods. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. This is kind of like an example of what I'm talking about. Like Asser was a city, and freaking when a person became freaking ruler over Assyria, they usually took on the name Asser, which deified them to godlike status, and it made them a deified human. All right, but they worshipped a city, Asser. You know what I mean? They didn't worship a god that was supernatural and stuff. They That's the weird part about all that. But anyhow, that was the first one um, before Nineveh, and then when they created Nineveh, Asher was still very important to them. It was a place of worship. They always went there, and like that was the place where their god was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I've got to find out where that name is, though.
What was the other guy that you just said? And you read about the woman. Hold on.
Shemshi Adad.
Yeah, and then when I looked, can you spell Shimshira died? And because when I spelled it, it pulls up for me something completely different.
S H
It
A
pulls up
M
Sekhmet.
SHAMSHI/ADAD.
Okay, so now I see it. So when I first did it the way I heard it, it pulled up Sekhmet, and have you, like, they're not related in any type of way,
Sekhmet
are they?
sounds familiar. But make sure you
Sekhmet
put V at the end of it because he's the fifth.
is the god of, it says the mistress of dread, and then it says she, you know what's funny? Excuse me, also called Sekhmet is the Egyptian religion, excuse me, a goddess of war and the destroyer of the enemies of the sun god Ra. And so, but it says Ra, it doesn't say Ra, but I guess maybe that's their pronunciation. But I also seen it written as Ra, so I'm unsure if it's a Ra and a Ra. But I know that Ra is. But and then it says she's bloodthirsty and vengeful. She sounds like Tatiana, but I don't know. Minus the phrase. But the
Shamshi Adad.
Ashima died, and you said 5 years because this one comes up one.
I
Oh, it's the same picture twice.
Stella of Shamshi Adad.
Shalmaneser, Sargon. Mm.
Okay, Shamshi Adad the fifth, king of Assyria. Uh, Samu Ramad.
That's what I was looking up. Samuel Rod. I wasn't looking up Samuel. Like I looked up her, and that's how I got on the other Egyptian goddess about war. And then you said a different name. You said you know about this one, but you don't know what was the first name. It was two people, and I feel like it started with an M. And you're like, you got to look more into them.
You're talking about Shalmaneser?
Maybe that's what it was. How do you spell it?
SHALMANESER. And that would be the third, so three eyes after it.
Okay. Cool. The king of the okay, that's why Neo-Assyrian Empire of the death. Okay, I got you. Hold on.
Now, I guess I am gonna have to rely on the Wikipedia because the Encyclopedia Britannica doesn't have any information on them.
It says the king of Assyria. Britannica says the king of Assyria was pursued a vigorous policy of military. Hold
Oh,
on.
that's Mount. This is Samshi-Adad.
Oh, okay, okay. Talking
Now,
about Thomas.
he was the king of Assyria between 824 and 811 BC. He was named after the god Adad, who is also known as Hidad. Now, Haran, actually, by the way, I should mention that I was a little inaccurate about that. Haran was actually the first capital of Assyria.
Hmm.
Then they built Assur,
Nineveh.
and then they
After.
built Nineveh. So I need to clear that up. I don't know if
Okay.
you ever heard of Haran before.
No, her, but for whatever reason, I feel like it's something that I've heard to where it's connected, but I don't know what it is. No, I don't want to tell you what it
Haran's like one of the oldest cities in the world.
is. And what's it called? How do you spell it? Hold on 1 second. I'm not big on like geographics.
H A
I'm not
R O N.
Haron. That's why I learned because oh look, and it brings up pretty birds, but that's different. That's not Haron. All it brings me up is birds.
Let me make sure
That's
I'm
a big
spelling
city.
that right.
Perhaps I have to put city. There it is. No, that's a land. Okay. What am I talking about?
Haran.
Haron. See, and then it spells it Heron. Where is this at?
S-
Spain? As in Spain?
no, it's in like Lebanon area, up around
See,
Lebanon
look.
and Turkey.
Is there a
Haran.
spider out there? Under that hat, or on their house?
Well, it doesn't even seem Google's heard of this place. So, I mean, I feel a little less misinformed or uninformed. Is it tiny? Is it on my map of Syria and all what we were looking at for the Palestinians?
Oh, so,
Palestinians. I keep calling them Palestinians. I didn't want to say that. Phoenicians. I think that's my friend. I invited someone to our show because I told them that you're so interested and I learned a lot from you. But I told them that we were talking about the Palestinians. So I hope I did not like misguide you. You're like, this has nothing to do with the Palestinians. But no, it's the Phoenicians. I didn't know why I said Palestinians, but there's probably a reason why. Okay. Yeah. Mm-mm.
Alright.
Porphyria. I have Haron and I have Heron.
For some reason, my freaking search engine keeps sending me to different locations.
I don't know why we want to call her Missy.
Chushpa is up where
That's Jason's dog name.
the
Jason's dog name was actually Butterscotch. I call him Butternut. Sister call him Butternut now.
hierarchy. Haran is
They
Harran.
got two dogs.
Okay.
Jason named his Butterscotch and wasn't named her Luna. So I call Jason's dog Butterscotch Butternut.
There we are.
I got her calling
And there we
Butternut
see.
now, so now
I
she's
see it.
Butternut. And then
Here, let me
Luna,
see how
I
I
called
can
her
get.
her name's still
Ooh, no, not that map. Oh, look, they have little. Okay, so their little hut thingies look like miniature pyramids on the low, right?
They have ziggurats. Is that what it is? It's got a big stairs in the center.
Well, see, I don't see the inside. I see the outside. Oh, look at this. This is nice. Oh, that's neat. So I want to go inside. I know it doesn't look like there's stairs, but there's people. There's no, there's people in here. Ziggurat. She's like, so These are really pretty. Oh wow, look at this one. Is that all sand? Are you kidding me? They didn't do that with sand. They didn't
They
do
were
that with
dirt.
sand.
Yep, every single one of
That's
them.
wild. This looks like a whole chapel. Look at this one. I'm sorry, so look at this one. Here, look at this one. You can see it, right? Look at this one. Oh boy. Oh, this is so neat. Oh man, not that pig hanging like that. Is that a pig? What is this? It's like in a well, and they got a pig or a goat or something hanging. Yeah. That is
Alright,
so
here we
neat. The
go.
city set upon rocks.
The Huron town and district of Urfa in southeastern Turkey. It is approximately 40 kilometers, 25 miles southeast of Urfa, and 20 kilometers, 12 miles from the Syrian border, crossing at Akatali. Haran was founded at some point between the 25th and the 20th century BC, possibly as a merchant colony by Sumerian traders from Ur. Over the course of its early history, Haran rapidly grew into a major Mesopotamian culture, commercial and religious center. It was made a religious and political influential city through its association with the moon god Sin. Many prominent Mesopotamian rulers renovated no consulted with and renovated the moon temple Ekal Kal in Haran. Haran came under Assyrian rule under Adad Nirari I in 1305 to 1274 BC.
Oh, that guy's dead.
Yeah, and became a provincial capital, often second of importance to the Assyrian capital of Assur itself. Now, see,
Yes.
was I was told that that was the first capital, and then it became a provincial capital after Assur was built. And then, after Assur was built, that's when Nineveh later on became built, and it was replaced as a capital by Nineveh. Now, during the collapse of the Assyrian Empire, Haran briefly served as the final capital of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. The city continued to be prominent after the fall of Assyria and experienced varying degrees of foreign cultural influence during its time under the Neo-Babylonian 609 to 539 BC. Archimedes 539 to 330 BC, Macedonian 330 to 312 BC, and Seleucid 312 to 132 BC empires. During classic antiquity, Haran was often contested between the Roman and Parthian and the Parthian, later Sasanian empires. In 53 BC, Haran was the site of the Battle of Carrhae, one of the worst military defeats in Roman history. The Haranian moon cult of Sin proved to be enduring and lasted long into the Middle Ages, known to have existed as late as the 11th century AD. Haran was captured by Rashidun Caliphate in 640 and remained an important city in the Islamic period. It flourished as a center of science and learning, and it was the site of both the first Islamic university, the Haran University, and the oldest mosque in Anatolia, the Haran Grand Mosque. Haran twice served as a capital city in the Middle Ages, first briefly under the Umayyad Caliphate between 744 to 750, and later under the Namirid Emirate between 990 and 1081. The city was conquered by the Mongol Empire in 1260, but was largely destroyed and left abandoned in 1271, although Haran was kept as a military outpost under some later regimes. It has, over the last 5 centuries, mainly been used as a temporary settlement by local nomadic societies. Haran retransitioned into a semi-permanent village settlement in the 1840s, but has only recently grown into a permanent town through advancement in local irrigation and agriculture. Haran was a Turkish district until 1946, after when it was downgraded to a sub-district of the Kakali district. It regained its status as a district in 1987. Today, it is a major local tourist spot. The town is particularly famous for its unique beehive houses, which are reminiscent of buildings that were already present in Haran in ancient Mesopotamian times. And beehive houses are those houses with vents at the top of the ceiling, and you can go inside and you can take a napkin and hold it up, and if you hold it up high enough, it'll get sucked out of the roof.
Beehive houses.
Yeah.
Okay, gonna look at them. Oh, so wait, that's what I thought I was. That's what I thought when I was telling you. That's that. That's that. And you're like, no, that's not the same, but a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, look with the little wheels. So that's what it's called, a conical dome house of Heron. That's what I saw when I first was like,
Yep.
oh, this is pretty. That's a beehive house. But then they have like other ones. Look how pretty this is inside.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh wow, and it's so nice. Like you see the design. Well, of course you see the design, but I was about to say the way it looks is so pretty. Like it's just especially the lines. I don't know, it's really ridiculous, but
Yeah,
it's
no,
really
see,
enchanting.
Shamshi Adad was the son of the king that you're reading about now, Shalmaneser III. Okay. The husband of Queen Shemuramat, by some identifying with the mythical Semiramis. Now, she could be mythical, but Shemuramat could be her. So that's who they could be referring to.
The half woman has snake.
Yeah. Semiramis, and the father of Adad Niriri III. Now, Nirari the first was the one that I was just reading about with Haran. And just because they take on the names doesn't necessarily mean that they're related. Like,
Right, yeah, I know, I'm just
they had a habit of taking each other's names or taking names of other people.
They have a whole movie about this. Hold on, not a movie, I guess it's a show. 2023. Have you seen this?
No, I haven't.
And it's based. Okay, I want to see if that has anything to do with what you're
This
talking about.
woman's husband was also the grandfather of Shalmaneser the Fourth. And there's so now I'm Shamshi Adad. I know of him. But like I said, Adad Nirari III, I didn't know anything about him, so is who she was. She was supposed to be the wife of Ninus, with whom she founded Nineveh. And Nineveh was, I'll go ahead and use it. Nineveh.
You cannot stay in Wikipedia.
It was the early city of Mosul. In northern Iraq. It is located on the eastern banks of the Tigris River and was the capital and largest city of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, as well as the largest city in the world for several decades. Today is a common name for the half of Mosul that lies on the eastern bank of the Tigris, and the country's Nineveh governorate takes its name from it. It gave the largest city. No, it was the largest city in the world for approximately 50 years until the year 612 BC, when, after the bitter period of civil war in Assyria, it was sacked by a coalition of its former subject people, including the Babylonians, Medes, Persians, Scythians, and Cimmerians. Now that was when the Persians finally invaded Assyria and defeated them. It was also the time when the Jews were freed from Babylon, which is documented historically, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to make that point clear. It's the first time I've actually had a chance to say that on the internet. But that actually is like historically documented.
And where were the Phoenicians? The Phoenicians were, we said, in like near Jordan and stuff like that, right? Is that right? Or Lebanon? No, it's not.
The Phoenicians Phoenicians basically were all over the place. Like, they were in Crete, they were up in Turkey. Troy is where Turkey is where Troy was actually at, right there on the coast of Turkish coast.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map now. But the coast of which side? So it's on the Black Sea or the Mediterranean?
The best way for you to see it is go into your search and type in Troy, Troy, and it'll show you a map of where it was.
Oh, I see here. This map is not as pretty as the other one. Oh, this one, the other one was colorful. Black Sea, Georgia. Okay, I see here. Oh, there's Syria. Oh, see this Cyprus. This thing is on every single map, even if they take away other stuff to emphasize everything else. The key I want to know about Cyprus. What you got going on? Oops, that's nice. Oh, look how pretty it is. Okay, I'm not gonna change the subject, but if you look at these beaches, oh my gosh, look at this water, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God, look at the sky. Oh, I like it. Oh my, the sky is purple. The sky is purple. 5 beaches you must visit, huh? Oh my God, that's nice. I like that. Look at the water. Okay, go ahead. It's just,
oh, that's fun.
It's so beautiful. Israel. Okay. I want to know. I gotta know about you. Ah, here you are. A map of your inside and not just your beaches. Mount Olympus.
Now, see, Nimrod or Asher, depending on the religious version you want to follow, is the one who built Nineveh. Asher. And the context of Nineveh was as one of many centers within the religious development of Upper Mesopotamia. This area is defined as the plains which can support rain-fed agriculture. It exists as a narrow band from the Syrian coast to the Zagros Mountains. It is bordered by deserts to the south and mountains to the north. The cultural practices, technology, and economy in this region were shared, and they followed a similar trajectory out of the Neolithic. Now, the Neolithic.
Neolithic.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
the Neolithic is basically like the caveman days. Caves in the Zagros Mountains, adjacent to the north side of the Nineveh Plains, were used as PPNA settlements. And PPNA is pre-pottery Neolithic A, and that denotes the first stage of the pre-pottery Neolithic in early Levantine and Anatolian Neolithic culture. It dates to c. 12,000 to c. 10,800 years ago. That is 10,000 to 8,800 BCE. Archaeological remains are located in the Levantine and Upper Mesopotamian region of the Fertile Crescent. So, like, these cities have like ancient ties. This goes all the way back, pretty much close to the. Well, you know how Robot likes to talk about the Dryas period, the early Dryas.
Yeah.
This is like all this stuff goes all the way back to about 2,000 years after that, maybe even closer. Like they can take it real close to the early Dryas. As a matter of fact, when cities for the Sumerians were built, freaking the mammoth, the woolly mammoth, were still alive up in the Russian area right there in
Seriously?
But yeah, up in Siberia, they still ran free up there.
What year did they die? Well, if you don't know, it doesn't matter. I didn't know.
But but this is like how old they're talking about. It's pretty good stuff.
I'm looking at the early Dryas, just the conditions on which how things were then. I'm saying this runs parallel at the same type of time. Sometimes conditions determine trajectories, so maybe like certain type of wars, certain type of migrations, just considering all things possible as to the correlation in the different cultures.
But yeah,
Polytheism.
like
Because I looked up Neolithic and then I looked it up versus Neoplatism, but it doesn't seem to where they have anything.
Neoplatism,
nothing.
Neoplatism.
Completely different.
Yeah, time periods like we're talking about like, oh god, I'd say like Neolithic would be like 10,000 BC, 12,000 BC, those areas right in that time period.
But I guess I was just seeing if they had any type of correlation.
Now, if you want to go close to that area, you check out Göbekli Tepe.
Wait a second, gotta spell it. I'm ready when you. If you don't know, then it's okay. Can you say it again slower I can?
I can spell it out. Give me a second. Göbekli is Göbekli. Okay, Gobekli space Tepe.
TE or GE?
TE.
Göbekli Tepe. Okay, yeah, I got it.
This is the oldest structures ever found. This is older than the Great Pyramids and all of the stuff found in Egypt.
Look at this, how pretty this is. Oh, I know this place. I got world oldest temple to be restored. I know this
All of
place.
it. It's the oldest.
Look at this one.
So, what do you think so far? Do you think we went back through and covered it pretty good on all the stuff that we were talking about? Because
For the most part, you correlated it, but we're gonna have to bring it all together because we're still kind of some loose strings.
well, there was some stuff that we just like. I tried to answer one part of it, and I kind of got, I don't know, I was stuck basically. So I figured we'd go back over and kind of look at some of the stuff.
We did good.
You know.
I
So
liked it. And what we're gonna talk about tomorrow?
tomorrow is that's the good stuff. That's this is stuff you like to
My
talk about, the
favorite. Yes,
strangeness
sir.
and the conspiracies the next day. So this
Oh, I
is
thought conspiracy was tomorrow. Oops. Well, you heard the correction.
so tomorrow's the strangeness.
You don't have a topic picked out yet, or I'll see it in the chat probably.
I'm pretty sure we already got one. I'm not quite sure. I mean, the conversations led to some pretty good areas. So I'm pretty.
And
sure,
aren't you doing?
I'm sure we're like we've covered a lot of good stuff on there. So I think like it's opened up to. But the Nikolai Tesla is something that we're definitely going to have to be talking about. So,
Yes, please.
so
And listen, I have another question. You switched Thursday's show though, right?
no,
Aren't you guys doing your tech talk with
no,
Bashi? That's not
that's
Thursday.
pre-recorded. We're
Oh, okay,
gonna,
cool. So we still get to do.
I'm gonna stream it out as planned on Sunday, but that's gonna be pre-recorded. Everybody's still able to get on there with the Jitsi if they want to, but it's gonna be pre-recorded for.
I might come just to be able to ask questions if I can. I don't know, like it depending on time and schedule permitting, because I like to ask questions right at hand. Although I know I can ask you questions anytime, even if I miss something. So,
Yeah, I'm the same way. These guys are all brainiacs. I mean,
right, and then you think.
most I'm gonna be able to do is sit back and listen and see if I can pick up on some of the stuff they're talking about.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel about you. I just sit here and like, okay, let me do. Thank you. Okay, so point of research, and that's that.
So, I guess we should get off here and end it, and we can come back to the topics. We did get through a little bit more. We talked about the Queen of Assyria, so we moved forward on that. So
And then you were able to correlate or at least bring intimacy. That's more stuff we could do, but like Mott and the Mott, like that works. Yeah.
That's pretty good stuff. That stuck out in my head. So that
Especially the correlation of them both dealing with death. So that kind of like, yeah.
Well, I will talk to you tomorrow, and we will continue our strangeness topic tomorrow. So
Thank you so much as usual. Have a good night. Be safe.
appreciate you guys being here. Alright, so I'm gonna end this, and we should be done. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another of my streams. This is Roger Hanson, and this is Live with Roger Hanson. Today's topic is storytelling, and I'll start off where I finished last week. Today, I'd like to welcome Karma Love back. You say hi, Karma.
Yeah, hi everyone. How are you?
And welcome. Last week, I'd gone over my story with Lycia. The story itself, by the way, I'm naming it Clash, and it'll make sense later on when I have more of the story written, but it's called Clash. And
When'd you
this
come
is,
up with your name?
well, this is a short story within it. It's about Lycia and King Zuthra, basically. I don't want to put my name on it. I just want to like make a name up, make it cool like that.
Right.
So,
It's creative. I like it. Like I rather, I mean, like it could be based on true events to an extent, you know what I mean? Incorporate some truth within the fantasy illusion part, and that makes it fun. That's what I feel like makes it fun. It's like a matador. A matador is that what half man, half horse, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, those things are so dope to me. I don't know why, but they look super cool.
Now,
And that's kind of like real life.
in the story we left off where Obtu was captured. He was the Draconian, and he was imprisoned within the lower
Mhm.
levels of Zuthra's palace. And Zuthra was the Overking. Alright, and
Mhm.
the lower levels of the Divine Palace also had the Divine Throne Room that I described at the beginning. And in
The one in the middle with the steam and stuff that comes up underneath. Yes, I remember.
um, and where he's being held prisoner is a place where the moms and Zuthra can monitor over him, and make sure, watch his every move, basically. Now,
Huh.
right as he's getting captured, I'm gonna make it to where Zuthra discovers that Tiana, his wife, betrays him for the Draconians, and from that point on, she leads an invasion against Zuthra with support from the Draconians, and during that part, all the cities on every planet within Zuthra's realms are being simultaneously attacked. Now, I mentioned to you before about there's planes of existence in this story. Now,
Yes.
now there's within those planes there's also realms, and Zuthra is the overking of the three realms, the top realms, which are the realms or the planes of light. Then when you go into the fourth plane, the fifth and the sixth plane, those are the planes of darkness. That's ruled by the Draco, so that's their realms that they rule over. So what's taking place now is Zuthra's wife Tiana has turned against him, because I mentioned that in the last video where he seduced her into marriage and impregnated her, and she and her people didn't believe in that stuff because they thought of men as lower beings, you know what I mean, basically. And it offended her, and she wanted revenge for what he had done. So that's how it came to be, where she betrayed him in the end.
Okay, and what was it exactly that he did?
What was what exactly?
That she wanted revenge for? You saying revenge for what he done?
Yeah, remember whenever I told you about how when he took wives, he seduced them?
Oh yeah, with her mind and stuff like that. So that's what she was looking for the revenge for. Yeah, he could have sex with them without actually having to touch them, and he can impregnate them and control them. Yeah.
And
But
you
okay,
got
I
to
get it.
remember too, her background too, the environment she was raised up in. It was a woman dominant environment, and they looked down on men. You know what I mean? So
And that's what made him feel like he had to conquer her because she was kind of like a mission almost type thing. Yeah, I remember now.
well, I
So yeah.
wanted it to be more of like lust. You know what I'm saying? Like with that whole aspect, it's like you look at Zuthra, and Zuthra has pretty much godlike abilities. You know what I mean? But he's still just a man. You know what I mean? With the same emotions, same stuff, and he gave into his lust because he couldn't resist her. You know what I mean? Because Tiana isn't like just an ordinary woman. She's gonna be like a beautiful woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So even though she's evil and she's all that, she's very beautiful, and it caught his eye, and he desired her and wanted her. So he gave into his lust, which in turn he actually seduced her through bloodlust because she wanted, or that's all she wants is bloodlust. You know what I mean? She loves to torture and kill, basically. So
I'm laughing. It's not funny, but I was really quiet because I was laughing. It's just not so funny. I know it's not funny, but I said Jeffrey Dahmer, so my humor is probably a little different. Like seriously, I'm just sitting here thinking about this woman and like savagely ripping people, man, apart, and like probably like wiping, like wearing like big fur boots, and she has like this like kind of like a fur, not really fur, but like a
leather,
fur, yeah, like or leather, yeah, leather, or whatever, this
BDSM
breastfeed.
kind of thing.
Yes, and then like her boots are so hardcore, and she's like wiping her mouth full of blood, and she's just standing with like a shield on her back and a sword, and she's just wiping her mouth like this. I guess for the movie, not so much the book, because I don't know if you're going to do pictures, but it's just like you know what I mean. Like I can just see her, and she's just standing on top of the hill, and she's just looking at all the work she's done, and people are like dying. Dying. Everyone's dying everywhere, and she's just standing on top of the hill with this serious, crazy look. But it's so hot because she's beautiful, and at the same time, she's deranged, so it's so dope. And like she's just like wiping her mouth, like she just got finished eating somebody, like she got blood all over her arms and stuff. But she didn't necessarily.
I didn't want to bring cannibalism.
Well, she doesn't have to eat them, but she doesn't care if she gets the blood on her. You know what I mean? So it looks like she just ate someone, but she didn't really eat someone. You can kind of get that illusion to where like she probably definitely just got finished killing someone, and now her blood is all over her, and she just like wipes her face like, ugh, like yeah, like I don't know. Go ahead, let me stop talking and keep talking. My crazy is showing.
Now, the imams and Zuthra are watching over it. Obtu, but that's also the time when Zuthra finds out about Tiana's treacherous acts of betrayal. Now, this is when the invasion starts happening, okay? And I want to kind of put it in, or envision kind of like fire falling from the skies of these worlds with Zuthra's cities on them, you know what I mean, where it's a full-fledged invasion, and let me see here, the best way of doing it, yeah, now they're drawing close. This is kind of like, an all-out assault, and they're drawing closer, and they're literally just going through each plane of existence, and I want to make it on each plane to where when they cross from one to another, there's kind of turbulence and everything in there. You know what I mean? Like it's not just easy to go from one plane of existence to another, but
almost like they have to kind of like almost not defeat something, or like not the end of the video game. It's like
kind of
they
like
have
a
to
barrier.
get through.
You know what I mean? Kind of like a barrier, like like it would be more, even though I'm not going to mention it as science or magic, it's going to kind of be on the scientific side, you know what I mean? Like they for the longest time thought that if we left the solar system that there would be some kind of energy that was there, but then like when the satellite finally reached the edge of our solar system, they found out that it wasn't. It was easy peasy just for the satellite to travel right through it. But they, for the longest time, thought there would be some kind of barrier there that protected us from the outside space. You know what I mean? Or kind of kept us in a bubble, but it wasn't there. But that was the kind of concept that I had, and also like back before the 1900s, people uh, thought that the Earth was the center of the solar system, and Aristotle, I believe it was, came up with the concept of
The
the
sun being the center.
well,
Hi,
that
hello, honey.
he also said that there was barriers which kept everything in its place. You know what I mean? And separated
I
the
didn't know he said
planets.
that.
Yeah,
I gotta do some more research. I had no clue. I had no clue. Okie dokie.
but that's the kind of environment I want to set up in the story. You know what I mean? To where like there's these barriers there, and with the amount of time that I have to make the short stories, I don't have the time in this story to get into that because I have to pick and choose on what I need to do and what I need to add at a certain period of time within each story. So I do want to add that in, but it's not going to be in this one.
How long? I was about to say, how long do you see the story being?
Well, I do want to have at least 12 short stories, at least 12, and this is going to be the first
For
one.
the whole. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, like, how many, I guess, pages or how many chapters do you see for this one?
Well, it's going to be short stories of about 16 pages tops. And then each short
Really?
story is going to be connected to one another. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to relate to the same world that I've described here.
Yeah, you're
And,
definitely going to keep people feeling for more because 16 I was thinking a little bit longer, but you mean short, and I want you to come back. I got you. I mean, it makes sense.
now, in the outline, I'm going to have it set up to where Zuther's enemies are closing in. And then it's going to go from there to the planned invasion. Now, when we left off, I was getting into the midpoint, and that's where it's the destruction of Lycia, basically. And that was the part about the fire falling from the skies and stuff like that. And then the bad guys closing in. Well, first the midpoint should be 1 3/4 of a page long in my short story. So I'm going to make that about 1 3/4 of a page. And that's going to just be describing the destruction of Lycia.
How much have you done so far?
I've gotten this one finished. Now I have to start on the Draco.
Wait, so you have
Well,
a full
it's not.
16
It's don't let me take that back. It's not finished. It's in the raw. It's
So you could read to me, like at least for a page and a half.
well, I'm breaking
You're
it
really
down.
holding back.
I'm breaking it down for the string so that I can kind of explain the process before I get into the story. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
And after I do the midpoint, I'm gonna go into the bad guys close in. That's another part of that plot that I was telling you about with what is it? Save the cat.
Yeah.
And when you do bad guys close in, that for this story, it's got to be 2.5 pages long. That's gonna consist of Zuther's enemies closing in. And then the planned invasion from his wife Tiana with the support of the Draco. Instead of invading themselves, the Draco give Tiana all the support that she needs. And also she has the imams that turned against Zuther and became self-proclaimed satraps on her side.
And they're all going after this guy.
Yeah, and then the merchants as well. So they're all just basically closing in on them, and that's gonna take me 2.5 pages to write that out. And then there has to come a point in the story where it's called All Is Lost, and that has to be at least a half a page long, and it's basically I'm gonna have to describe the destruction of Lycia. Okay. Now, I'm gonna make a picture of burnt out cities and the before that. What I'm gonna do is uh, I'm gonna get going on the story about Zuthra and the high heavens of Lycia, and I'm gonna start mentioning the terrace capital and the divine, which this is the capital where the divine palace is in. You know what I mean? So not only am I describing the high heavens of Lycia, I'm also describing freaking the city that
That's surrounding it.
that's surrounding it. You know what I mean? Surrounding him and his divine palace. And what happens is this city and the divine palace are placed on separate planes of existence, separate from the six that are known. Okay, and they're placed there by the imams, who are still loyal to Zuthra. And after they separate the divine palace, or the divine palace and the terrorist capital of the divine, they separate those two as well. So it goes from being 6 planes of existence to 7, and then to 8. So
So he still has women that'll like support him even with their knowledge of what he actually does, or do these women not have knowledge of what he does?
well, in the story, when I get more into it, you'll kind of understand what happens after they're made into his wives. But like right now, I'm kind of going through the plot and going through the outline that I made for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I see.
Now, these imams do is they take the divine palace and the divine the terrorist capital, and they separate that from the other planes of existence. And then after that's separated, they take that divine palace and they put that into another plane of existence, separate from the terrorist capital of the divine. So you have the higher heavens of Lycia, and then you have the divine, or the terrorist capital of the divine, and then after that you have the divine palace. So you got 3 different levels right there. Okay, and they're separate. They're placed on separate planes. Now, when they did this, though, this also included Abtu, who was imprisoned within the lower levels of the divine palace. So you have this divine palace that's separate from the rest of these planes of existence, and down in the lower levels there's Abtu, who's a Draco priest. So you got that going on. Does that make sense to you?
It does, but I would feel like I'd understand it better if I like heard a little snippet. I mean, I'm just saying.
Now, the next thing that I do is, like I said, I describe the destruction of Lycia. So Zuthra is basically in his divine throne room, and he knows that the enemy is almost right on him. You know what I mean? And he knows that the end is close. So while he's there and he's doing that, you got to remember he has all these telepathic abilities. All right, and he's grieving because he can sense the lives lost and everybody within his realm dying, and the suffering and the pain. You know what I mean? Like, all this stuff is just happening within his head because he has a connection to all that. He's a very powerful being. You know what I mean? And
No, I understand.
so he's seeing all this stuff, or feeling all this stuff, and then he has he also has visions where he sees people being gathered up by the draconian, and the Draconian use humans as either food sources or experimentation with genetics. Um, the
The Draconians do?
Yeah, and
Mm.
he has visions of this happening, and because of this, like the power that used to empower him is, it seems like it's being drained away from him. Okay, um,
Hmm.
and now he starts feeling shame and guilt and self pity and pain basically over this happening. So he's at the point where, in his mind, all is lost. So I have to make a half-page long part of the story describing what's going on there. And there's also another one that I have to go through, and it's called Dark Night of the Souls. That's another step in the
Isn't that the awakening? Like when people go through all their crazy feelings and stuff like that, and then
uh,
they are able to elevate, or is that something different for your story?
well, in Dark Night of Souls, that's basically where frickin' it can't get any worse. The only way out of it is up. Okay. So this is where the turning point comes. It's got to be 1 page long in this story, and this is where he's going through the emotions of feeling guilt, shame, suffering, and stuff like that. But then it gets to the point where everything's so bad that there's only one way to go, and that's up, or basically dead. You know what I mean? And that's where he ends up going into Break Into Three, which is half a page long. And Break Into Three is it's let me get a better explanation right here. That way I don't screw it up. And I believe Break Into Three is 80% the aha moment, the lift yourself up and try again moment. Show the protagonist realizing what they need to do in order to tackle the problems, both external and eternal. And that is at the 80% part of the story. So when you get to the 80% part of the story, that's when you need to do it. And that is where in the story he awakens from a premonition. So all this stuff that he's been seeing and the stuff that's happened that I just described to you was nothing more than a premonition. Okay.
Oh, so he's just thinking about the fact that he's about to get attacked by these women. Oh my gosh. Are you
Now,
serious?
you remember in the story how I said he came down off the dais
Out the
and he held
Yeah.
hands with the other ones?
Yeah.
He went into a vision at that point, and he envisioned all this stuff, and all the stuff that I just described to you was in his visions while he's standing there holding these imams.
So this isn't even really actually happening yet.
Now, even though it's not happening, he remembered what he saw and
Right.
the imams and the center draconian plot, but it didn't happen yet. But he knows that what he saw was real, though. You know what I mean? And that it was
But
going
man,
to
that
happen.
sucks for Tiana. That makes it harder if he knows ahead of her.
But he knows that it's going to happen soon. All right, that's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, suddenly he hears familiar words cross in his mind from the room. Okay, and it's that monk, I guess you could call him. And he yells out, "The act of providence is knowing of things to come before they happen." This is just after he has his premonition. Okay? At that moment, Zuthra immediately knows what to do. You know what I mean? He begins to evacuate his people, and the Imams isolate the high heavens and the palace of the divine, and starts transporting each of them into other planes of existence, like he had in his vision. But the problem is he made the same mistake. He still transported Abtu with him as a prisoner in the lower levels of the palace. So even though he was able to freaking do all this stuff before the actual invasion, he still transported Abtu into this separate plane of existence with the divine palace. And this he comes out of his vision just as Abtu was being captured too, by the way. So Abtu is being captured and the invasion is beginning, and he comes out of the vision and sees it all in his mind, and he knows that it's about to happen. So he has that amount of time in which to act. So that's when he starts evacuating people from his king or his realms, you know what I mean, and having them. It's kind of like, I'm gonna make it out like a mass exodus. And for anybody who's familiar with ufology, they'll understand that, especially if they know about the stories of humans that are off-world. You know what I mean?
So I have a question. So he knows it's about to happen basically after he's done his prayer. So he with the next few minutes, hours or so. Is that basically what's happening, and that's why he?
It's the invasion is going to happen fast and swift. So
Yeah.
he's looking at maybe having days, maybe a week before this is going to happen. You know, actually hit everybody. So he's getting on the ball. He's gathering his people up for evacuation, and it's time to get the hell out of there. You know what I mean? Because he knows what's involved. He knows how powerful it is. So he's got to basically get on the move quick. Like, this is the last second, and he's got to. If he doesn't do anything now, then all's lost, basically. Now, it's basically a mass exodus. So instead of trying to fight him off, because it's going to take him time and effort just to get his army ready and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Like, he knows it makes more sense to dip. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But it's just wow.
But so he is basically there at that point, and I am at the dark night of the souls, and that's got to be 1 page long, which describes that, and then it goes into break into 3, well, which is him waking up from the vision. Basically, that's break into 3. So I gotta get my outline. I've got them separated into freaking I've got them separated into pages. So, wrong one. So on the next one, I believe, is the one I've got. Yeah, no, that's the finale. Yeah, we were on 3. Nope. Okay, Zuthra Awakens. Then it is on 4. And on 4, the next step is the finale, and that's the mass exodus. And that's going to consist of separating, or everything being separated from the planes, like I explained with the high heavens of Lycia, the terrorist capital, and the divine palace, how they were separated. I'm going to start explaining that, and then I'll start kind of talking about the high heavens of Lycia and the terrorist capital, and then the sentinels, or the Sentinels. Now the Sentinels are kind of interesting too. The Sentinels are actually, let me see a good example here. I got a character sheet that I could show, or I could do for it, I believe. Yeah, character sheets. I believe Alubu was from the higher heavens.
And what does Alubu do? Alubu.
Alubu is he. No, Senti is the one right here. Now, Senti, I believe, was his first wife. Yeah, Senti. She was the one with the blonde hair, the blue eyes, and she's beautiful.
Yeah.
She was beautiful too. Every time, like any man ever laid their eyes on her, they wanted to have her for themselves, and she was a huntress. She felt like being free and unhindered, and it was more important than anything, even marriage. I mean, to her, just being on the hunt was the big deal. And Senti lived along. She lived among the nature. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what I wanted to get in with her. She was more of a huntress, and the people that she was a part of, they were basically like her. They had that image of beauty that just illuminated from them, and they came from the higher heavens of Lycia. You know what I mean? Like, everybody there was just like these beautiful freaking beings, you know what I mean? And whenever they went into other planes, they had to be careful because everybody else desired to have them as their wives or their husbands or anything, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, they were extremely desirable.
Yeah. Now, she, just looking at her, was hypnotic, to people basically, and that was the kind of thing that happened to people who were born and raised in the higher heavens. So it kind of comes with the territory, and that's what I wanted to make those characters out to be. And basically, the Sentinels are these people. You know what I mean? They not only are like that, and they don't only just get into hunting, but they do other things too. Like, they're big on map mapping and things like that. But besides that, they're also like guardians of the Overking. Like, they become Sentinels, and that is an aspect that I wanted to put in there when it comes to Senti and her people that were on the higher heavens of Lycia, and their jobs are to be like the guards and stuff. So
I don't know what happened. My phone disconnected. I'm dropping basketball. I'm dropping off at basketball, so it's probably just got hit or something. I don't know. But okay, fine. I'm here now.
It's fine. I was still talking. I knew you went off the air and everything, so. But
I didn't even notice until just this second.
I figured something happened like that. But yeah, I was just kind of explaining like what I was relating to with Senti, and the reason why I brought her up was because I wanted to kind of explain what Sentinels are, So they have that alluring
And
look
she was the blonde hair, yeah, and then she
with the
just wanted to
blue
be
eyes.
on the hunt. I heard all that, yeah, and
Yeah,
she wanted to be on the hunt. She didn't really care about like marriage or anything like that. It was just the hunt that was the thrill for her.
right.
I heard all of that, and then like I don't know what kind of happened. It seemed like it happened really quick, like, and then I
Now,
got back on it.
with uh, with her people though, okay, her people eventually become what they call sentinels, and these sentinels are all they do is they guard over the overking. And they watch over him and everything that involves the overking. They're a part of it, so they're kind of like his freaking royal guard. You know what I mean? Um, and that's where um, I wanted that part of about the Sentinels to be emphasized because that's important. So that it, in the story, you know, there's going to be Zuther, there's going to be the Imams, then there's going to be the Sentinels. So the Imams are like his closest priests, and then you have the Sentinels, which are his guard. They're the ones that watch over him, you know. So that's another part that I wanted to bring out.
Are they all women? Oh, you know, you said they're
No,
the men.
they're women and men,
Right,
and
the most beautiful.
the I got that basically from the the civils. You know what I mean? From well, not really the civils. I forgot what it was. It's from basically they're from like Viking history. They talk about the Sentinels. I believe it was the Sentinels.
Yeah, no, I heard of them. I had a teacher in English class in eighth grade. She was like, the Minnesota Vikings, anything Vikings. She was like, just everything Vikings. Miss Norman, I cannot forget her. And so that's the most I know about the Vikings, though, from her. No, not that.
And these were supposed to be flying creatures. They look like women, but really they aren't women. I didn't want to make everyone in this category be just women either. You know, I wanted it to be a man-woman society. So it kind of blends off from there to like D&D because like or Forgotten Realms. Mostly D&D is where I got this idea because there's a part of the old D&D stories where you go to a land like this and to get up to the higher levels of the divine you have to freaking go up a mountain and there's different levels within the mountain until you make it to the top. And I really like that, so I wanted to incorporate something like that into Lycia to where it would have its own
Ascension?
yeah.
Hmm. Sounds good.
So I didn't want to make any of this too D&D. I didn't want to make it too sciencey or ufology. I wanted to kind of blend it together.
Right, so it make a whole new genre,
Yeah.
like, technically, right?
So we got the mass exodus, and it had begun. It had begun, and that would be the Draconian invasion, which was led by Tiana. And I really shouldn't call it the Draconian invasion because they basically supported Tiana to do it, but that's how I wrote it down. And now all the people that were supporting the Draconian that was taken over by that drug Selma, and people who just followed his teachings out of greed and all that. People who were deceived, they stayed behind, and they stayed behind, and they awaited the Draconians who were going to be their new masters. And Zuthra organized the best routes of evacuation so that he could evacuate his people, and he chose planets where they needed to travel to, and places where they would eventually resettle. Merchant ships, I'm going to make it to where merchant ships that were still loyal to Zuthra were loading passengers up. And I also want to set it up to where, like military battleships that are in space were en route and they were preparing for battle. But as they fell out of like hyperspace, freaking it was too late. The Draconian battle cruisers were already there, and they were basically shot out of the, shot to smithereens, basically. So, I think I redid that. I don't know for sure if I did or not, but that's kind of what I want to get. That's where you start getting like the more sci-fi part of it in, because so far I've covered like the abilities of Zuthra and the stuff like that, but there has never been anything about like the technology, But right here is where I want to kind of slide that in there. And when their fleets fall out of hyperspace and on arrival, they're basically destroyed immediately. The Draconian fleets were there to meet them, and while this is going on, all of those merchant ships filled with passengers and cargo are fleeing away on their exodus. I'm going to be describing that. And
this is all happening in the first story, or is this all like as to
right at the end of the first story?
Okay.
And they're heading to locations that are considered safe. Zuthra, though, stays with the Divine Throne Room, and he's placed on a plane of existence separate from the rest. So you have humans that are fleeing outward, and Zuthra is being placed on a different plane of existence. And
who's doing this though?
Huh?
What is doing that? The acts are making it to where you're saying that they're being placed on a different plane of existence.
Yeah, the Imams have the power to do that. The Imams and Zuthra actually has the power to do it as well.
And that's how they were able to separate it in the first place.
Yeah,
I got it.
And like I said, there's only 6 known planes of existence.
And then it turns to be an 8, right?
Well, yeah, now it turns into being 8. And the reason why I said that is because I mentioned known. So there is more planes of existence. It's just they know of 6. You know what I mean? 6 planes that they can travel between. And then there's different cultures. There's different societies. Some of them are more primal. Some of them are more technological. Some can travel in space. Some can't. So there's a lot of different things going on within these realms. You know what I mean? Different types of beings, things like that. So after the finale, I already went over that, 81 to 91%. Okay, the protagonist does what they decide to do in the break into 3B, say, this is where I'm at right now. And because of all the learning and growing they've done in the support or insight from the B story, which I didn't put a B story in, so their plan works. The bad guys are defeated, or everything comes to an end, basically. but the bad guys aren't defeated in this story. Um,
Wait. So who do you consider the bad guys? The girls attacking them or the guy that they're attacking?
the Draconian, of course. I mean,
Okay. And you're saying they're not defeated.
no, they're not defeated. No,
But are they not attacking for a noble reason? Like he was
no,
taking advantage of, you don't think so?
no.
He
They're
was taking
just
advantage of women.
no. They are attacking the Draconians. They own well. First of all, I'm not to that point where I should be describing it, but the Draconians don't really freaking want to destroy humanity. Okay, I can get into that here in a little bit when I start reading the story and stuff, but just to put it to you this way, there's a reason why they want humans to be mindless followers, and there's also a reason why they do genetic research, and that goes into the whole ufology thing that inspired me to do that part. So you're gonna find out new things that are happening with the Draconian, alright?
Uh-huh.
They do use humans as food sources, don't get me wrong, okay?
Yeah.
They also freaking have no problem with eating themselves. They'll feed
Oh my gosh.
themselves too. Like they don't freaking have a problem with eating other reptiles. So
Oh my gosh.
you know what I mean? It's
Mm.
so these are the kind of beings that you're dealing with when it comes to the Draco. But don't get them wrong, they're very intelligent. You know what I mean? They've learned how to survive over millennia because they come from a realm that's, well, the lowest realm is complete darkness. Okay, so they've gone, and that's where their leaders are, in the darkest realms of the known planes of existence. So
So their leaders are in the darkest planes of non-existence, and then this is how they're able to manifest, or I guess breed, or because are they birthed, or
that is going to be mentioned in the next short story.
oh, okay. Excuse me for getting ahead of myself. I apologize. I have to stay in one step at a time. I got it. Are you gonna read to me? You haven't read to me. You done a lot of talking, and you haven't read to me yet.
I'm going through my stuff, man.
You're not gonna read any of the story.
Now, after that, I have to do the finale image, which is kind of like the first part where, you know, how I described what the throne room looks like.
Yes.
I have to do the same thing for the final image. I have to.
It sounds like the top of a pyramid, just based on, but I mean, like more grungy, or what the inside of a pyramid may look like. Almost.
Now on the final image, I'm going to make a image of the divine palace, the divine throne room, and the lower levels of the divine palace that has Ob2 in it, and with the let me see. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I gotta mute. I'm getting bit by barbarians. Oh my god.
Oh hell.
I know.
Be careful.
Yeah, welcome to Florida.
You alright?
Yeah, I just didn't want to be like dancing and screaming on the show. Like I took my shoes off. I'm outside, and I got like ants crawling all over me. It's like they smelled the flesh. They're like, oh yeah, fresh meat. And now I'm itchy. Okay, I'm okay. I'm gonna mute, but I'm definitely listening. Oh, I'm so itchy.
So basically, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna describe Lycia laid in ruins, while the imams who now proclaim themselves as satraps regain their power under the control of the new Empress Tiana. So Tiana's made Empress, and she's not only Empress, but she's basically a puppet ruler for the Draconian Empire. these
Puppet
draconian.
ruler, so she kind of massageteers or puppeteers other people,
She
or
she's basically just a puppet ruler. She's somebody who does exactly what the draconians
oh,
want her to do,
does
regardless.
not sound much like a ruler, but okay.
Yeah. So they just put her on the throne and said, "Do what we do say, or we kill you," basically. So these draconian rulers, they speak telepathically through human slaves. All right, and they're usually the ones that are captured during the invasion or the followers of the Draco. You know, the the ones that only heard what the Draconian, and they're basically all they hear is what the Draconians tell them, and they follow them faithfully because they're high on these on Soma, this drug that the Draco controls the majority of the humans with. Now later, these slaves and followers, they flee like the other ones did before, but that's only because Tiana slowly gives in to her, like, the darkness inside of her head, inside of her mind, and she starts offering more humans to the Draco um, as payment for her being ruler.
How did she learn about what was happening to her from Zarata? How do I say his name?
Zithra.
Zithro.
Zithra.
How? Yeah. How do I? I mean, how did
Well,
she learn about what was happening?
here in a little bit, I'll start reading the rough draft to you, but I'm kind of explaining the outline and the plot for you, so you kind of know what's going on and what's taking place and the structure that I'm putting behind it. You know what I mean? But I will get into the story and let you know more about it as I go, because, like, this is just the outline and the plot. It's got to be written, you know what I mean? And it has been written into a raw draft, but I still want to go through this on the stream so that, well, I want to show how the outline for this story is going and the plot and how I'm doing it and stuff like that. So, but I will go over the raw draft of it.
Are you almost done the second ones too? Or I mean, I know you said this is the rough draft of this one. Have you already started on them as well?
I've started on the plot and
Mm.
with the Draco. Now, there's with the Draco, I'm really going to have to come up with some good stuff, because these are the reptilians, and the majority of the stuff with reptilians is going to have to come off of ufology and Forgotten Realms. And the reptiles on Forgotten Realms and the ones in ufology are kind of like day and night on some aspects. But, like, um, you know how in lore, in today's folklore, they got the Mothman? Have you ever heard of the Mothman? Okay, so basically, the Mothman is kind of got the body structure of what the leaders of the Draco are. They have the wings on the back of them where they can fly and stuff like that.
Like on that movie where like the I want to say cockroaches, but they weren't. Grasshoppers took over, but there's a man instead. I know the fly. I've seen it, but I'm just saying, like, is it less man and more animal, or is it more animal? You know what I mean? More man, less animal.
Um, with the Draco, they're uh, they're reptilians, and they're actually smarter than humans in some aspects, like on the genetics and stuff like that, and what they're wanting to do with humans. But you know what I'm saying? Like, humans, in this story are all telepathic mostly. They've got the abilities of telepaths, which the Draco do too, by the way, but it's different. You know what I mean? And yeah, those are the things I have to go through and I have to sort out with them because it's going to be a lot more complicated than just doing humans. You know what I mean? And I want to focus in
Yeah.
on like their scales and what they get from their scales and stuff and their body weight. Like,
Oh, so it's powerful
yeah,
from it.
like, and things of that nature. That's what I want to get with it. But anyhow, Tiana, she begins to have desires for more pain and suffering from her subjects, and this makes her have more enjoyment out of it. And soon she it just overpowers her and it overcomes her, and even her subjects who are like mindless followers of freaking the Draco, they kind of stop and take a look and they're like, they wake up, you know, from being that way, and they're like, oh, this woman's trying to kill us. So they evacuate eventually too and flee from Lycia until Lycia becomes desolate and it's just a memory, you know, a lost civilization that fell many years ago, basically, you know, and that's how I want that story to end. So after that, I'm going to go into the Draco story, and I'm going to start it out at this point, and it's going to explain the Draco and Op2 and everything, and then it's going to stop, and it's going to be from way, way long time ago. You know what I mean? So the final part of this story goes, it could end up being, you know, just somebody sitting down and telling lore about what happened, you know.
In that battle.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, and because it's, like I said, it's going to be over different time spans.
Does it open the realm for the next set in the series? I mean, I get it that it's going to be, you said about, what is it, 16 books in it? Or how many books? Yeah.
There's going to be different characters. Like these are just the beginning characters. There's actually, and I do have the character sheets for each character that I'm going to use. So it's just, this is the beginning. This is what starts it out. So, and like I said, this right here is a rough draft of what I'm writing. So even though I do have it written out, it still could be changed. So I mean, no, I read.
You still have stuff that you still have stuff you might add or take out.
Yeah. Well, I've got to stay according to the plot too. So if I do add something, I have to make sure that it goes according to the plot and the outline, because I'm wanting it to be a plotted story. So that's kind of tricky too.
Now, what gave you this idea? Just from your studies?
Well, I've been writing stories all my life. I mean, the thing is, though, I never took freaking making a plotted story very serious. I mean, I just didn't want to do it.
Sounds like you're doing it now.
That's what I'm doing now. This is the second story I've done it on. The first one was 165 pages, and it's considered a short story too. But
where is that at?
It's I haven't published it or anything. I've got it written. I did it for NaNoWriMo, and I got really disappointed with that situation, but I never went back to it. And I'll do it eventually, but I'm gonna sit on it for a while, let it freaking stir, see if there's new ideas that come out of it.
That's nice. NaNoWriMo. I never heard of it before.
So here's part two. I'm gonna read to you for it. Like I try to keep them separate into different pages. So I'll read this to you. Okay, you ready?
Yes, I'm gonna mute, and I'm
All right. As energy springs from the mystical pool of vision, an astute, discerned watcher stands above it, staring down into its magical waters, watching the visions as they pass in and out, as if he was watching and deciphering those visions as they happen, harnessing the great secrets that this pool brings by deciphering its hidden messages. His name is Zuthra, and he is known as the Overking of Lycia. Zuthra's eyes glow a bright blue, with a gleaming, transparent tiara upon his head. His long, curly hair and a matching beard hang down past his shoulders and chest. As Overking, it is his responsibilities to secure the future of his bloodline. That is his utmost responsibility above all others, even more important than the responsibilities of being the Overking. Seclusion is the only life that the Overking knows. He must live his life alone. So, seduction is a part of the role he must play. Energy spills upward out of the pool of visions as Zuthra raises his arm into the air. This energy flows through his body as Zuthra closes his eyes and visions of the past enter his mind. The pillars begin to glow as priests dressed in shrouded cloaks gather around him. Zuthra places his hands into the air and of the mystic no. Zuthra places his hands into the water of the mystical pool of visions and opens his eyes. As he raises his arms into the air. Lowering his arms, Zuthra takes the hand of one of the priests standing beside him, and they are all now circling the pool. The memories seem to be transferred between them, like a conduit transferring energy from its source to its outlet. Afterward, the priests return to a corner within the throne room. Raises the throne. Okay, afterwards the priests return to a corner within the throne room, and this ritual is then repeated over and over again. When Zuthra raises and lowers his arms, at the end of each ceremony, a priest will then announce in a loud voice that is heard across the entire throne room. The act of providence is knowing of things to come before they happen. And that is the second reading that I've got right there.
Wait, hold on. You read no, you cheating me. You read that last week. Yes, you did, because I remember that end part, and
I was
the act of
explaining it.
providence is no.
No,
Man.
I'm doing the third one anyhow, so just
Oh, you're going okay. I was like, you trying to get me. Like I know what I know. You're not gonna get me. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All intelligent beings live within the known planes of existence, and there are 6 known realms within these planes. The first 3 are ruled by Lycia and are called the higher heavens of Lycia, Protean, and the cardinal realm. Then there are the 3 darker realms ruled by the Draco, a reptilian race of beings. These are the Orphidian, Serpentine, and Saurian realms. There is a lot of diversity throughout all of these realms, with many environments, cultures, civilizations, and beasts that run wild within them. Within these cultures and civilizations, some people live basic lives day to day, while others travel the stars. Some travel between the realms, while others know nothing outside of their own world. Some realms are uncivilized, primal, and filled with every kind of crawling thing, but some are more civilized. Tribal beings are spread within every realm, culture, and civilization abroad. Civilization travel Civilizations travel the stars and have advanced civilizations, while other civilizations without technology are everywhere too. Some with a moral outlook of things, while others can travel the stars, have an advanced technology, but have no value for life. The dominant species within Lycia are human, while the dominant species within Draco are the draconian, of course. Slavery is practiced throughout all of the realms except for the higher heavens of Lycia. Not every culture and civilization within each of the realms practice the use of slaves, though, and are against it. Others Others destroy cities and villages for the single purpose of collecting slaves. It is the survival of the fittest, and only the strong shall survive in unforgiving and barren environments that are able to kill. Just as much cruelty is committed by humans as well as by the Draco. So that right there is the basic sum of what is going on within the story when it comes to these civilizations and the realms, and how harsh they are to one another. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't like a fairy tale land that you're gonna meet up with Mary Poppins.
Hello Kitty, right?
Right.
Exactly. So it's really crazy, grungy, yeah, but I can see it. Dungeon. Oh, what is it? No, Dueling Dragons. Well, that's
Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons, but
There's also going to be some influence from ufology, though, in there, like the genetic part. Like, there's a lot of ufologists who talk about like the secret space program and stuff like that, and I mean, it's not a matter of believing them or not. It's just their stories are freaking amazing. Just sitting and listening to them. So even if they aren't real, these people have imaginations like you wouldn't believe. I mean, I would kill for some of their imagination, to be honest. It's amazing, some of it. So it kind of inspired me to where if I do want to write this story, I'd like to add some stuff into it, like underground tunnels and stuff like that on a planet that's freaking barren, and you can't live on the surface, but you can.
But you can go underground.
Right. Things like that. Those are kind of stuff that I would be interested in, or domed cities that are inside of craters on moons, or even on planets. Can you imagine a huge crater with a freaking dome city in the middle?
I can imagine it, but living it is something different. Like, I can see it, but actually like living in it, like, because everything changes, or does the atmosphere? This is like really off topic, but like, does the atmosphere develop around you? Like, so are there no more trees and no more flowers and all the pretty stuff?
You'd have to terraform it. I mean,
so you could do that.
And the materials that are used for like buildings and stuff, that they would have to look like the surface of the planet. So, like, say the soil's pink, like on Mars, that means that all the stones that are used are going to be pink freaking buildings.
Or look nice though.
You know what I mean?
Pink, yeah.
So there's a lot of things that I do want to incorporate into it. But with
then
that,
you can make the flowers. If you do it like that and you add that within your storytelling, I mean, I feel like you could kind of develop it, because once you write stuff, it kind of comes true.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's gonna come true. I mean, that's But it, I like it, and the more I do it, the more things are getting tamed out, and I've got to focus more on trying to like that's the raw story, you know what I mean? So
Right.
it's not going to sound like that in the end because I have to have actual conversations too, or and then I have to make sure that when I say it, I'm not over saying it. Like the word civilization is getting used a little bit too much in that last part.
You're hoping to be able to have like an anonym for it or yeah, synonym for it, not yeah, something similar,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Civilization, society, culture, existences,
So I have
yeah,
to go over
lively.
all that and get it straight and maintained. So we have come to an hour and 24 minutes, and I have read two parts of the story for you, so you should be happy.
I am like the May. I'm not ecstatic like I could be if I could get, but I'm acceptant and grateful for that what you did this close. Because the story is like a cliffhanger as it is. So I guess it's gonna be like that. Even when you get finished reading the first one, it's like, okay, so that's it. It's like it doesn't even sound like a stopping point that you're stopping at. So it's
Yeah.
good, I get it, because that's the point. But not for me. I guess so if you're live. I guess if
Okay.
you're live, it is. But it's cool. So tomorrow, what are we doing? Is it? It's
Um,
not conspiracy tomorrow, is it?
no, tomorrow's history, I believe.
Oh, what are you doing?
Um, we're, I figure we should continue where we left off with the Phoenicians. So,
Okay, nice. Yeah, Bifidus and cool and Toast, which is not really Toast, and yeah,
Pilatus.
Okidi Pilates. Yes, Okie dokie, cool.
So, I am going to end this now since we've made it to. We've actually gotten up to on the recording. It's at 1:12, so that's even good too. So,
Dang, I wish we could have stopped at 111. I should have been around now, but it's okay. Okie
but
dokie.
I will talk to you later. Okay.
Yep, have a good night. Be safe.
You too.
Hey, is this thing on?
Yeah.
Are we on? We're live.
Yeah. We are live.
Okay, welcome everybody to our weekly Minds Roundtable live stream. This is the fourth,
Yeah.
fourth
One.
or fifth episode.
I believe it's
Fourth?
fourth.
I think it's the fourth. Yes, this is the fourth episode in our. We've had 3 successful sessions already. Last week's session was especially good in that we had a lot of big hitters joining us, and we're hoping to have the same people rejoining us this week, where we might further our discussions on how to make money on mines. Basically, that was the big topic. I know we diverged to different topics last week, but that was the predominant discussion last week with Moose especially, and Chris and Dave contributing with tips on what you can do to maximize if you're into mines to make a buck or two. Then yeah, and this is where we're talking all things mines related. So welcome to the stream. This is Roger Hanson's weekly Minds Roundtable broadcast, and Roger is again incognito, hidden his face from the
Yeah,
rest
you
of
supposed to
us.
be. This is your round table.
Yeah, yeah.
My
And
camera
also,
won't. My camera won't work. It's horrible.
yeah, right. Right. Also on the stream right now is Karma Love. Wave hello to everybody.
Hi.
We actually see you face to face this time.
Yes, sir.
It's nice. Great.
Hmm.
Good.
Thank you.
All right. So, that's where we are. What are we doing this time? What are we doing this week, Roger?
Well,
I have a couple of things on the agenda, but I don't
And I have
know.
some questions about some stuff.
I have some good announcements too. Actually, next uh, or tomorrow, I've been posting about Zach coming on and doing a gaming interview, and me, Karma, and I believe it was Pecos who did the gaming Walt Disney or the amusement parks turning games into
No,
real
it was
life.
Mike. We were with
Was it Mike?
Mike. Hmm.
And it actually turned out to be a good freaking stream, but the only problem was I screwed the recording up. So I was able to get a guy I know named Zach off of Discord to come on to do kind of like an interview setting for Minds on amusement parks and gaming, and he actually got interested in the topic that we were discussing and did more research, and he said that he was going to come out with a podcast where he's going to talk about the history of Disney and video games, but also tomorrow he's going to be on early at I believe it's 1 o'clock my time, so it'll be about 6 or 7 in his time because he's from Scotland.
Wow.
Okay.
Gonna be neat. Wait, hold on. The Disney fanatic is from Scotland?
Oh no, he's from England. I'm sorry, Rapid Glitch. The other guy I
Oh,
do games with it. He's from Scotland. So
oh, okay.
I hang out with Canadians and freaking English people and Scottish
Scottish.
and,
Yes.
and people
Awesome.
from Florida and stuff like that.
Why do you wait? Hold on. Hold on. I guess. Oh yeah, those people from Florida. Like, hold on. Florida is that state. Why would you? I don't like how you did that.
Yeah.
You had a big enthusiasm for everyone except Florida. Like Florida was kind of just like, oh yeah, Florida. Is it
But
because it's in America? Judge me not for where I was born.
I I personally think that it's going to be a pretty good result on that because I've got something set up tomorrow with Zach. Then I have Rapid Glitch saying he's coming off of vacation for because he's on vacation, and at the end of the week he's going to do an interview with me. He's into retro music or retro games, so he'll be talking about stuff like freaking Super Mario Brothers 64 and stuff like that.
Isn't
And
that what you play? I saw you post that in the chat not too long ago. You play that,
yeah,
don't you?
yeah, he forces me to do it.
Why
Like,
does right? I know with a gun to your head, right?
yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Like, I I never freaking played Pokemon, alright? Ever. Not even the card games, okay? And this dude literally forced me to play Pokemon Yellow from beginning to end. I had to beat the freaking game because he wanted the video for it. Okay.
And now you're hooked.
No, I haven't touched it since I finished his challenge because he does game challenges. And I did his challenge and I'll be done with it later on, or I'm finished with it basically.
Wait,
But
what kind of challenge? He does the challenge for Pokemon. He does the challenge for Nintendo. Or you can talk about that tomorrow. I apologize. This is definitely the Minds one.
well, it's just any conversation. I mean, it's up to grabs, but Thon or Tan, the mighty Thon.
Yes.
Yeah, you got me calling him that
Yes,
in my
yeah.
head now. That's what I was about to say. I was like, Tan is
Just,
here. I felt
just,
so
just,
like
just call me up whatever you want. Just
it's your
don't call
fault
me.
if I
Just,
call you Dawn, and then I
just,
think it's his fault.
just don't call me
You gotta
Tong.
work, Roger.
Yeah.
You gotta work,
Jeez.
Roger,
He
because
said he had some updates though. What is it that you wanted to share?
Oh no updates. I just a couple of things I'd like us to talk about.
Okay.
Um, uh, monetizing options. Like I was saying last week, I just wanted to continue our discussion last week on monetization with mines, right?
Yeah.
But also, we need to have like more experts like Moose
I was
and
going to ask
Chris on
Moose
here.
because I have a
Uh, I I don't think Dave can join us. Did he say that he is away today
yeah, he's away
doing
today.
something?
He's gonna be visiting the babies.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know if we can put out the word to see. Let's put out the word to see if Moose can join us. Uh,
Well, see, like with the monetization, though, I mean, the thing of it is like even like with what freaking he was talking about last week about doing the liquidation or liquidation with the cryptocurrency.
mhm.
Um, like later on when you left the stream last week, John came in and like John even agreed with me on the whole thing about that liquidation uh, liquidity basically for the cryptocurrency.
Wait. John
Uh,
who? John who
John
joined you?
John one
John
John one I believe who he goes by.
John G.
John G.
Yeah, John
Oh,
G.
I see. Okay, John
You
Z.
know,
Okay.
like it would be good if like you didn't really have to invest a lot. Like, Moose was talking about like doing $500. I'd never invest $500 on liquidity for any kind of platform.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I went in there
Five
and
hundred
play.
bucks. I think he's just. I don't know. He's running Boost and stuff like that.
No, he said it was
He was
straight
saying
up
for
for
the crypto in
liquidity.
order for him to.
Oh, I see.
You
Oh,
know,
did he spend $500 to buy an on-chain tokens?
yeah, no liquidity.
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah,
what
basically
liquidity
that's what
is.
it is. He bought Ethereum so that he could freaking do the deal with it.
Okay.
And when I went in there afterwards to check it out, like I found out like you not only have to have freaking the tokens for the Ethereum, but you got to pay freaking the gas bill for it.
Right, but I
And
thought uh,
another
I I
another
thought that's what he suggested not to do
well, he
to
said not to do
transfer
that.
the off chain to on chain because that's when you pay the gas bill. But if you buy token right from on chain,
But this is the deal, though.
no, not
No,
token. You
I mean
buying,
the
yeah,
deal about that is it's a $25 minimum. So when you go in to do it, you can't do like $5 or $10. You have to
right,
automatically put at least $25 into it.
sure.
You know.
So invest about $100 and see.
So you're
How do
looking.
you do it?
I don't mess with it. I mean it's cash only for me. So I
Oh,
and I,
I
I
see.
have absolutely no problem with it. Like especially with the live stream coming up. I mean, I'm right at $65, and I got my payout like just a little bit over a month ago.
Good,
Where before I would have had to wait 6 months just to get $100,
good job.
and that's how big of a difference it is. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So, to be honest, I just the whole crypto thing, I kind of go with Mark on the whole thing about it being a utility and just using it like a utility.
Well, the Mines token is, but not Ethereum.
Right.
Ethereum is the real
Now
cryptocurrency.
the liquidity thing, like I don't know. It just that's the one thing that stuck out to me. You know what I mean? It's just that's really you're talking about using a lot of money to do that. And
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be willing to do that. I don't even use freaking that much money on just regular crypto coins with
Mm.
Coinbase. You know what I mean? Like that's really expensive spending for one platform. You know,
Mm.
and
Well, there's
I just have a question.
there are two things to take two takeaways from last week that I am interested in trying though. Number one, like Moose, what Moose said with the on chain token. I was thinking of just getting $100 in on chain just to see what returns it can give us. All right,
Yeah.
that's number one. Just put $100 in the on chain token and like basically do nothing after that. It'll just earn liquidity for us.
I think it'd be good to see what John
Yeah.
says too about it, because when he was on here, he brought it up a little bit on there too about it, because he gave it a try. He didn't do as much, and I mean, with him it was a different outcome, because it wasn't the bigger amounts of sum, and he said it just basically he got the same, as what, or there was nothing significant about it for
Hmm.
him, and he only did like maybe about 30 or 40 bucks.
Okay.
So
So he didn't see any significant gains for him. So John already tried it. Okay.
yeah, and that's the part that when it comes to liquidity, that really stuck out to me. So
Okay.
How do you get paid like from doing that? Like, so you're buying the tokens because like Moose gave me tokens like the other day, like the last time, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do with them.
no, he gave you off-chain tokens, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if they're off-chain tokens, you do, like Mark said, they're utility. They're not coins; they're tokens. Okay, they're utility, and what you do is you use those to freaking boost your content and stuff like that. Now, he also
Can I
told
put
me
them on chain?
you can do
You
it.
can, but it costs a lot of
Oh, okay, the transition. Okay,
costs a lot to transition from off chain to on chain. Yeah,
so I
that's what
use
they
those
call the
tokens. So
gas fee.
I use those tokens when I have good stuff that I would like a lot of people to see. I use that what he gave me then, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you basically use it for boosting to get bigger audience to your channel.
Okay, I'll know because I haven't got the plus yet because I would like to get more traffic. I'm getting traffic now though. Like I don't know, it's more people since the last roundtable. Like one of my posts got like 100 views, which that's cool. And so I guess I'll get ready to, but I didn't know if it's just going to be a matter of how often, how consistent. And I just would like to make sure, like once I start posting what I have lined up that as long as it stays consistent, then it's worth it. But if it was just one of those like bursts of lightning type things and now it'll not be the same, I just was gonna just gauge it because it's money and I have to spend it and like have to eat at the same time. So
you see, I've spent a lot of time too on here with the regular mines, and I was beating my head over, or beating myself over the head with a sledgehammer, basically, because the the thing I've realized is on here, like, uh, I can get the views, but I'm not getting anything. Those tokens aren't cash. You know, it's just like on YouTube. Whenever I go on YouTube, I post my videos, but I don't expect anything out of it. You know what I mean? It's just something that I want to do so that people that I know on YouTube can watch my videos. But I know I'm not going to get cash from it.
yeah. So what's the incentive of getting plus then? Because I thought the whole thing.
Because on Plus is where you get the money.
Yeah, that's why I didn't join it at first because that was my whole perspective. Exactly what you said. Hey, I just kind of got some stuff to say, some stuff to do, and I'm going to post it out there. And you guys were like, "Oh, you can get some money off of it." But like, so do you get money for the views though?
Yeah,
No, for plus.
yeah,
Or
for
yeah,
Plus. That's how I get it. I mean,
just
whenever
the views
the
though. It's not like
transactions,
they have to come to the stream. Do you get more if people come to the stream?
um,
I thought you got from a plus account. You get your reward based on the interactions, not
yeah,
from views.
that's a part
Like
of the
people liking your
interactions.
post, sharing your post, things like that.
It's a part of the
But
interactions. Every time I put a video on freaking Minds Plus, I get money for it. All I got to do is upload a video and I get money for it.
Oh, I see. So
Really?
every time you
Yeah,
make a plus post, you get some points.
yeah. I can type something out
All
on
right.
the comment section, put it on the Minds Plus, and I make money off of it.
Okay. Good. Good. Good.
I mean, it's
All right.
it,
So for a plus post, you automatically get like
Many.
how
yeah.
much points or how much reward do you get for a plus post?
Well, they haven't really broken it down like that in the analytics. That's the one thing I think would
That's what
be.
Moose was talking about, you and him, and that's what he was saying. He would like to know what it is. Okay, and that's what.
I
Now,
would love to know that. That's another thing that he was talking about that I do agree with. Like, freaking, I'd love to find out exactly what it is that I'm getting for it. And then last week we were talking about click rate. You know what I mean? Um, I think I think mines would do a hell of a lot better if they had both organic reach and click rate because they'd have both of what made Facebook and YouTube really hit off big, you know, because organic reach is what really helped Facebook out because then you know what was viewed organically rather than what was freaking boosted or paid for. And with the click rate from YouTube, you can actually see how many people clicked on your your videos. So if it was from a boost or if it was from just somebody seeing it, whatever, you'd get that number. So you'd have your organic reach
Right.
versus your click rate.
All right.
Then I'd know how many people are actually seeing my videos.
I see. Yeah, I see that on
Yeah.
on
Sorry.
the what is it the earnings panel, you do get s- rewards for plus content.
Yeah.
You also get rewards for page view though, but I
That's
think this is only. Do you see any amount on your page view? I think
uh,
this page view only for pro account.
Now with the page view, it's a lot too. Isn't that the one we went over the last
Yeah,
time
like $1 for 100
for 1,000?
for 1,000. Yeah,
Yeah.
one for every 1,000 RPM,
Yeah.
you get
Yeah. That's
you get $1 or you get a token. What the?
total earnings for page view.
All right, so that's the pro, right? Because you're not showing anything for your plus, right?
Right. And the thing of it is I mean, does that even change with freaking pro? You know what I mean? Does the situation change there? Because like my analytics really didn't change all that much from regular Minds to Minds Pro. The only thing that really changed was basically I could go into my settings and I could find out what my payouts in my pro plan and all that was, and then in others they had um, the not the wallet. What was it? Um, well, content administration. There was something affiliate program. No payments. Yeah, recurring payments, pay methods. I could find that out, and then they had it in settings where I could actually see the pro tab in there, which I didn't have before.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you the option for the payouts if you want it in USD or Mines tokens. I never got that with regular Mines, and I don't know for sure if I upgraded to Pro if I would get better analytics or it would be the same thing as what it is for Minds Plus.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. So so far it sounds like you're doing fine. You got Plus Post earning you some tokens,
You know,
and
the thing that John and them had an issue about was the affiliate program. You know,
yeah, yeah. I
and
think they need to sort out some bugs in that thing.
and
Uh,
they're also worried about how that's going to affect the monetization thing too. Like, are you going to have to like have people come to mines in order to make money off of it, or is it still going to be the same? You know what I mean?
yeah,
So that was one thing that they really had an issue with, and like that deal about getting Bashy in here, you know, and having her have a conversation with us. That'd be a good idea too, because then
yeah. Definitely, definitely, man. There's a lot of stuff that we talk about that most of the time we're guessing as
yeah,
to what's the how they work. Having somebody from the inside like Bashy to keep us in check in terms of facts. What do they have? What feature? How is it implemented? How is it supposed to work?
well, I
Is
That
yours
mean,
stuff would be
monetized?
very valuable.
Do you have a monetized account, Tan?
I have a Plus account.
Yeah.
I'm not focused on monetizing it lately. If I do, if I do, I'd be just doing it for the educational purposes, so that I know how it works, so that like
It makes sense to
I
you.
have some stuff that back up for when I talk about it, so that I'm just not blowing smoke.
Do
I
you?
have some experience to back it up with, but yeah.
So, Roger, when you do your, like, okay, you said your post. So when you comment on stuff too, does that get you paid as well?
I don't know about the comments and stuff. I do that just out of natural. That's the way I am.
Comment, I think it counts as part of engagement rewards, right?
Now,
No?
um, it
No?
could be, but then you have to think: is it a part of the token system for Mines, or is it a part of the cash system for Mines Plus? Because I know if I post my videos from YouTube onto Mines, just regular Mines, that I get tokens for it. But and I know that if I make comments and I like comments, I get tokens for it. But I don't know for sure if that's applied towards the cash part. That's one thing I don't know.
Yeah.
So there's a
Well,
lot of things, and like the guessing thing, that's pretty much all anybody's ever done on mines that I can tell. I mean, it's just
exact,
like,
exactly why we need somebody like Bashi.
you know, I mean, I've
It,
that's all I've ever had to to get through all of it. Last week blew me out of the water because we had so much insight. I
Yeah,
mean,
mm,
Moose was very informative. He was
mm,
informative in regards to what he's experienced anyway. And it
yep.
seems to be that he's been getting paid a lot more. That's why I tagged him because he was talking about, what did you say that you sent him? Something about affiliates. Like, what was that about?
who, me?
Yeah, didn't you say you sent
Oh
him?
no. What happened was is I got a $30, no, $60 gift from Bill Altman for resubscribing. So I took $30 and boosted some of one of Moose's contents for 30 days, and then I did Old John for 30 days, and it was a day for 30 days.
Oh, nice. Okay,
And,
okay, okay. So
and
you can do that too. So you can just, okay, cool.
well, anybody can do that. I mean, you can do that on regular mines too.
I didn't
There you
know anything about that. I just thought it was. I was looking for a platform that was other than the norm, like Instagram, Twitter, and then then I had Station Head stuff like that. I was just looking for and YouTube because I'm not. I was hoping to get away from them. I'm just attempting to transition, and that's kind of how I found mine. Like literally, that was my search in the bar, in the search bar, and so yeah, I didn't know anything about the monetizing like until you guys started talking about it, and then like I said, when I realized that just I didn't know that. Like I just wanted to put my stuff out. I didn't know that just saying something you get something. So
Yeah.
that's and the coins are like 11 cents worth, 11 cents or something. You guys are saying, or is that more? It's
go.
7 cents now.
Um,
Where do we see that? Is it on?
it's up
I'm
on
on
your
that one. I don't
up
have.
on your time or your profile when you go
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can do it on there too, I guess.
up on the top right hand side next to your avatar and that little bell. You can see
Yeah.
you can see the
Oh, yeah.
what is
One mines is 6 cents right now.
yeah
Yeah.
and it'll take you
Oh, I
over
remember.
to
Do you remember, Roger, where it used to like one mine token equals like $2.50 US dollars
yeah.
a couple of
That's
years ago?
about last week.
I think they were like um,
Gee, they were reminiscing about that last week.
it was like everybody keeps talking on that. I'm like, dude, the glory days are gone.
Good old time, good old days.
I mean that big thing that happened where that guy was in the Caribbeans and freaking partying with all of his buddies. You know what I mean? Freaking that kind of shot everything out of the water for a lot of platforms. I mean, they, I doubt if anybody that's involved with Ethereum is going to recover from that. It's going to recover, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be like back in the good old days of cryptocurrency. That's just not going to happen. Because this makes the second time somebody's been busted like that. I
Yeah.
think the first time was up in your neck of the woods, up in Canada, Tan.
Hmm.
I think the first bad crypto scandal came out of Canada.
Oh, which one was that?
Oh God, what was it? It was in 2011 or 2013. One of the major cryptocurrency people, ended up going bankrupt, and then they had a big investigation and found out that was misuse of funds and shit like that. Basically, like this last one. And who was it? I think it was Mark that told me that we were associated with that that cryptocurrency that happened here recently, BFK or something like that, BKF.
This one you're talking about, right? Quadriga FinTech.
Intech could be. It was
Okay.
cryptocurrency.
They collapsed in 2019.
Yeah, cryptocurrency collapse. And like with Bitcoin, the one thing with Bitcoin I don't understand is how do they stay afloat? Because when I was doing the pricing on that and keeping watch over the prices, like they lose shitloads of cryptocurrency. I mean, thousands and thousands of dollars on a daily basis.
Millions.
Yeah, it just all through the week, and then all of a sudden, some mysterious wizard appears and freaking puts like tons and tons of money into it. Like there's a secret banker somewhere just keeping an eye open. You know what I mean?
Most likely the person overseeing the creation of the blockchains. Huh.
I have no idea how that's happening, but like I sat and I watched it, and they would lose like $5,000 worth of cryptocurrency one day after another for about maybe a week, week and a half, and then all of a sudden, bam, there was money there to take its place.
These people were like marketing to the big kahunas, and that's why they're turning up dead because they're losing all their money. Like I'm not saying it like I condone it, but I'm just saying like basically, hey, invest in this, and I'll show you how it can make you some money. They make them some money for a little while, and then they attempt to jack them, and they're jacking the wrong people. It's like attempting to rob the mob, and like yeah. They're not playing that, so these people are just turning up in boats and ocean and stuff.
Well, like I had it backwards before I started it. Like uh, I was really mistrusting Ethereum, but I didn't think much of Bitcoin, you know. But I went ahead and I kept watching Bitcoin, and I watched Ethereum. And Ethereum, at least you know, like whenever they're freaking losing money, you know, freaking you're losing money too. You know what I mean? But
But
and when they're gaining money, you know you're gaining money. But
Ethereum is a little bit more transparent, but like Bitcoin's people that had money in it, they knew what was happening. That's why they knew when to get out. I'm talking about the creators, not necessarily the investors, because a lot of people play on investors not lack of intelligence, but always willing to make a quick dollar, and they look at it like that, so they seem like easy targets usually. And so that's kind of how that went, because Bitcoin like was transparent with its people, and that's something like that's the standard, because even now with they're hoping for the research, but it was like the catalyst. It was kind of just like how far can we go, what can we do, and like marketing to the government like, hey, I can build your one world coin, I can build you, I can show you how you can control money. And then they present it, and then they have to put the money in to demonstrate exactly how easy it is to give this money and take it away. And then that's why you started seeing all these branches. I feel salty because in 2013, when Bitcoin was like 13 bucks, like someone was telling me about it, but they were unable to explain how it worked or how I would get it. And like, oh yeah, you got to get these machines, but like then you had to get like go into the stores and have the actual Bitcoin machines. It was just a lot more hassle, and so they were not able to really elaborate on how I'm supposed to get this here, but they kept telling me, and this is what you use it, and use it on the black market. I mean, you guys probably heard me ask about the black market before, and that's why, because they were explaining to me exactly what Bitcoin was or how it's used, but they weren't able to actually understand how it functions. Like, and so for me, I have to like kind of understand the makeup, but through my studies, through my travels, I've been able to learn a little bit more about crypto. So I kind of like learn different ones to invest in, different ones that are considered. There, like Mana is gonna it's a big deal. I mean, like that's Mana decentralization. That's actually the United States coin, and so that's definitely something to take into consideration when investing. Because I do invest in a few little ones that are kind of cheap right now, but have the potential to do other things. Again, they are points of control though, in order to control the money. But the developers know. They know when the coin's gonna tank because they make it tank, or when it's gonna blow because they make it blow.
let's see, when it for me, how I was able to get somewhat of an understanding was I actually had to go in and I had to freaking keep track with it. I got me a spreadsheet on Google Drive, and I kept the first date that I actually uh, recorded the prices. And I compared that first date to every date and every uh, crypto amount, okay, as well as the day before.
The
So,
daily high of the day and the daily low, the open and
yeah,
the close. Mm-hmm.
and I kept track if it was up or if it was below the original day that I started recording the prices,
Man,
and the day before that. And when I did it, it showed me the not versatility, uh,
about
volatility,
mm-hmm.
okay, within it. And I mean, cryptocurrency first off is really freaking volatile. I mean, it's nothing like the stock market, you know.
Yeah, you
Stock,
get a well, yeah, depending on where you're at in the stock market. But
you know.
yeah,
So when you go in there and you invest in cryptocurrency, it's just like gambling. That's all you're doing. You're gambling on it. And I I personally don't invest in any crypto that doesn't have interest. You know, if
So
if I don't get interest off of it, then I won't invest in it. And I mentioned that before. And the reason why I do that is because like these places can crash at a moment's notice. I mean, I watched. Well, I guess it'd be about maybe
but
10 of them, and they just they're they're really volatile. Some of them stick around, some of them don't. Like with cryptocurrency, I, or with Bitcoin, I didn't mess around with any of the smaller Bitcoins. I just invested in Bitcoin, and that was it.
yeah,
You know,
yeah, the little branches off of it. Yeah.
I, I just
Did you
I'm
get on the Dodge? Did you get on the Doge wave?
no that I picked up on that. That was like that's horrible. Even
But
my
no,
net.
I'm disgusted with myself. I got on it when it was less than 1 cent. Like, literally, it was less than 1 cent, right? And I mean, then Elon Musk goes on Saturday Night Live, boosts it up to almost a dollar. He said he's gonna get to a dollar. I think it got like 83, 85 cents. I said 85, and so maybe 88. But like he got up. Like and but by then I had kind of started taking my money out, so I didn't make nearly as much money as like because when I had it, I had like thousands of them because it was so cheap. And I'm kind of the same way with Shiba, but I feel like that's the distraction point for what, and that's where Dodge came from originally because it had the Shiba Inu, and that's the dog that they used for Dodge. But I
Shiba
feel like
Inu, I did keep an eye on Shiba Inu. The reason why I didn't stick it out with Shiba Inu is because I don't like decimal points. Okay, that shit is annoying as hell. If I've got to keep track of freaking 0.0000005.3 or 53 one day, and then the next day 00, you got to do that stuff on a daily basis, and I'm just
but
too damn lazy for that shit.
you could put $100 in there and kind of let it sit and it not go anywhere or whatever's in your budget, even $20 at this point, because like you can and just let it sit because what it is one of those things. Like I said, the developers, they know, and there has to be a shift from Bitcoin. We're kind of disgusted with Bitcoin. That's why everything is a negative connotation in regards to it. So we have to go somewhere else. We kind of, I don't want to say mucked up Dogecoin, but there's three really good ones, like really good ones. And like Ada, I don't think it's going to do it. I think Ada's a distraction. And like they used the little testers. They did the Luna, and Luna, Luna burst from like $12 to like $100 a coin in like a day, and then it dropped tremendously, and they had to like burn them all or whatever that means. But there's no more of that. They developed a different coin. I don't really fool with it because it loses its credibility in regards. But like I said, there's like three different ones. Like you just sit your money there, and you don't really have to trade it every day. Like I'll trade a little bit with the forex, like, but I don't do forex as much as I do like the indexes. I'll trade the indexes because they make a little bit more money than like forex does. And although I have been with the USD and JPY pair quite often, but I've kind of strayed away from it. But just because, again, like I said, the indexes make a little bit more money. But with, like I said, with like the Shiba and the smaller coins, if you get those really, really small coins, you put something in there that you don't even care about, even if it's only $10 or $20, definitely 20 at least, because you'll be a couple million up when it comes up, because it's going to. We have to. It's just you got to wait a little bit, and you got to be willing to wait a little bit. And yeah, like I said, just throw it in there. You don't have to touch it every day. Don't even look
What do
at
you
it.
got? What do you got there in that spreadsheet there, Roger?
Forget
I
about his
no
Shiba, his coin.
on on mine. What I did is towards the end I started checking out coins uh, like Cardano. Cardano draws interest. Um, it I thought that these guys would do really well because they were suggested, and I went in and I was really shocked that a lot of them really didn't do as well as what um,
Yeah,
these cryptocurrency places make them out to be. But the one thing about Cardano and Cosmos Atom is they they draw interest. Okay.
As Atom, I had some Atom as well. And Polka Dot. Have you heard of Polka Dot?
Yeah,
How do
I've
you feel
did
about it?
Polkadot, but they do the same thing. It's just too many decimal points. Okay, I can't handle that.
Polka Dot
Right.
like like $6 right now. I haven't checked it for a while because I haven't had it, but Polka Dot was up there for a bit.
Well, that could have been in the last year. I can
Yeah, it's in the last year because that's when I've done it. It's in the last year. Polka Dot, Cardano, XLM. How do you feel about them? Stellar.
now XLM was the one that had the problem with the freaking jackass in freaking Caribbean. He had a mansion, had 200 of his buddies sitting down there partying off of your money. You know, and then freaking United States government steps in and says, "Hey, ho, 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 you ain't supposed to be doing that shit."
All the
Uh,
more reason you invest because if they're involved, then they're going to make sure they make some money.
now, I mean, it's up to you if you want to keep investing in XLM, go
I
for it.
haven't.
You know, because like, I mean, even freaking dipshit, what's his name, the one that did Facebook, they they
Zuckerberg.
yeah, Zuckerberg did that shit in college too. He's Mr. Partier, you know. That kind of goes with the lifestyle, but
He says he went to Epstein's Island too, and he said there's some type of thing with him speaking about how he drinks the blood of children and he likes. Listen, listen, it's not fake. It's gonna make me pee. I'm holding it right now. Like, oh my goodness, I'll tell you the truth. And he said he particularly likes it. And he was going on and on about how and maybe it is fake. Maybe it is. Now that you're laughing about it, makes you think it is. But no,
Zuckerberg.
type of, and it was like a written thing though. And he like basically was saying how he goes there and they enjoy the adrenochrome from scared children, you know what I mean? And it's wild because like he was saying he actually likes it, he enjoys it. And I mean, come on, like he wouldn't drink baby blood. He looks like he drinks baby blood. That's
Yeah,
not
I don't know, but I don't think Zuckerberg could handle that. That'd kind of fuck him up. He just, I don't think he could freaking handle eating peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Just kind of,
get that man alone. I think he
but
does do it though. I think he does. I think there's a lot of people that are like with this whole, and no one believes it. But I mean, like the Underground Railroad. That's another thing you should talk about on conspiracy. But the Underground Railroad leading from the White House straight to Buckingham Palace, like there's underground tunnels that take you straight to London.
yeah,
I'm sure the White House.
but
Is it real or?
Yeah. Are the
look,
tunnels still?
now
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, whether or not they still use them.
I know that people aren't really popular on this,
Straight
but
from the middle, from the West Wing.
there is one big deal that is going on now, and you know the USD coin or the USD coin
Mhm.
USDC.
Yeah.
They are really pushing that here lately.
Tether in a place of it, which it parallels with the USD coin. That's what I heard, and I could be incorrect. But the USD coin is the same as the US dollar, and it treads on that. So they really cannot make it go too much further, and that's why Tether is the parallel of it. Allegedly, supposedly, you might know something that I definitely do not know.
But they're really wanting to push the centralization for the USDC. So if you're wanting to make money and everything and get some interest from it, USDC is an interest coin. So that means when you invest in it, you also gain interest off of it. And
What does the USDT?
just USDC.
I got it right here, yo.
And that's what I eventually did. It got so chaotic and everything. I just finally started just taking my money and putting it in USDC, and then later on, if I find something good, then I'll go for it.
What
But
about Solana? How do you feel about it?
Solana was like right towards the end of when I stopped checking all this stuff out. What really kind of kicked me in the nuts was Cardano. I really had high hopes for Cardano, and it just fell through.
It tanked. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Um,
Cardano,
even at
Cosmos too. I was the same way about Cosmos. It just they seem to really be going downhill in last August prices. So maybe
Solana at one point was like $250. Like I would love to catch that wave right back up. I know from now to 2026 there's going to be a huge surge in cryptocurrency. By 2027, like to have an established digital currency that is being utilized, because we'll have another election in 28 and we're going to want to have some more quote unquote order in regards. I really have to pee again. I'll be back.
yeah, that Coca Cola, all that coffee. But yeah, um, that's basically my feel on the whole cryptocurrency thing. I've given it as much effort as I could when it comes to it, and I'm not like going to freaking jump on the whole bandwagon of getting back on that stuff because it was just too much. And a lot of it's really crazy right now. I will be right back. I've got to run to the bathroom too.
All right. I'm just reading up on this affiliates program that Moose was talking about last week.
So what are you invested in now? Is this everything or this was your old spreadsheet? Yeah, I see 2022.
I'm not big on investment. I don't have any crypto investment right now.
Hmm.
Just little stocks here and there, mutual
What stocks are
funds.
you in? I have a few stocks. What stocks are you on? Well, you don't have to tell me because everyone does not like to share their portfolio. Like I'm on eToro and they kind of make your portfolio public by default. But so I can understand if you don't want to.
I'm not sure. It's all done. My banker is doing all that management. I'm not.
You let someone else manage your money? That's
Yes,
dangerous.
I don't.
Well, I mean, if you have enough money and you trust those people, I don't care how much money I have, I'm gonna keep all my money to myself. Like not to myself, but like I'd like to know full on, heads on, because people when they do that, not saying anything wrong against what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying sometimes people like to get into your stuff and then they'll be in your stuff and like in your stuff, and then you don't even really know about your stuff. Just like now, you can't even tell me about your portfolio. Maybe you just rather not, which I can understand. You don't have to. But so for me,
Yeah,
AI.
yeah, right? Yeah, yep, you're right. Like I said, I'm not that big on investment. I just put in there stuff in there for a long term. I need to review my portfolio.
Do you do
You're definitely right.
like
Now, see, long term is what he's mentioning there, and that's what I'm getting at when I'm talking about interest. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
um, don't invest in any crypto that doesn't give you interest because that's long term. All right, and
Mm-hmm.
don't. It's like on the computer when I'm making videos. I don't
Right.
data dump. I don't data dump my video, and what data dumping is just taking like 50 freaking computers or videos and just downloading all of them or uploading all of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
It,
oh
so when you do that, that screws you over. And the same concept goes into like buying cryptocurrency or even buying stocks. You don't take all your money and just invest it all at once. You do it at a time period. Like I'll invest so much one month, then the
Mm-hmm.
next month I'll invest a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And during that time period, you have that volatility going on,
Right.
and as you add that extra bit, that compensates for what you lose off that volatility, and the interest is still growing. So if you do it that way, you actually make more money than if you just dump all your money in there. You know
Well,
what
I
I
was
mean?
more so asking him if he does his own research for his stocks. Because, like me, I have my stocks that I have, and I know not to touch my stock market. Like, it really has to be a we're starving and I have to get my money out type thing. I don't play with my stocks, but like, I will hit or miss with crypto because it's so low often, so I can put that back easily. But like, my stocks are more expensive, so I have to kind of do it when I get my big, not big money, but a decent amount of money to do it, and I leave it there. But I was just more so asking, do your portfolio based off of what your investor guy person tells you, or like, do you say,
Yes.
hey, I like LLC? No, absolutely not. Well, I mean, okay, that's fine. I
I,
apologize. I didn't mean to say absolutely not. I'm just saying, for me personally, I would like, I do my own research. That's why I was just wondering, and that's
yeah.
how I pick my stocks.
So what kind of stocks are you buying?
I have uranium. I have AI. I'm really like Google and Amazon. The way it dropped, I feel like they're doing a parent project. I do Alibaba. Oh, let me think. Let me think. I could just open it, but I'm not gonna tell you everything because, like,
Right.
yeah, and like I understand. That's
That
why.
seems like a lot that
Yeah, no, I
you
loved
have
it. I
on
love
your
the stock
portfolio.
market, but I never understood it. Now I understand it. Oh man, and I just learned how to trade my margin. Like, basically, I can buy the spread. I never knew what that stuff meant, and the guys always say that, and I don't like to sound clueless, so I listen more than I talk if I don't know about it. And so that's why, like, when I'm quiet on here, I don't know, so I listen. And so it's mad. I learned how to trade with more money than I actually have. I just learned that this week, like 3 days ago, and it's been a dope week as a result. I,
Really? That's cool. How do you? Yeah, do share.
right. I guess with the margin, I don't really know. It was
Uh,
one of those things that I,
Trade trade more with
with more money
more
than I
than what
have,
you
yes.
have. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, and it creates it to where, like, I keep the same margin available, so it's like buying and selling at the same time. But I guess I'm hitting it at a point because it doesn't always work. I'm hitting it at a point to where it is actually in consolidation. So because it's in consolidation, no matter what, I'm staying in profit, and then I'm able to. Yeah, it's really lit. I like it. And so planner, that's a really big one. Just if you're not already into planner, I would definitely consider. Yeah, Tesla, but Tesla, I got it. I paid for Tesla, and then Tesla started dropping on me a lot. And like I said, at that point, I wasn't in a position to just like lose a lot of money. And so as a result of losing a lot of money, I pulled out of Tesla. But I do trade Tesla
Oh,
on
yeah.
the
That Tesla is interesting because they dropped because of the Twitter purchase, but they're
split, but they're
bound
going to go back up. Tesla's going to
they're
go back
bound
up
to come
in a
back up.
week.
Yeah, maybe.
I know because I trade them on the with leverage trading. I do leverage trading with Tesla, but I don't have a actual share of Tesla right now. But I do the leverage trading. That's how I know it's going to go back up because I actually watched the chart, and I've made some money off of Tesla. Not the money I lost back yet, but I
Yeah,
mean,
but see, and like Elon Musk, okay, that's the thing that gets me. Like, okay, this man loses more money than I could ever make in a lifetime. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And he's
Hmm.
still able to freaking
no.
run
Right. He's still
SpaceX.
rich.
No, SpaceX. I mean, how's he
Yep.
still sending ships up? Like he does tests. Like every month, he's sending a space shuttle up to freaking see if it'll freaking work. You know what I
Right.
mean? How's he doing this crap? And he's losing money.
Maybe he's very efficient, frugal, maybe he's only buying or he's developing. I feel like he develops more than he purchases, and he kind of comes from the ground up, which makes it a very cheaper alternative in regards. And I don't know, because I have never met this man personally, actually. And so I just feel as though that would be what he was doing, and that would make it a cheaper option, and even more, to me, a more reliable one, just because you know what you have, know what you're dealing with. But I know a lot of people that would not depend on that, because then he's completely independent at that point. If I'm not purchasing any of your goods or services, like, and he said this on an interview before, because I've gotten into him really recently, like listening to like who he is or how he thinks and stuff like that from his interviews and stuff like that. And he was saying, he was like, look, you can't offer me money. Like, I don't care about that stuff. Like, I'm doing this because it feels good to me. Like, this is right. And I would like to help. And I mean, like, that's why I feel like he would
I
be
think
used.
it's more than that though, because like
Oh, of
when
course it's more than that, but I'm not going to tell you that.
with that deal with Twitter when he changed the name and everything. Like, do you remember when he was walking into the office with what was it, a toilet or
Oh,
a
sink.
Yep. Yep.
sink?
Yeah, I heard about
He brought the sink into Twitter
No,
headquarters.
You tell me he freaking didn't know he was gonna lose money just
He
by
didn't care.
make
He did it for a purpose. Like it's,
just
I'm
making
telling you,
that statement. Just I mean, he's walking in with a
but it's
kitchen
like
sink.
mine
He brought the kitchen sink. He brought everything.
has the million,
But uh,
has the traffic, and so he's gonna. I don't know what he's gonna do. I don't know that man.
he's. You think he's worried about losing money? It's probably.
He's
It's
about
just
worried about this.
he's probably thinking it's a temporary thing that'll correct over time.
Yeah, he'll probably be able to. Yeah, because it's kind of like he's attempting to do what these people already here at Mines have started, like the freedom of speech and free
Yeah,
speech thing.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I feel like because they already have the traffic that Mines is missing, it
Mhm.
it makes sense. But at the same time, there's so many people against it. But I feel like if they could kind of integrate so that they can see what Mines is doing, so if they could present Mines is doing, I don't. I mean, like that's something that is a different conversation at a different time. But I'm just saying, like with Twitter, it already has the traffic that Minds is attempting to accumulate. And if I could get you on this type of wave span, then it's going to make it to where more information is being able to be dispersed. But right now, you have so many people so many people bugging about what he's doing because they're so afraid of change. Has nothing to do with him actually doing something wrong. It's literally like, well, we've always done it like this. You know, those old people that sit on the porch and complain about the kids actually growing up. It's literally who they are. And then we've done it for this. Blah, 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 blah. Why does he have to do it like this? But he, like, it makes sense what he's attempting to do in regards, but he gets a little cocky in his ways. So I get why people get annoyed because, like, yo, bro, I would like to support you, but don't make me feel like I should not support you. Like, make me feel like supporting you always. And I get it. Who cares? Well, you should care because then that's the whole point. Why have freedom of speech just to listen to yourself talk? Like, it should be freedom of speech because you want to hear everyone talk. So you like people to care about what you're doing to the extent, but at the same time, your means, you have to make sure, like, you do it. Like,
Well,
you.
see, with Elon Musk, you got to understand this whole freedom of speech thing with him. Okay, the reason why he even jumped on that boat was because he got pissed. All right, that's where it
Yep.
all started. I mean,
Yep.
Who
like
was he mad?
he was mad at Twitter. Twitter was
Yep.
freaking like
Oh, censoring him. Yeah, but
censoring
that's
him. He said, you know what, screw you. I'm gonna buy the freaking company.
Yep.
He bought the company and he fired every single person that was censoring him.
Yep.
I think it's kind of cool though. Like, and it's like a real big flex. Like, yeah, you don't like what I say? Watch this. You're gonna have to listen to me. As a matter of fact, I don't even want you to listen to me. Get out. And like, that's kind of a dope flex. But then I know he's probably like, dang, what did I get myself into? Because it's probably a lot to fix. Like, I can imagine
They argued
where it's
with
coming
him
from.
constantly. Like Twitter argued with him over and over again, and he just said the hell with you and started firing people. But
I know the guy trying to sue him or something like that. Like they want to sue him, one of the guys that he fired or whatever. But I know he has just cause, and I'm sure he could figure it out if he is yet to. In regards to, especially if there was unethical practices that were happening in regards to the company that it was projected exactly. And so, in the projection of the way I'd like the company's directions ahead, I just did not feel as though they would be a proper fit. They were giving options to be able to turn around and change, but they were not. They were given an option. They were just had to leave. Oh well, in that case, they might just have to not align with the company's values, and that's okay.
Every message I get from Twitter or X now goes straight to my trash on email because I know that it's usually coming from some hot MILF that wants me to see her titties.
Serious?
Dead
On
serious.
Twitter?
On Twitter.
See,
Really?
like, and yet that's no lie though, because for a long time there was like weird, like porn almost all the time. But I voiced my opinion about that, and it changed. So my stuff is kind of good now. They changed those algorithms, but it was worse when Aubrey ran it. I mean, when it was the other way around, because like it was just a different type of situation.
You just accidentally click on freaking a link one time, dude. That's all I gotta say. I did it one freaking time, and I got all these hot freaking vixen milfs that want to get to know me. You know what I mean?
Twitter?
On Twitter.
Why don't I get the big mandingo dads that want to get to me? Like, what do you mean? How do I get to your Twitter? But on the opposite, what?
I'm sure they got them somewhere. I'm sure they got them somewhere.
No, it's but I guess mine's. I guess I choose what I
And
follow.
it's really gender friendly there when it comes to like that. Like you're not gonna find too many people that are men on freaking Twitter saying, "Hey, baby, come check me
You
out." You know what I mean? Because
crazy.
men are the horn dogs. We're the ones that freaking really want to see that stuff. The majority of women don't get into that. They want to talk about French kissing and shit.
No, guys
They
will be
want you
having
to read them
no clothes
poetry and
on. Look, I'm working out. Don't you like my hot body? I don't see any of that. I know that it exists because it's on Instagram. So you're not going to tell me that they're not on Twitter too. And they be
oh
working
god.
out and eating fruit in slow motion and putting whipped cream in the middle of their peaches and stuff like that. I've seen this stuff. I know it exists. I know it exists. So if you get
guys
the hot
guys in
milk,
gym guys at the gym, all that sweat just coming off.
yeah, just sweating like, oh, I'm so hot. And the sweat's just like,
Oh my god. See, that's the
I
insanity of a woman's world right there, man. Yeah.
I'd only watch for a little while, then I get bored. Trust me. You throw on some good cartoons. Mine's is like full of cats and rap songs. Not rap songs, just music. But
But it's
yeah,
like
cats and music.
and you know how you guys were talking about Twitter and like doing all these things like there was something that all reminds me of that YouTube did and it never got any recognition, like when they actually started doing their freaking YouTube Prime, I think it's called, or uh, the the upgrade where you can actually watch television.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Now they were actually the ones that had the freaking the people, the viewers and stuff. And I remember when they came out with local television for YouTube, and all the other ones like Hulu and everything were saying, we're going to have it soon, we're going to have it soon, we're going to have it soon. And YouTube was able to pull up freaking local television for every part of the United States, I think within 3 months. And it was because of the amount of people that were on their network, on their
Already,
platform.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It was that easy for them. But when it comes to Twitter, I mean, I think freaking Twitter could actually do more if they really wanted to. You know what I mean? I don't think it necessarily
They
has. I don't think it necessarily has anything to do with like a good, social purpose or anything like that. A lot of it, I think, came out of Elon Musk getting pissed off and saying he had enough of it because he
But
sat
if he's
there.
able to,
He sat there and put up with the whole thing with Donald Trump getting harassed. When they kicked Roseanne off of freaking Twitter, he put up with that. If he had such a problem with all that stuff, then why didn't he say anything
because it
then?
didn't matter until it was him, which I mean, like, and then it probably, like, not even necessarily that it didn't matter, it led up to it. It's like, okay, now this is, oh, and me too. Well, hold on, well, you forgot who I was. I got the money to buy you, and you want this money. Because at first he was like, man, I don't even want to do this, because he backed out at one point. And the reason why he didn't, because he knows that it's a lot of, the whole point, I don't want to say the reason why he didn't. Again, I don't know the reason why he did not. But the whole point of a lot of what they had going on with Twitter was for them to be able to push what they would like to see, what type of content that they would like to see. And I feel like when Elon first got involved, what he would do is kind of the same thing just on his Richter scale. But then he started saying, okay, now let's tighten up. I got to get this right. So with the transition into X and him attempting to at least be able to, hey, look, this is what I really think he wants to do what they do with Minds, but just on a bigger scale. And he would like the opportunity to be able to bring real raw news. Right now, he cannot do that. Like they sue him in it, or he's anti-Semitic. He cannot do it, but they had so many bots on it before. He's attempting to get rid of. He cannot use the same system because then that makes him a hypocrite. And then as a result of him being a hypocrite, no one's going to actually listen. So he has to have authentic interaction with being able to promote and contribute the same type of pull and push that information is going to require in order for people to even get wind of it. Because right now people are so stuck on the fact that he's the face of Twitter, they're not really grasping the what they could do with it. Like, oh, so you're saying I can say whatever I want to say? And it's like, yeah, but you kind of have to gauge the respect. How we have the issue here on Minds, so where sometimes we're really, really nice to each other, and other times we're really crappy to each other. And it's like you don't want to get on a point to where you're promoting racism and you're saying this is okay, but allow people to express themselves freely in a community that we can see how you think. How do you feel about this? Not because they suppressed you on the old Twitter. They suppressed you on YouTube. Like, I'm shadow banned on YouTube and I got good stuff, but like they suppress you, and that's what he. That's because, oh, I want this type of content to be pushed. I want you to focus on this, literally the agenda, and so he was upon being used and he allowed himself to be used, and that was the result. And attempting to undo that is going to require a lot of manpower that I don't feel like people are willing to commit on the aspect that he's hoping to see, because he would like a certain type of result, and if he's not getting that, I mean, he's Elon Musk. He's gonna, hey, screw this, I'm going this way, then I don't have to worry about it. He should be a little bit more lenient in that, and at least be more vocal about what we're expressing and what we're looking for in regards, and then giving people an opportunity to at least adjust. But don't take no shit because, oh, excuse me, but honestly, you cannot, because if you do take some, then you're letting people get that opportunity to say, okay, I can do this, I can do that, I can do that. And like, honestly, shout outs to him. I would have brought all my own people in, and I know that sounds bad. It sounds really bad. And I'm not saying fire everyone, but my people would be headed. People that I know I can trust, people I know I can depend on, would be their bosses. Not necessarily their boss, but you be paying attention. And you're going to show me what you've been doing here, and I want to see. I'd like to see exactly what you've been doing. And if you're unwilling to comply, that's fine. We can move around in the company to where you have a lesser position, or you have the opportunity to walk away. And I'm giving you, and I'll give you 2 weeks. So within 2 weeks, you know not to show back up here. I'm not firing you. You were voluntarily.
When he wanted to back out, okay, you gotta kind of think back on that, okay? He he actually wanted to back out because he realized that there was all these third-party freaking advertisers coming on there. That's the reason why I mentioned, the MILF crap, because that's what it was. They were freaking people that were they're basically freaking bots that are throwing spam onto Twitter.
You want to see my pussy? I know. I've seen.
Twitter is full of freaking all of these bots that were put on there, and he found out that Twitter was allowing it because that's what was keeping them afloat.
Yeah, keeping the money. And,
okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was a good part. The fact that he found out that freaking Twitter was doing that, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden, though, when he found that out, the first thing's popped in his head is, oh, shit. Because now he's stuck with it, you know what I mean?
He almost wanted to back out of the deal because of that, didn't he?
Yeah. I mean, and it was like fucking all of a sudden, I find out all the bad news, and I'm not too eager to freaking do it. And that's when he was right in the middle of negotiations. And he was dead set ready to leave, but you know what happened? It's those people that were in charge of Twitter said, "Hey, hold on, dude.
They need that money. Hey, we going broke over here.
You just signed a contract. You're in. There ain't no way you're
remember that $44 billion they talk about? What you was talking about, though? Talking about? I need that.
When they put a fire underneath his ass and said, "Look, buddy, we're gonna sue you because of freaking,
that's right.
Not wanting to freaking finish up this contract." That's when he decided, okay, I can go ahead and take it.
And then he's like, oh, was it 44 bill? Fine, whatever. But I mean, at the same time, now he's like, man, this shit is some bullshit. You guys gonna have to tighten up a lot, and then that makes it more work. And he has so much stuff already going.
He's like an overage fucking playboy, dude. You know what I mean?
You think he's a temp?
He's running around putting Botox on his face and shit, and fucking hanging out with all the young ladies. That's because
society makes you feel like you have to look a certain way in order to be accepted as like the. I really feel like.
Dude, he went and bought freaking the Tesla company. All right, come on. All right.
Wait, hold on. He bought Tesla? I thought. Yes, hold on.
He bought Tesla. Tesla is freaking the old car off of freaking Back to the Future. That's like every freaking geek's freaking fantasy is to own that freaking company,
I
and
thought
it
there
was a
was two
failure.
people,
It was
and
a
then
failed company. All right, just out of the blue, he's like, I'm gonna go freaking get me a Tesla. You know, that's
so
like,
you think he's just a spoiled rich brat that buys up the stuff that he
all
wants?
right
Huh.
now. He is an intelligent man. When it comes to SpaceX and everything, freaking, he does the research on that shit. He's a scientist, all right. But don't get it
Yeah,
mistaken. He's still an overgrown brat. You know,
I don't think he is. I mean, I mean,
he was
I could be
born
wrong.
and raised into money, dude. He's not the one who earned
Yeah.
all that money. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Did you look into their monetization program that they introduced since Elon took over? Like,
The
I've
Twitter
been
feed.
they
hearing.
look a lot like mines.
That's why I said I feel like he's
Looks a
attempting
lot
to do
like
what they're
mine
doing here on
subscriptions
mine
Well,
and
that's because they're
on a
freaking
bigger scale.
actually starting to listen to Bill Ottman. You know what I mean? They're like, come on, dude. Seriously, you guys are gonna listen to that dude? I
Not
ain't
me. Roger is just
like Bill. Bill is a
funny.
freaking
I
crazy man, dude. He is
I saw him.
literally a
you should
crazy man.
you should get him on your live stream. You should
Oh,
Dang,
get
you
Bill
gotta start
Ottman on
tagging
your
him.
live stream, Rogers, and
he
sometime.
he he already knows.
He'll come if you say naughty words in general. He
No, I
came down
can't do
one
that
time.
no
I
more.
seen
He
him.
made me a moderator, so I got to be a good guy, and I can't say, he played well. It was
Yeah,
like all that stuff. He made me a moderator, and he said, yeah, now I got you, buddy. Now you got to behave. You can't be saying all that mean stuff.
right.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's
So
his name.
That's your leash.
It'd be
Not your
cool if we can
chain.
get him to interview with you on your show.
I think he should be interviewed by you. You'd be the
What?
one that would
No,
be.
man.
You'd be the
What do you?
more.
Well,
You'd
you
be.
don't know what you could ask him if you were
Well,
to
I
interview
think
him.
you would be the more responsible person who'd be able to ask those sensible questions and stuff. Like I'd pick on him because I know how minds came together. You know what I mean? I know how he formed minds. Minds was nothing more than him and his buddies in college. Okay, they
Mm,
they came together and
yeah,
and they freaking created this thing. Then they
but
all
it
got then
sounds a
then
lot like a lot of startup stories.
well, I mean, the thing
That's
of it
how
was is
that's how Google got started in
they did
McCann
this
in
when they were in
university.
college smoking dope. I
Ha
mean,
ha ha. What are you
yeah, dude,
doing?
come on, they were in college, freaking hanging out. And all of a sudden,
You
they're
don't
like,
know these
dude,
facts. You
we
need to
need
do
to
that.
like, make a freaking website and shit.
Wait,
At least they learn
didn't
nothing.
Bill started the mines out of his basements?
Wow.
He was in college.
Hmm.
They even have a freaking article on LinkedIn talking about it. If you ever go up there, I don't know if it's still there. It's been years since I've read it, but
Hmm.
um, they talk about how they originally started the website. It was him and two other friends that were in college, and they they just came up with the idea, and that's how they ended up getting it started. So it's it's I think I forgot which college he went to. I think it was like Cambridge or something like that.
Oh, that's smart boy.
You see, Mark Harding, the CTO, he posted the video of the HQ.
Yeah.
Is that the one when they first started?
Yep, this is
Uh,
their head office. This is their
wow.
HQ and
I
mines
mean,
get
they're
started.
gonna go big. That's just like, you know what I mean. Not that I'm a big fan or anything, but like, Bill Gates
See,
and
like right there, he's got a widescreen TV and shit.
Oh yeah.
That's where he's partying, and he's sitting on that freaking couch. He's drinking beer with his buddies. They're
Is
freaking
this
jumping off the
Is this Bill's
balcony into the
basement or is
swimming
Mark's
pool.
basement? I think it's Bill's house.
It looks like a basement. Whenever you guys were talking to me about like servers and stuff
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that,
That's cool.
I didn't realize that that was what was going on. He's like running the whole network out of his basement and shit.
Yep. Yep.
So I think that's pretty interesting.
That's cool.
But like, don't be fooled by Bill. Bill's fucking crazy. He, he's he's nuts. I
Yeah.
actually watched
But
him
he's a
on.
kind nut. You gotta be. Look at this
Kind,
guy.
kind nut. He's a kind nut.
He's a kind nut.
But
Yeah.
I
Well,
I I ain't got much bad stuff to say about him. But I
yeah.
do know that he's crazy as dog shit. I mean, that's
I don't have anything bad to say about him, but he's
no,
definitely.
he's not as bad as what I said about Joe Rogan and freaking what's his face? He's the guy that believed in Planet X collision, gliding into freaking Earth and shit. But they they all have their own like crazy little world, and like they invited Bill in for an interview and stuff, and he started talking about copyrights and how he felt about them. You know, he has this like weird philosophy that freaking nothing is original content. It was thought of by somebody else before you. And it's the only time I agreed with Joe Rogan on anything where he looked at him, he's like, but what about freaking when people take time and effort for freaking weeks and months at a time creating what they feel is their content and doing the actual work of editing and stuff like that? Don't you think they should have copyrights,
Mm,
for
yeah.
protecting them? And
Yeah.
I agree with him on that. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if it was an idea that was thought of 100 years ago or 50 years ago. What about the time and effort it takes to freaking edit that
Produce
shit
it.
and produce it? Yeah. I
And
mean,
then
Yeah.
too, that's probably where the Minds Plus comes in because you would have to pay to steal in that regards, and in which case you're getting paid, which would make sense why it'd be better to subscribe. Because if you're not on Minds Plus, you're not going to have access. That makes sense too.
now see, that's another reason why I don't think that download thing's ever going to be resolved, because I don't think freaking that they really want the content to be downloaded after it's been put on mines, because this
For you,
stuff this
you
stuff's
talking about the
actually
video or the live streams?
live streams and the videos
Yeah.
both,
Yeah.
because once it's encoded into mines,
Hmm.
it becomes a part of freaking the cryptocurrency. And like they're actually taking each frame and they're freaking encrypting it and turning it into freaking NTFs each frame. Like
Really?
every video has a freaking frame, and each frame is being encoded. That's why the videos look better on mine than what they do on my video player. Is because they're actually going in there and they're freaking encrypting it and doing their process. So they, I don't think we'll ever see the videos being able
Wait,
to be
you think the
downloaded.
video on mine is better quality than your original copy? I
Yeah,
think it's worst.
you should
It's
see. I mean, I've had some shitty freaking videos, man, that I put on here, and then I look at it when it's on mines, and it's like, wow, they actually
oh,
they made it look better. I
that's a
mean,
good point. I mean, for videos, or for older videos
yeah,
that have older formats, maybe they make it better
I've
when
had
uh,
I've had
when
some
they
that I've had to
transcode it.
make in like 12 frames per second, and I put it on
Yeah,
mines.
yeah.
And I looked at it after they were done with it, and I'm like, that's not freaking 12 frames per second. You know, they did a really good job of it.
Hmm.
So I I just don't see.
So, did you notice that we were talking about on the chat yesterday? You notice that they've taken live streaming off of regular account. I don't know, Kama. Maybe you can verify for us.
Okay.
Are you able to? You have the video icon on your new post?
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Like this one right here that I'm talking about.
Because see, I'm on my phone on that one. I have to pull it up on the computer. Because if not, is
So they've taken away a live streaming capability from non-plus accounts, I believe.
yeah, it tells me I have to upgrade. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, the button is there for you to click. I mean, this last button right here.
It says live stream created successfully.
Oh.
Um, that's what
Oh.
it says. Compose my channel, and so speak your mind, and then I have the smiley face, the picture. Yeah, no, it says.
Oh, okay. So it's
Look,
still
look, look, look. Is it this one? Hold on, I'm gonna show you.
showing.
Look,
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
A.
So it gives you the key. It gives you a key or something like that that you can plug into.
Yeah, and then it says create blog or whatever.
All
Stream.
right. So it looks like it's still there. Maybe.
Yeah,
So
so
I'm
no
I'm,
links in
I'm
it. I
wrong.
haven't used it yet.
Now, I also mentioned it before, like, and Mark or you, one of the two, said that it's changed, but I do know that there are differences in like PCs and freaking laptops too.
Wait a minute. I have another Minds account that is not Minds Plus, and I don't get that video. I
Hey,
don't see that video icon
you were
on.
gonna do something like that. That's why I should kept my mouth shut. Maybe it's because you're not on the computer. Are you on the computer?
I am.
Yeah,
I'm on
on
a
the computer.
computer.
He's on both actually.
Don't take
Yeah.
mines. Do not take mines because you don't have one.
But yeah, I don't see it either. He's showing it right there.
You have Mines Plus, Roger. Please
Yeah, I
cut
mean,
it out.
I've got one, but I can see his screen share.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me
I
see.
do. I do see. I do have it here on my
Yeah.
normal
Yeah,
account.
now click on that.
Oh, your normal account.
Yeah, no.
But he said that's his
Yeah.
normal
Okay, yeah.
account.
See, now that's on his pro. Or his,
No, plus,
plus.
plus. This is my plus.
That's his
Are you able to see this stream
Yeah.
created successfully on your account,
Are you
Karma?
able to see
Yeah.
that?
It says live stream created successfully.
Yeah, okay.
Use the below details to broadcast the video.
Looks
Yeah.
like it looks like you can, but it seems like a
It's just for me.
few selected account. I have another account that is not flush,
No.
but I don't see the video account.
Watch
Yeah, I
tomorrow.
don't see the video icon.
No.
It's a good.
Mr. Ottoman, please.
Oh.
keep it.
Oh,
Wait, is
hell?
that the
I
new-
just refreshed and now I see it. It's messed up.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I
You
just
had me
refreshed.
worried. I thought you were gonna get mine taken. Like, oh, don't worry, we're knocking them out one by one. Who else has it? Oh, okay, so she has.
Damn
Oh, that's
you,
weird.
Bill, man.
I could have sworn that video button wasn't there. I just reloaded the page and it's there.
That's probably because
You made me feel
Bill's
special for
Playing
watching
mind
right
tricks
now.
I
on
was
it.
like,
No,
oh,
no,
it's
Bill's
just weird.
watching, and he's like, I'm gonna get this dude. Watch this shit.
Yeah. Maybe
He
Bill's
switched it
snooping on
around.
our live stream audio. You know.
Yeah, he's like, oh, why are you
Gotta
finishing?
fix
Right.
this guy.
Let me fix it right now.
Yeah.
See, so he does listen. Tell him, hey, Mr. Ottoman, if you're out there, it'd be nice for you to come and answer a few questions if you don't mind.
Not if you call him Mr. Ottoman.
He
Not
might
going.
like that one.
Ottman. Bill
He-
Ottman.
Bill Ottman. The Ottoman. He's the Ottoman.
Bill Ottman. Pay
I
me
am
now
the
and then
ultimate.
see you later.
I know, right?
He's like, you don't know nothing. That's messed up.
Right, back to mine stuff for a bit. What do you think they can improve in the live streaming in terms of helping you make more money? Apparently, they cost them a lot to support the live streaming.
Yeah, I know. From what I've seen on the prices, it's been pretty high. But like with improvement, I kind of stick behind what Robot said when it comes to like when you stop a stream and you use the same
Same
code,
key.
the
Yeah.
same stream key, if it freaking wipes it out. I think that's actually a good thing. I agree with him
Yes.
on that. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
because like I'm doing my 24/7 now, okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I don't want that stuff to process and stay on the channel. I mean,
Mm.
when I do freaking start it or stop it to put something else on it or just to give it a break,
Yeah.
I'd like to be able to just start it back over and all the old stuff get wiped away, you know? And
Right.
it'd be my choice to freaking start
Yeah,
another
I was
link.
wondering about that. So you have on another post, you have a 24/7 live stream replay, live stream going on.
Right,
Roger Hanson.
right.
Oh, so it's always on. You're always
Yeah. I've
It's
got
never
like,
finishing. You gotta crash.
this was me and Tan's idea
You gotta crash the server.
originally. Alright.
really.
Yeah,
So if I go to your
this
page
was
right
me
now,
and Tan's original idea, and let me pull it up. I'll show you what it looks like because it looks
that's
cool.
so crazy. I didn't know you.
Yeah.
I thought it was called 24/7 because like you do it on like YouTube. I didn't know you're on Mine's 24/7. So if I go, oh, but I have to be Mine's Plus.
So this is on a new post you made on yesterday.
No,
Roger?
yesterday, yeah. It was. I started it yesterday, and it's been running for 2 days now. Yeah.
Oh shit.
So wait, is this
Imagine what's gonna happen when
right
you
now?
stop. It's gonna try to record. It's gonna try to store all of that 48 hours of streaming you have onto
Yeah.
its server.
But see, the good thing about it is once I turn around and I freaking hit stream again, all that information is going to be wiped. You see?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah,
And,
yeah.
that's what I agree with.
Oh, it is.
That's what I agree with when it comes to what Robot was talking about because I think that would actually be a good thing.
Mm.
Now, if I wanted to make another stream where I wanted it to be recording, I can do like this on this computer with like what we're doing now. This is going to stay on there as a
Right.
stream,
Right.
and it'll be permanent. And plus, I've got it recording as well for backup. But like that 24/7 thing, man, that's just our old videos that are planned, or if somebody wants to watch them again, they can.
Right. Okay. Okay.
But how do you post that and let it keep running continuously without it getting deleted?
You just hit play.
So is it so people so they can watch that stream or this stream if they go to your page right now?
Yep.
Hmm.
Yep. He has two streams going on right now. The 24/7 live. Wait a minute.
Like you're
You have a
becoming a
point.
movie star right now, Karma.
So like every time so when I was hold on, can they see me all the time? So when I was dancing earlier, those people can see me?
No.
Oh.
Well, I guess if can we rewind?
I wasn't dancing. I
Oh,
was
did you do it on the live stream or just on the Jitsi?
Just
on
at the
Jitsi.
beginning, it was the Jitsi, and when I came on, she had it muted, so the music wasn't playing, and I hit
Alright.
the music for you guys.
I hit
Yeah,
stream.
I'm gonna review the live stream after this and see Karma dancing.
She was. I told her that's the
wasn't
perfect
dancing,
freaking
dancing.
introduction, man. I mean, we have a woman sitting there dancing for
Mm-hmm.
freaking the Minds Weekend
You could take-
round
For
table.
3 hours.
People can pay good money for that.
Oh,
That's good
hell
money
no.
there.
I
Put
got
that on
10
your plus.
tokens.
You make.
I got 10 tokens.
But then you have to give Karma a cut.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Understand.
it's actually pretty cool, you know, that we're doing this. This is what I was, or actually, I believe we were the ones talking about it all together. You know, just doing something like this, and then I can add something to it, or add more episodes to it, and make it freaking longer.
Why am I frozen like that? Go back up. Let me see my
Well,
picture.
that's
you gotta
big-
use a different thumbnail.
Because
You stopped the replay, did you?
Well,
Oh, no.
do something about that. Look at me. What are
Wait.
you doing? That cannot be
Oh yeah,
it.
the stream is
You have to pick a different thumbnail.
Let me.
stream
There
is
you go.
No,
That's
paused.
there
better.
it
Wait,
is.
you?
It's straight. It's
What
straight
happened?
now.
What happened there, man?
My OBS stopped. It froze.
Ah,
So
okay.
I have to constantly go in and watch the OBS, make sure that it's not freezing up and stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah, you got to pick a decent thumbnail. Like,
Well, the audio is what's important. I mean,
Right.
you know what I mean? It's
not if you're advertising. I mean, if you're advertising with the picture, if you're not advertising with the picture, then the audio, yeah. But if you're advertising as a picture, you can't have like a
well,
weird
in this
thumbnail.
format, I mean, I really don't, or we don't have to freaking have this thing with all of
How
us.
come you can see so low? Mine isn't that low on my camera, but it's
Well,
really low on you
You
guys.
really shouldn't be playing with your boobies because
Mine, I don't see mine.
you're like, why are you so low? And then you start
I
rubbing
don't
on your
even see.
boobs.
Look, I don't see them on here. It's you people's head. It's like everyone's face. So you're sitting here telling me this whole time. Oh my gosh, that's horrible. I don't see anything. I see right here, like from here, and that's it. Right here. This is where it stops. And like you guys are just like, that's wild.
Yeah, just hit replay on this one and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
like,
man.
Like you just out of nowhere, like, why is that so low?
Yeah, because I didn't. I just saw it. And like I said, on here it's different. For me, I can only see here. Everything else is like your room, and then I see 10. It's like us on the bottom, so I don't see anything underneath that.
Yeah, that's the thing that I was saying though before. Like the conversation, like, is what I'm really interested in because I've started getting into podcasts and stuff too. So like, we're actually sitting here having a real conversation. You know what I mean?
This is like a podcast, except it's got videos.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
it's
would
really
be,
cool. I like it.
instead of a blog, they'd call it a vlog.
A vlog.
Vlog.
Vlog. You sound
That's why
like
I
Arnold.
think that, man, that idea that Dave was talking about, Peckus was talking about, and well, it's Peckus Dave, but yeah, his idea about the whole traveling one, doing it with like on mines and stuff like that, that would be so lit because it does. But see, you only have video because you have Jitsi though. It would be different. You don't really have
You
the.
can do videos straight off of. I don't.
Oh,
The only reason why I got Jitsi is because I want all of us on here. You know.
oh, I can do it
Yeah,
myself. And
Yeah.
if I do, oh.
Yeah.
You don't need Jitsi if you're just gonna live stream yourself.
Yeah. if you
Yeah,
just,
like on Bigo.
you know.
Yeah.
And like the reason why I use Jitsi is because it's open source, and I know that everybody or a lot of people on Minds are big about open source. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
you don't have to just use Jitsi. You can use whatever program.
Discord.
The Discord, I finally figured out what the problem was with here is because Discord has echo cancellation. And
Mm-hmm.
I've just been lazy and using Discord. I never realized that freaking like they didn't have echo cancellation on Jitsi, so I had to actually go in and do it.
That's why. That's what the problem was. Huh?
Yeah, well, me too. I was the problem. I'm always a problem when it comes to but I got it straightened out at least.
Yeah. Well, the more you use it, the more familiar we get.
I straightened out that, and I also been able to adjust the background music too to where we could actually have like some nice soft background music while we're talking in the video. But I haven't done it in the last two because I wanted to make it different. You know what I mean? Like, not every video has the same song, or some of them don't even have the songs.
Right.
So we have a variety of different things. Even though it's basically the same format, there's a variety in it. Because if you're listening to the same music and the same shit over and over again, then it kind of gets stale. Like right here, You got the side view, you got the
Yeah.
front view. You know, that's people like that stuff. It's important to them. You know,
Tomorrow, you gonna do video for your interview? I think you should. It's very personable, but I get it. It's a podcast.
I'm gonna do video. That's all set up because first of all, you guys have to freaking see Zach. Zach is like freaking. He is like the ultimate geek in a good, you know, in a
In a
positive way,
good way.
in a
Yeah. No.
good way. You know what I mean? Like he, when he goes out to play golf, he dresses the part. He's got the whole freaking striped freaking pants and funny looking
Got
hat,
his hat and his shoes.
everything. You know.
Oh, that's so cute with his bag. That's cute.
All I gotta say is be nice to him when it comes to Walt Disney because he's like freaking Mr. He's Mr. Wholesome when it comes to that stuff. You know what I mean? Like he honestly.
Don't tell him that they're slave drivers. I got it. I don't want anyone to do
Well,
what
I mean,
happened
you can
to me.
mention it, but just don't be.
It's a dream ruiner. When I went to Disney, I told my mom, I'm going to grow up and I'm going to move to Disney World and I'm going to work for Mickey. And Mickey is not a nice person to work. So I'm not going to do that to him. I thought that I was landing the job of my dreams, and he's a slave driver. So it's okay.
Well,
No,
see,
no, no, no. I'm going to keep
it's not. It's
him.
not like that, but like with Pecos, if Pecos isn't gonna show up tomorrow, then I'm not gonna mention freaking homosexual freaking, you know.
It's just like there's certain points that we don't have to discuss. Hopefully,
Yeah,
Mark does, because that's who we were talking about the theme parks with. So hopefully he does. That'll be
yeah,
nice.
that would be.
Mark hasn't been too active on the chat lately, and
Yeah, he's been chilling.
hope he's okay.
He
He was
he's
sick
been.
last week or something.
He was talking about that. That's what I was remembering. He was
Yeah,
saying
he was
he
doing.
couldn't put his finger on it either. What it was like?
Hmm.
Maybe maybe he's got some after effects from the COVID or something. Because like my health isn't at 100% like it was before I got COVID. And I still have like bronchial issues and shit like that.
Did you get the vaccine?
No, I I, I
No,
haven't
you
even.
have to explain. No was enough for me. Promise you don't have to say information. Always say less than necessary. That I was just making sure. Just
But
seeing.
yeah, I didn't take the vaccine. I
So did you have it? Did you have it bad? Pretty bad, Roger?
the first
With-
time the first time was bad. I ended up getting it the second time at my nephew's dad's house because he had passed away recently, but before that I was with him in January of last year, and he was a cancer patient and he needed somebody to help him go back and forth to the hospitals, and he ended up freaking giving me COVID, so I had to leave. Um, and that one, it was kind of like mild. It, so I know that one wasn't like the first time.
What
No.
what what year? What time frame was it when you had the first one and then you had the second one?
The first one happened like in well, last year was the second time. It was in January of 2023. So the first time was maybe around May or June of 2022.
Okay, so the first one was 22, and then the second one was this year,
Yeah. Wait,
23,
no,
January 23.
no, January of last year. So that would have
So,
been 2022, wasn't it?
and then you had 21 the year
Yeah,
before.
21. Yeah, in April or May.
So you had both strands.
May or
And
June, actually.
when you feel the symptoms pop up, it's really just the.
Well, I mean, like, I'm not going to say there are symptoms now. I'm just saying that, like, I still have
You haven't been the
bronchial
same
problems.
because there's more strands being released, and once you become a receptor and you've been able to repel. So your father-in-law, you said was
No,
he?
it was my nephew's dad. He never married my sister, so I can't call him like a brother-in-law. But that's
Uh,
what he'd be the equivalent of.
So okay. So okay. So did he die of cancer or did he die with COVID?
It was cancer.
And what kind of cancer was it?
Uh, it was. I know it was single cell.
Yeah, what? Sickle cell?
Single.
Oh,
You,
single cell cancer. Okay. I thought,
that's the bad stuff.
yeah. Um, yeah. No, okie dokie. I was just asking. But you'll get every strand just to see how much you can take. If you get really sick, you should. If at any time you get really sick, even just because it helps, you should boil an onion. And with your onion water, you will pour after it's boiled and it's boiled for a while. You will pour tea and honey in your water. Excuse tea and honey. Excuse me, lemon and honey in your water, and then you pour that. That's your tea. So it's onion tea, is what we call it. And then you sit the onion next to your bed. And you sit the onion next to your bed while you sleep. You drink the tea down, obviously. So, and might have to hold your nose. That's how I drink my alcohol when it's really bad. You hold your nose and you don't taste anything. So you drink it back. And then you put the onion, like I said, by your bed for added flavor, onion in your socks. And in about a day or two, you're good. And definitely a lot of vitamin C. Oranges, pineapple, for your vitamin C in regards, but definitely the onion tea helps a lot.
I know. Robot was talking about using zinc too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with the COVID stuff, being honest, all I did was use ibuprofen and Sudafed. And that was it. Just
Yeah, it was like you had a really bad cold, really bad
yeah,
cold.
you know, as
Because you
long
had
as you
it
as long
before
as you
then.
keep your freaking hands away from your nose and stop freaking wiping the snot all over yourself, you're pretty much set. You're okay. It's just you have these feelings where you feel like you're gonna crawl out of your skin and you're gonna lay down and you're gonna sleep.
Did you get any rashes?
No, none of that. Never got rashes. I, I, I literally felt like I was gonna crawl out of my skin. I mean, that
Really?
yeah, it's like an overwhelming feeling, like freaking you knew, like you had it, like
I could hear that I had it, but I didn't. Yeah, I got you.
you know what I mean. And the second time I got it, I knew what it was. It was that distinct. Like when I caught it the second time, I knew I had it. There was no doubt in my mind because I knew the feeling.
You just knew what it was, yeah.
Yeah,
And that's how
yeah.
it's been every time they've released a strand since then. I mean,
I but
but it
but
doesn't anymore.
that was about it. You know, I
I
don't.
mean, I had it once, like a year and a half ago, I believe. But it felt I think it must have been one of the mildest one anybody's ever got. I it's I did the test and it shows positive, but I don't feel anything more than a normal flu
Yeah,
symptom.
Hmm.
that was the
What did
second
you do?
one for me. It was my second experience with it, like the flu and a runny nose and shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I think that was when it was got weak. The virus got weaker, I guess. But
I'm I'm glad it um, I'm glad it finally started dying off. I kept
yeah,
trying to explain to everybody they were talking all crazy and shit, and I'm like, dude, they've had freaking epidemics like this since the beginning of freaking history, and the one thing
hmm
is they always die off.
hmm
Like the virus will always freaking go away. You
Oh
know?
did
my
it? You think
God.
that they die off, or our collective immune system got better at fighting it?
Well,
Hey,
they mentioned that with the Black Plague. Okay, the Black Plague was a good example of these plagues. Like one of the worst plagues
Dave.
in history wasn't stopped by any man. It just stopped. You know what I mean? There was sanitation didn't end it. Freaking
Mhm.
medicine didn't end it. It just died. It killed itself because it ran out. Now, like with AIDS, all right, AIDS supposedly started over in Africa, and then it
Better than
spread
the
to
lab.
Europe, and then it came across the sea to the United States. All right, now from the time that it freaking passed from uh, Africa to Europe and then
I
over
have
to
a
the United
patent for
States,
AIDS.
the virus had to mutate. So the virus that you get in Africa isn't the same as the virus that you get from Europe. And just like that virus and the African virus isn't the same as the one that you get in the United States because it has to mutate in order to survive.
It mutates once it's injected, and it has a patent. There's a patent in the United States for the AIDS virus as well as its cure.
But usually they have a life expectancy and most plagues die out on their own naturally. But the sad part is a lot of people have to die when it comes to things like the Black Plague, you know.
Hamsters, test dummies. Same with us. That's all it was with COVID. I mean, I don't want to say that's all it was because that's not all it was. There's a lot more to it and some a lot more intricate process. But a lot of it had to do with testing, just like we were talking about cryptocurrency testing and seeing, because we are attempting to, yeah,
It's
take
all,
over. But I mean, it's a new world order. I mean, I don't know really
well,
how to say
you know
that.
that one of the deadliest viruses in the world
It is.
is just like maybe 700 miles away from me, right in Wisconsin.
What is it?
I forgot the name of it, but there's a laboratory up in Wisconsin that holds one of the deadliest freaking viruses, man-created viruses. All right, and they say they're keeping it for freaking research purposes. So, I mean,
But it's so funny how much traction that COVID got, considering the actual numbers. I guess they're saying in a shorter period of time, this amount of people died of it, and that was why it was so much. Put like it was so much in the scope, but in the same breath or the same regards too, it's strategic if I can keep you focused on a certain thing in order for you to believe a certain thing, and then if I tell you you're gonna die, you'll believe it. Like it's just I don't know. It's one of those big. It's
well,
one of those things you gotta know or you don't know.
I believe there was a scare. I do believe that. I believe they used the COVID epidemic to achieve some of their goals, what they wanted done. You know, scare the population so that they could get vaccine laws implemented, and then after they get the vaccine laws implemented, they could freaking get, you know, people to take all this free
You have to
money.
take the vaccine in order to get certain jobs. But I mean, like these are all tests. How
flood,
much
flood
control
the
do we have?
economy, flood the economy with all that free money, so that freaking they can make it to where there's money shortages now, and all
We
of a
want to see
sudden,
his and he's asleep. I love it. It's literally the survival of the fittest, and being the fittest has nothing to do with finances. Great,
well,
great.
think about it. All those stimulus checks. You know, I mean, you think they're just going to hand those out and you're not going to have to pay them back?
Well, you paying your soul. We're already doing that. But well, some of us are already doing that. Yeah, but they don't. The government, as far as money, it's like a big facade. Like
Like
the money is
all
least
this
of the
supposed
interest.
hard times we're having, right? You know why we're having that? It's because they were handing freaking money out to people. They were giving it to them.
Are you kidding me? The government has been in debt for
Yeah,
centuries. It has nothing to do with the couple $100 that they gave or
a
thousands
couple
of dollars.
hundred.
It has nothing to do with that. They went in debt with J.P. Morgan, and then they attempted to turn it back on, like,
Uh,
oh, great espionage
the
stuff.
Federal Reserve can freaking print any amount of money that they want. Okay, like, but the only problem is the value of the dollar freaking isn't worth shit. Okay, yeah, I
That's
mean,
why we went up with the crypto.
you know,
Mana. I mean,
it's 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 pretty messed up that people can't put two and two together. Like, why they flooded the economy like that?
and
Why
there
they
is a
were so
technology
eager?
company.
Why they were so eager to give all these people freaking money? You know, and everybody. There wasn't nobody that said, "Oh, I ain't taking your money." Every single person opened their arms and said, "Oh yeah, free money." That's just common sense. They're gonna take the money, but I mean,
Kind of did that like back. I think it's like something where if you got the stimulus with the taxes, then you kind of end up paying back to an extent. But again, like I said, it's like interest. If they can say, "Hey, this is where the money went," it's basically the audit coming in and asking them, "Hey, we got to see the books." We got to see the numbers. And they don't have a way to show where this money went unless the money goes somewhere. And so, when we were planning this pandemic, the money is here for this and that. And it actually just put them in more debt, which is why I am telling you, they want to separate from the Trinity. America is attempting to do its
I
own
was
thing.
I
They
was
trying
watching
to.
I was watching Ag Day this morning, okay, and now Ag Day is promoting freaking that farmers go and buy freaking USD insurance, okay. The
Hmm,
United States Department of Agriculture, they have an
blow their
insurance
arms up.
policy now for farmers. And the reason why freaking they want them to do that is because of all these disasters supposedly that's happening, you know. And I'm like, are you serious? So you're gonna freaking have farmers going out freaking getting government insurance, and because they got that government insurance, the United States gets to dictate to them what they grow and what they don't grow. So if they want you to grow genetically modified freaking corn, you're just gonna do what you're told
No,
because
they
if you
want you to
don't,
tear down your farm so they can
no, I
produce
mean
the genetic
the
modified.
government sends you the seed and you grow it. You don't have any say in it whatsoever. They send you the seed, you put it on your land, and that's it. And the reason why you do that is because you have insurance with them or you owe them money.
But the insurance doesn't really come into play. That's your insurance. That's your insurance that, hey, when I come yap this up off of you, you can get paid for it. And if I yap it up off of you with a tornado, or I take it from you
Mm-hmm.
with force, like you're not growing what I want, it doesn't work that way. You cannot get insurance because you're unwilling to grow
But they can
certain things.
refuse you. You see, they can refuse you that insurance so that the next time a tragedy happens, you're not going to be covered and you're going to lose everything because you didn't have that insurance because
They
you
would
didn't.
probably definitely guarantee something happens if you don't have the insurance too. But if you do have the insurance, then you'll get paid, and they feel like then I'll wash their hands.
You see what I mean?
Somebody called asking to buy the house that I stay in. I rent here. I can't dictate that you can have this house. Like, but they were just like, yeah, we're very interested in your property. Now, while we're here, you're gonna have to wait. You got stuff to do.
Yeah.
All right, folks, it's coming up to the 2 hour mark.
Yeah, no one
Wrap it up.
joined.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's good because we had a good conversation with the three of us. And like I said,
Always, yeah.
last
Yep.
week, last week might have just been a fluke. We got lucky.
Yeah, and you
High point.
left when everyone came. You should have stayed.
It was
Yeah, I
good.
know, no, but last week I had
Tan hit
You
the
something to
beeline
do.
when he saw the
Hmm.
big guys. He's like,
you would
"Herb,
have
that's
loved
my exit."
talking to John though. He was a really good conversation and everything. It,
Hmm.
it was pretty good. But
Hmm. That's cool. Yeah, we should pin that live stream onto your channel right at the top.
it's right up there. I think Sunday it'll be playing again. So
Yeah, cool.
it played just yesterday. I wanted that to be on the first day stream. So for the 24/7.
Hmm.
So next time it plays will be on Sunday.
Tomorrow is the interview, so I'll be here, but it's 1, so it's 2 my time. I got to make sure I adjust accordingly, but I'm sure I'll keep an eye on the chat because it's Saturday. I'm not really busy on Saturdays.
All right.
You're on Eastern Time Zone, Comer?
Yes.
Same as me.
All
Cool.
right.
Where are you? You're in Canada, right? Yeah, that's what you just said. You're in Canada.
I'm
And
in I'm in Toronto.
there's something else that I'd like to do. There's a show that comes on tonight, World News or something. You guys heard of this station? They're streaming tonight at 11 p.m. I kind of want to tune in for that because it looks like it'll be interesting. They advertise a lot. I don't know. Maybe I'm just in the right channel, but it seems like I get the
We're
notification.
on Minds.
Yeah, WPRN or WRPN or something.
Okay. Oh, I see. WPA and that guy that
Yeah,
streams from Korea or something.
yeah. I want to watch that.
Okay.
So I keep getting the reminder. So I feel like whenever I like something keeps popping up, it's attention. I'm supposed to see it. So I always pay attention to stuff I'm supposed to see. You know.
We
Wow,
got
you're a loyal minds observer.
Uh, at least dedicated. At least I get a lot of information from here, and a lot of, like I said, this is not everywhere information. If Elon can get it pushed to Twitter good, then mine's might like, but I don't know. Once I build my loyalty, I usually stay unless I have a reason to leave. But in regards, it's just stuff that I'm into already, and it kind of channels me to, like, with Roger. He'll talk to me about one subject, and the next thing you know, I have 46 open tabs about everything that I got to read up in regards, and I've opened new documentaries and stuff like that. Like, it leads me down a rabbit hole further than I've already been, and I like it down here. It's cool, so I like
Yeah,
it.
like I mean, comparing minds in Twitter, in terms of
Content.
technology, well, not so much content because there's not so many people on here as on Twitter. In terms of technology, I think it's way more superior than Twitter.
I don't
Mine
doubt it.
just doesn't have the marketing budget and the what do you call it, the user base
Yeah.
to push it more.
But see, that's good for me too because I get to see the content I'm looking for. Like, it's more condensed. Whereas on Twitter, I'm not gonna find the stuff that I find on mine. That's why I'm always like, and then they have the little chat room, so I always know where to go. Like, I join conspiracy, I join stuff based off of what I'm looking for because of my familiarity with the different type of things that go on within society and just within different cultures and stuff like that. And expanding my view on it is better than me just being built in what I know.
Mm-hmm.
I wish Twitter
I,
was like that because there's
I
more
have
people,
nothing
but
else
it's
to
not.
say. So whenever you guys are done,
All
just let
right,
me know.
let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up, guys. It's been a good session. Well, we've
You
been
guys, you guys
talking
whoop my
stuff for
ass.
2 hours, just the three of us. It's
Yeah, I know. It was good
amazing.
stuff, dude.
Yeah, it's really cool.
We never even
Okay.
mentioned the devil once. Not one
Nope.
time.
You just did it.
Now you
jinxed-
have, you
You
blew it.
jinxed it, man.
You blew it. You're supposed to say that in the chat.
Oh, we jinxed it. Now we gotta get off this. We gotta get off this live stream before it starts burning fire, hellfire.
Start glitching and.
Oh, can't hear you guys. You're fading out.
See you later.
Going through a tunnel.
Anyway, it's good. Good to talk to you both, and see you next week.
See you guys later.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Have a good night. Be safe.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of, or stream episode of Strangeness. It's a topic that I've been doing on my live with Roger Hanson stream on Minds.com. Today, I wanted to welcome Karma Love back. Would you like to say hi, Karma?
Hi everyone.
Hello, Karma. Last week we got into, I believe it was Jack Parsons, and we kind of talked about Aleister Crowley. Now you mentioned Tesla, but I really think we should hold that for the conspiracy topic that we're having because
Tesla and conspiracy?
Yeah, Tesla.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a definite curve I did not expect coming, but okay, let's do that then.
Because there's a whole conspiracy theory behind Tesla by himself. An entire freaking government cover-up conspiracy behind.
Oh yeah, about his death and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, I know that one because I remember we were talking about him saying he was incompetent.
So far, I'm the only one that's ever mentioned that I've heard about the story about his death. Okay.
Yeah.
You know the stuff.
And also,
stuff I'm talking about is like a program that's freaking dark. Dark. It's basically a black ops that a lot of conspiracy theorists believe exists. But we can get into that.
Well, yeah, I say so just because I had no clue that there was a conspiracy surrounding the situation, except for what we were talking about them saying that last week when we were talking about them supposedly we feel as though that they may have murdered him and he may have been a victim of wrongdoing. Now it makes sense given the nature of the circumstances because he's use of natural energy and resources and such in a capitalistic economy that we're in, that would make sense. But I also too have some requests. I know you like to do the flat earth round earth conversation, but I was wondering if you could ever put that on the schedule.
It sounds like you're having issues with your audio, with your volume.
Is it loud or is it too
No,
low?
it's too low.
Oh, is that?
You say something again.
I have something again.
Oh,
Is that better?
yeah, it's better.
Okay, it's because I have my headphones in. I'm traveling right now, but when I get out, I'll be able to take them out. But it's just easier to have my headphones now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I always use my headphones now too. It just keeps the noise out and makes it the mics on them actually work better. So
How does my background sound? Is it noisy?
I can hear a little bit, but not very much. Like
Okay.
chip sounds.
Yeah, okie dokie. I was just wondering. But yeah, like I was saying that I was wondering. I know you like to stay away from the flat Earth conversation, but I
Oh
was
no,
wondering
no,
if
no, that's Pecos. That's Pecos Dave.
he wants to stay away from it. I mean, I was just
I
saying
mean,
we
we
can
can
have
talk
that
about
talking.
it. We can talk about it.
Yeah.
Just don't like clamp me up to it.
I'm not. I just would like to have an open
I don't want to be.
conversation. You don't have to be.
Nobody wants a responsibility for the flat earthers, man. That's like hardcore shit. That's like, oh hell no.
Yeah, no, I promise I understand. But I had a really deep conversation with possible flat earthers that I kind of like made them see, like not made them see, but just gave them an opportunity to have a different perspective. It's just a lot because I was asking logical questions and they were just like, yeah, you're right. Like, what happens over there? What happens to this? Happens that? And so it
You
was
want to talk about flat earthers, man? That's about as strange as you can get. I mean, just
we
throw it
can't
out.
do it today. No,
Why
not
not?
today. Because I want to have more insight on the subject matter and be able to provide adequate feedback.
Okay.
Because I don't know enough. And I'm learning as I go. I just know that I prefer to say that we're in the dome. Like we're in the dome. Because when you're above, quote unquote, you don't see the people just walking all over the earth. So we're in a dome.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to mention it too, but like when we were having that conversation with Pecos, I was trying to explain something that I couldn't remember the name of it, and I finally remembered it. It's parallax. Okay.
Okay.
And that's something that gets discussed like when you start talking about flat earthers, because of the field of view and why it is that freaking you can't see from Michigan to Lake Michigan into Chicago, why you can't see the buildings. That's because of
So
the curve of the earth.
that's
But
non-existent in your strategy. But no, let's just wait. That way I could be better prepared and you can have more time. What we're talking about Crowley and Parsons, and I feel like that's still something that we should probably engage with.
yeah. Now on Aleister Crowley, do you want to talk about that?
Yes, as well as the Aeon and Horus. Absolutely, yeah. You want me to talk about it? I want us to talk
you want
about
to
it.
talk about Horus too?
Aeon, Aeon, AON. of Horus, the group that Crowley founded.
Yeah, well, throw
Remember I
some
sent you that documentary?
yeah, yeah. If you want to say something about it,
Okay, so what I've been learning is that supposedly he went to like I don't want to, and if I'm wrong, I definitely stop me. I'm just not as much of an expert as you guys, and especially you are. But like he went to Egypt and he was able to incorporate religion that he learned from them and power usage that he was able to study. And as a result, he developed the Aeon of Heart, and the Aeon of Hearts, like how the space travel, Jack Parsons is the one who incorporated the space travel aspect, but like he used the power and the rituals. I don't know what to call it, but yeah, the acts practices of Crowley in order for him to be able supposedly to feel these ideas as well as concepts. And I know Crowley was really big with like numerology and just being able to, I don't want to call it numerology, like then it wasn't, but he was like recognizing the signs of the universe, alchemy type, and we were talking about that yesterday a little bit as well. And so I'd rather more of what I do know. Because, like, who do you know him to be? It's like, do you know about the Aeon of Heart? Like, you've heard of that before, right? Before I sent the documentary?
yeah. Now, Aeon is the Thelema, okay, and in the religion of Thelema, it's believed that the history of humanity can be divided into a series of eons, okay, each of which is accompanied by its own form of magical and religious expression. Now, the first of these was the Aeon of Isis, which Thelemites believe occurred during prehistory, and which saw mankind worshipping a great goddess, symbolized by the ancient Egyptian deity Isis. The Thelemites believed that this was followed by the Aeon of Osiris, a period that took place in the classical and medieval centuries when humanity worshipped a singular male god symbolized by the Egyptian god Osiris, and was therefore dominant by patriarchal values. Now, the third Aeon is the Aeon of Horus, and controlled by the child god symbolized by Horus. Now, in the new Aeon, prophesied by Aleister Crowley during his lifetime throughout his esoteric and occult writings. Thelemites believe that humanity shall leave behind the tyranny of Abrahamic religions and enter a time of greater consciousness and self-actualization. Within the Thelemites' religion, each of these aeons is believed to be characterized by their own specific magical formula, the use of which is very important and fundamental to the understanding of Thelemic magic. And that's the definition for it in the Wikipedia, which I doubt you're going to find anything out from uh, the Encyclopedia Britannica, so that's why I used it. Now, the modern Aeon of Horus is portrayed as a time of self-realization as well as a growing interest in all things spiritual, and is considered to be dominant by the principle of the child. The world of its the word of its law is thelema, which means will, which is complemented by agape, which is love, and its formula is abrahab no abrahadabra, which is a pretty good mix between Abraham probably and Cadabra. Individually, and, which its formula is abrahadabra. Individuality and finding the individual's true will are the dominant aspects. Its formula is that of growth. It is consciousness and love towards self-realization. Concerning the Aeon of Horus, Crowley wrote, a crowned and conquering child who dieth not, nor is reborn, but goeth radiant over, no, which goeth radiant ever upon his way. Even so goeth the sun, for as it is now known that night is but the shadow of the earth, so death is but the shadow of the body. That veileth his
Yeah.
light from its bearer, heart of the master. And also in his little essays towards truth, the Aeon of Horus is here, and its first flower may well be this, that freed of the obsession of the doom of the ego in death and of the limitations of the mind by reason, the best men again set out with eager eyes upon the path of the wise, the mountain track of the goat, and then the untrodden ridge that leads to the ice gleaming pinnacles of mastery. Now it goes on with Lon Milo de Quet commented on the connection that the Aeon of Horus had to the age of Aquarius, when he stated that, yes, the Aeon of Horus is coincidentally to what astrologers and songwriters call the age of Aquarius, and what millions of others refer to simply as the New Age. But it would be a great mistake to view this new Aeon simply as another tick of a great cosmic clock. The age of Aquarius, profoundly significant as it is only one aspect of a far greater new spiritual age. Sometimes Crowley compared the word of Horus with other formulas, whose reigns appear to overlap with the Aeon of Osiris and or Isis. From this, the Confessions of Aleister Crowley. There are many magical teachers, but in recorded history we have scarcely had a dozen magi in the technical sense of the word. They may be recognized by the fact that their message may be formulated as a single word, which word must be such that it overturns all existing beliefs and codes. We may take as instances the word of Buddha Anatta, absence of an Atman or soul, which laid its axe to the root of Hindu cosmology, theology, and psychology, and incidentally knocked away the foundations of the caste system, and indeed of all accepted morality. Muhammad, again, with the single word Allah, did the same thing with polytheism, patently pagan or camouflaged as Christian of his period. Similarly, Iwas uttered the word Thelema with all its implications, destroys completely the formula of the dying God. Thelema implies not merely a new religion, but a new cosmology, a new philosophy, a new ethics. It coordinates the disconnected discoveries of science from physics to psychology into a coherent and consistent system. So that is for that. But then underneath it, coincidentally, we were talking about my aunt yesterday with history, and it has an Ian of my aunt. And it says Aleister Crowley believed that the Ian of my aunt will succeed the present one, according to one of Crowley's early students, Charles Stanfield Jones, aka Frater Atchid. The Ian of my aunt has already arrived or overlaps the present Ian of Horus.
And see,
Crowley.
that's what I thought was interesting. No, it's just interesting because we were just talking about that yesterday. I had no clue of the
Yeah.
direct correlation, even, and maybe I just overlooked it when I was listening to the documentary I was watching.
Yeah. Now, Aleister Crowley believed that the Ian of Ma'at will succeed the present one, according to one of Crowley's early students, Charles Stanford Jones, aka Frater Atchard Akkad. The Ian of Ma'at has already arrived or overlaps the present Ian of Horus. And then Crowley wrote, I may now point out that the reign of the crowned and conquering child is limited in time by the book of the law itself. We learn that Horus will be in his turn succeeded by Themaist, Thmaist, the double-wanded one, she who shall bring the candidates to full initiation, and though we know little of her peculiar characteristics, we know at least that her name is Justice. So that is what I kind of delved into it, but I didn't know about the Ma'at part. This was a long time ago. Like
Yeah.
the one thing that I get from Crowley when it comes to stuff like the Horus, from the Ian of Horus is like back during the Sumerian times, the way they practiced magic was a lot different from the way the Greeks do. Like with the Greeks, they have these great houses. Okay, when it comes to freaking the years and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The Sumerians never did that. It was more basic than all of that. And like spiritualists believe that you go in and you put freaking the herbs and everything through the house to bless it and to keep evil spirits out.
Yeah, sage and rosemary. Yeah.
Yeah. And with the Sumerians, they believe that like if you're going to put sage and rosemary and all that down to keep evil spirits out,
You welcome them.
you do it by the doorways and you do it by the windows, because in their beliefs spirits couldn't enter through the walls, you see.
Mm-hmm.
And
Makes sense. That.
and they also buried their dead in the floors of their houses.
What?
Yeah,
Why?
because that's where they belong. They were buried.
What?
Yeah, that's where they belong. And
Your dead
usually
people belong in the floorboards. Well, I've been doing it all wrong.
They belong down underneath their houses, apparently. I have no clue why they decided to do that. I just know that they did it.
And that's how they felt, right? I was just thinking.
And see, family members were buried in the floors. They didn't have wood or nothing as floors. It was usually dirt, and they just would dig a hole and bury them there. And when they buried them, they had to go through a ritual to bound the spirit under the ground, because Sumerians believed that spirits could actually come up out of the ground if they wanted to, or if they had the strength to. So exorcists or their priests, whatever you want to call them, would come out and they would freaking do a form of magic, and this is what relates me to the Eon of Horus. They would do what today people joke around about, and they think it's just a bullshit, but it's called mumbo jumbo. I don't know if
Uh,
you. I don't know
yeah, no, I say mumbo jumbo. So wait, tell me what it really means.
today it's a big joke to a lot of people, but
Yeah, it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
yeah, but back then mumbo jumbo was actually powerful to be able to speak words that have never been spoken by the human tongue was a lot. It meant a lot of power, or it had a lot of power. So these
That's why people make a big deal about what I be saying.
so these exorcists would try to come up with words that have never been spoken by humans, and they also believe that, like, even if they were spoken by humans, but they were rarely ever used, those were powerful words too. You see, and that's kind of what I get out of a lot of the stuff that Aleister Crowley got into when it comes to the Eon of Horus and Osiris and Isis and all that. Does that make sense?
Oh, I'm steady talking to you, and I realized that it was on mute after you realized that makes sense. And I just was like, oh yeah, okay. And I said, come on, we definitely don't do that. I pay attention to the street signs. Thank you. Weirdos. Nothing. People like to see who's, I guess, member is bigger, and like sometimes I find mine to be. Anyway, I apologize. I got distracted. You gonna say
Oh, it's
me?
fine.
Ah, dare you?
You with your family.
Yeah, so the boys have basketball practice, and basketball practice just started. And because it just started, we do every day now from 6:30 to 7:30. And so I'm walking to take them to the school. I'm walking across the street. There's a park across the street, and I'm going to take, because only one has it on one day. Of course, it has to be different days for all of them. So I have to be here every day now. But it's regardless of the fact someone was attempting to hit us going across the street, like kind of like, oh, you don't have to take it, you don't get the crosswalk, we do. And like, no, I definitely get the crosswalk. And so I talk junk. Like, I mean, like, I'm not cutting you off, I'm not walking into oncoming traffic. I literally have the countdown, and you're attempting to hit me and my children. I'm gonna talk junk. I'm not gonna just sit here and just be like, oh no, it's okay,
Yeah.
you go ahead, it's no big deal. Because I know you're being strategically rude, and I can do that too if we have to. Like, let's not. Anyway, carry on. Just ignore me. Just ignore me. Like I'm
Gonna
offended.
see Mama getting into fights at the basketball
Yeah.
game.
No, not at the game. Before we get there, they won't even let me in now because I beat somebody down the block. They'll be like, "Oh man, she just drugged this guy. Right? Like leave us." Oh boy, no, they're being rude on
Behave
purpose.
at that basketball game.
I'm gonna have to. I have no choice. Like, I'll be good. But no, keep going, please, because I'm just dropping him off and I'm attentive. It's just the whole presence of the meantime, because they've been like talking to me, and then so I keep muting and I apologize. It started raining because I told you about what's happening. But you want me to tell you the funniest thing about this rain? It's literally raining directly only on us. The rest of the town right here, there's no rain. There's no rain. But on me and my children, it's pouring down rain. Oh wait, they turned the rest of the sprinklers on. There you go. Gotta make it rain on the. You gotta make it rain everywhere for me to believe it. You know, you can't just do it on me and it seem real. Anyway. I'm gonna mute, but keep talking and I will respond accordingly. I'm about to be at the doors.
It's fine. The thing that I was always interested in when it comes to like those parts was like I was saying, it was mumbo jumbo, and I forgot the name of the guy again. He's a guy. He's a professor that is in does college. Hinkle, Professor Hinkle. He does a lot of the Assyrian videos on YouTube and stuff, and he also has his own class where he teaches about the demonology with ancient Assyria and the Sumerians and their beliefs, and he was the one that got me curious about all that stuff because he's first of all he's a really good professor. He was the guy that came out and actually got funding to where he could try to rebuild the ark and see if it could float. And he did it according to the Sumerians and stuff. So uh, that was interesting. They've actually got a video for when he did that. But he started talking about mumbo jumbo, and he started talking about what else was it about The Exorcist? You know how they have that little statue that they show on The Exorcist with the demon and how evil it is. Well,
Yeah, I don't know.
he got frustrated about it, and like on one of his videos, I got a kick out of it because he gets on there and he says somebody needs to freaking stand up for that demon because they got it all wrong. Back in that time period, they used those little figurines to protect houses from evil spirits entering. And he's like, somebody needs to sue him for freaking false or for false something, but I got a kick out of it where they made it out to be worse, or he wasn't actually an evil spirit, but he was actually a protector demon that protected the houses from other demons who wanted to come in. So now with mumbo jumbo or mumbo jumbo is confusing or meaningless language. The phrase is often used to express humorous criticism of middle management and specialty jargon such as legalese that non-specialists have difficulty to understanding. For example, I don't understand all that legal mumbo jumbo in the fine print. It may also refer to practices based on superstition, rituals intended to cause confusion, or languages that the speaker does not understand. Origins. Now, mumbo jumbo was a West African word often cited by historians and etymologists as deriving from the Mandinka word jambo, which refers to a masked male dancer who takes part in religious ceremonies. In the 18th century, mumbo jumbo referred to a West African god, Mungo Parks, a West African god. Mungo Parks' travel journal, Travels in the Interior of Africa, 1795, describes mumbo jumbo as a character complete with masquerade habit, whom Mandinka males would dress up as in order to resolve domestic disputes. According to
What? Okay, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I'm listening. I've been listening. I had to leave and I did not hear you. But
That was in 1795, and in Mungo's Parks.
when did it phase out?
I'm not done yet. I can read it out. But
I apologize. I'm ahead of myself.
according to the concise Oxford English Dictionary, mumbo jumbo is a noun and is the name of a grotesque idol said to have been worshipped by some tribes. In its figurative sense, mumbo jumbo is an object of senseless veneration or a meaningless ritual. According to the 1803 supplement of Encyclopedia Britannica 3rd edition, mumbo jumbo is a strange bugbear employed by the pagan Mandingos for the purpose of keeping their women in subjection. Polygamy being allowed among polygamy being allowed among these people. Each man marries as many wives as he can conveniently maintain, and the consequence is that family quarrels sometimes rise to such a height that the husband's authority is not sufficient to restore peace among the ladies. On these occasions, the interposition of mumbo jumbo is called in, and it is always decisive. The strange minister of justice, who is either the husband himself or some person instructed by him, disguised in a sort of masquerade habit made of the bark of trees, and armed with the rod of public authority, announces his coming by loud and dismal screams in the woods near the town. He begins his pantomime at the approach of night, and as soon as it is dark, he enters the town and proceeds to the Bentong or marketplace, at which all the inhabitants immediately assemble. The ceremony commences with song and dances, which continue till midnight, about which time Mumbo fixes on the offender. This unfortunate victim being thereupon immediately seized is stripped naked, tied to a post, and severely scourged with Mambo's rod. Amidst the shouts and derision of the whole assembly, and it is remarkable that the rest of the women are the loudest in their exclamations of this occasion against their unhappy sister. Daylight puts an end to this incident, and unmanly rebel that the women are deluded seems evident, for Mr. Parks assures us that the dress of Mumbo is suffered to hang from a tree at the entrance of each town, which would hardly be the case if the women were not persuaded that it is the dress of some supernatural being. Yeah, I never heard that part. That was the first time I've even heard of that.
And I'm looking for pictures of the ritual to see if there's some type of pictures of like the ceremony or something. Do you have any?
No, it's the first time I've ever heard of it. The Heathen's Prayer is, I think it's coming over, the OBS. I've got it videotaping, so later on you can see the picture that I've got here. It's called The Heathen's Prayer by the Ripsaw Poet, and it goes, O Mumbo Jumbo, God of stone, we kneel in terror at thy throne. Save us, if you can, from the clutches of the Christian man. Save us from Kaiser, King, and Czar, and worse than all, from fierce TR. We sit in darkness, so they say, oh, Mumbo, keep us there, we pray. The only thing we heathen fear is that the Christians may come here, hold back these creatures from our shores, and save us from their bloody wars. They confiscate our native soil and doom us all to lives of toil. The more they made us slave and sweat, the more they'd have us in their debt. And every blooming coconut tree would soon belong to some John D. And if we ever should rebel, we'd have us heathen shot to hell. Good mumbo jumbo, God of stone, make the Christians leave us alone. That's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is justice. But I mean, look at our society now. So
Yeah. I don't know if you were able to catch that on there,
I don't
but
see it. All I see is your thing. It doesn't. It's not showing sharing your screen. It usually does. It usually
hold on
shares
a
like your
minute.
chat and stuff.
Let me see if I can pop it up. And wait, actually, cancel that out. I could probably get it back
I'll
on
look.
by
I was about to
going.
say I don't want you to put you too far out of your way because I know when you do the stream, I usually last night I didn't watch any of our streams because they do you listen to WPNR or WRP on mine, the news people. Yo, you should be there. Like I feel like you are there. There's this one guy that reminds me a lot of you.
Oh,
Like I'm
here,
just
here
saying,
recently. I mean, here recently, I haven't really been into all this stuff. like, excuse me, I haven't been into all this stuff like I used to. At one time, I think it would have been something that I'd been interested in, but just here lately, I've really had a different look at everything. So
what
it's
what kind of different look? I apologize for stuff in the trigger.
um, well, a lot of the stuff that's being covered is like rehashed stuff from freaking 50 years ago. You know what I mean? And when you really get into this stuff and you start looking at it, like you just kind of have to look back and say, hold up, didn't so and so say this like 20 years ago? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So for
I see
me,
what you're saying.
there we go. I got it. Can you see
Okay,
that?
I see it now. The
All right.
heathen's prayer.
Yeah. Now I can zoom it in. Maybe that'll make it look a little bit better. But this is basically the photo that I'd seen on there. I want to make sure that's coming through on the recording. Yeah, it's on there.
I'm just screenshot it so I can zoom a little bit. But I can zoom a bit, but I want to have it for my documents.
That's the thing too about Encyclopedia Britannica. They they've got a lot of liberal tones about what they're talking about too. So like mumbo
You got to be
jumbo.
careful and try to like weed it out. Like, is it being biased or is it
Yeah,
being neutral? Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's my biggest thing about finding research from anywhere outside of source because people are going to make it fit what they're looking to convey. And so
yeah.
that's why it's just one of those things you literally can get the same answers if you in tune. And then when those answers parallel, then I understand the alignment. But when the answers differ, then I kind of always usually lean with the source no matter what's written.
Like
Just because
mumbo jumbo takes its place going all the way back to the Sumerians. I mean, it was. I mean, when it comes to exorcism in the Sumerian culture, okay,
culture,
that
yeah.
was very important to them.
Hey, and if
Sumerian.
my background ever gets too loud, please ask me to mute. And if you can mute me, then just mute me. Because like what might not seem loud to me might be loud to you. Like right now, is it loud right now? Because there's glitter in the background. Is it loud?
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's not.
okay. I just making sure. Just make sure you let me know and mute it if it's a problem. Because I attempt to keep it unmuted so I can respond to you and ask my questions. And sometimes I'm fumbling to get the
unmute and you're like on to the next thing, and I'm like, oh man, hold on, wait a second. So I just let me know though if it's too loud. Say, hey, can you turn that down, or you can turn it down because I think you can. I don't know. I was like, she should be able to because you control the room. That's loud. I know that's loud.
Now, here we've got ancient origins, and they talk about demonic exorcism in the temple schools of Mesopotamia. And
We were just talking about Mesopotamia yesterday.
yeah, in the temple schools of Mesopotamia, students learned exorcism rituals, how to mix healing, at, autonomants, perform astrology, and how to cure demonic possession. While these skills may seem archaic now, the temple schools actually served as the first medical schools. They even trained their students on the study of contract law, ethics, medical billing, and accounting. They were hubs of intellectual activity. The temple priests train uh, produced textbooks for to train young to train young ones, I guess. Thanks to the meticulous record keeping of the Sumerians, archaeologists are able to study their early medical knowledge and religious beliefs.
How strategic do you feel like the record keeping was? Because you know how some cultures have no type of records of anything, and then there's like a document for everything in these regards. How strategic do you think this was,
Well, the
or if at
Sumerians
all?
were all about that. I mean, they were meticulous about keeping records, and the thing is, so is the Assyrians and the Babylonians, because they were after, or they were like the progenitors, I guess you could say, of what the Sumerians were. They were what came out of the Sumerian cultures, even though they're like different altogether. Like their languages were different because the Sumerians ended up merging with the Akkadians, and then the Akkadians and well, the Akkadians just vanished. I mean, they vanished, and the Sumerians, their empire fell, but then there was the Assyrians that stepped in and just took over everything. You know, so they had the Sumerian language, which the Babylonians freaking kept intact, and it was important for their students to learn, or their priests especially, to learn Sumerian, even though the rest of their population wrote in Akkadian, and then eventually Semitic, writings. Because back then that was the big deal. Like Semitic writing was the most. It was the most, or is the easiest to use.
Why is that? Or if you know why is that? Well, is it just by demeanor or
Well,
nature, or
from what I've learned, the Sumerian language was very complicated in the way that it was written. Me let my cat out the door.
you have a cat? Oh
Yeah.
my goodness! Your cat goes outside
I'll be right back. Yeah.
by herself?
But yeah, not
You let her outside in the wilderness?
him. I'll let him outside. Ain't
Him
no
out
wilderness.
in the wilderness? It's outside by himself?
He loves it out there. I have
My
to
baby, and
freaking.
comes home?
If I have to force him to come in the house, the only thing he wants to come in the house for is food.
Stop playing. Are you kidding me? My cat is a cuddly butterly. She's hiding under the bed somewhere. She don't even like to be held, but she'll like to come up. Like lately, her new thing is jumping on my chest and just laying on my chest and staring at me. What's wrong with you, psycho? What are you doing? And she'll like sit in. I think because we like we play with each other, so she'll just like sit there and she'll just stare at me on the corner, and she'll literally just be staring and staring and staring. Like you know how they make cats seem. She's like acting. It's like she knows that I've seen too many cat memes, and now she would like to play the part. She's insane all of a sudden. That's crazy. You let your baby outside by herself. I would never. She runs when I open the door, and we have a pool in the back, so she really trips.
I don't even.
They cannot stand with her.
I don't even know what to say about that. Now, the thing that you're saying about like the Acadians' language was easier to write and to speak and stuff, and that's the reason why eventually everybody just kind of started doing the Acadian language over the Sumerians, and it just phased out. You know, I mean, you're talking about like thousands of years, and like you know how they have, you know, where we were just reading about the Ian of Horus and Isis and all that.
Yeah.
Those,
Oh, can I ask you another question about ISIS? Maybe
uh,
you told me this. We talked about this. ISIS and Esther. Is it portrayed that ISIS and Esther are the same? Is there some type of
and who? Isis and who?
ISIS and Easter? Easter?
Oh
Easter?
no, Ishtar. No.
Yes. No,
I
that's what I said. It was another lady, and I said that and I said that because yeah, I was
Now
right, and I like
Ishtar.
that.
Well, you might get somebody who's really hardcore into Zachariah Sitchin or come up with that. You know what I mean? But
Hmm.
like there, I just don't see that as being nothing
Wait,
that
hold
I've
on. They're
heard of.
into what? Hold on, time out. They're into what?
That somebody that's like into like Zachariah Sitchin. Have you ever heard of Zachariah Sitchin?
No, can you tell me more?
Zachariah Sitchin is the one who came out with the Anunnaki and Nibiru and how they were the aliens who came to Earth and genetically modified humans to where we could be smart and work for them as slave labor.
I thought well, I didn't know it was a slave labor because I know even the Pleiadians talk about Pleiadians. I think I say it wrong every time, but they were talking about us having some type of power given to us, and the people of Earth initially were gods, like I be saying, and then there was separation of the people, and the separation of the people wouldn't see, and maybe that was the aliens that she was talking about, and there were some that made the people weak instead of allowing them to maintain the power. So maybe
Yeah.
that's
Now,
360.
the reason why I mentioned the whole thing about the Sumerians and stuff is because, like, when it comes to like magic, like, the Greeks are the ones who started the great houses, like the Age of Aquarius and all of that. You know, they started grouping up the constellations and stuff, but before all of that happened, it was just the basics. You know what I mean? The astronomers back during the time of the Sumerians, even like the Babylonians, they didn't do stuff like that. They were into astronomy and they did it very well. It's just they didn't group them up like that.
See, and I didn't know. Like, I'm about to look up Zacharias and
And
Can you spell I'm going to need you to spell the aliens for me. But again, the name of the aliens that made the humans
Anunnaki.
into slaves. Anunnaki. I heard that there's a movie about them, isn't it? Or no? Are you laughing? No. And I was about to tell you about the collected work of Aleister Crowley. I have that on Apple.
Okay.
I just haven't started reading it yet. But Well, it says I completed 1%, but not really. And then
Anunnaki is a movie. It's Anunnaki.
ANU. Oh, so it is a movie too. I know I wasn't reading it. I heard it up from that only Anunnaki. But the Anunnaki, like I Anunnaki, something religious. Oh, look at the rainbow! Oh my goodness, it rained and it's such a pretty rainbow now. Okay, but okay, wait, that's so nice. Anunnaki, here you go. Um, Anunnaki.
Yeah, they have these pictures right here. They like to do on the Wikipedia, which is the Anunnaki. Let me see if I've got that showing on the stream. No. Yeah, let me see here. Anunnaki images.
I'm looking for that. Let's see.
There you go. I don't know if you can see that or not.
Yeah, I can. I had it too zoomed in. See,
Now
look,
see
that's crazy.
that Anunnaki is supposed to be the deity that's sitting down, okay? And if you look at him, if he was to stand up, he would be taller than the images that are facing him,
Yeah, his
okay?
legs look like the height of their body.
So the Anunnaki are supposed to be like giants, and they're supposed to live very, very long lifespans compared to what we live. Um, now, freaking, you notice over here that you got this one that's looking away from
Yeah,
him,
on the left
not
side.
towards him. I know that that has some significance. I just can't remember what it is exactly. Over here you have the wheat, which is all around right there, which represents freaking crops and stuff like that. Because with the Sumerians, the crops were very important.
I was looking for why the figure was looking away. Mankind's forgotten creators. Reign of the Anunnaki. Meet the Mesopotamian demons. Definitely not.
But these are some of the stuff that Zechariah Sitchin got into, and he was really into all that. I mean, like really into it. He would. He's the one that pretty much inspired ancient astronauts and stuff like that.
He inspired. Wait, hold on. He
He
inspired the.
inspired them. You know, when
Hmm.
you hear about ancient astronauts and stuff, he's the one who actually inspired people into believing in ancient astronauts. A lot of people criticize him today for a lot of the stuff that he said, but
Like what? Like what for his beliefs in the.
well, he came out with a book called The 13th Planet, and
I think
uh,
this book is there.
the thing is there isn't 13 planets, you know, and he had something that he said that the first planet would start from the outside, the outer part of the solar system, and then the last planet would be the one closest to the sun, because as a spaceship comes into our solar system, that's how they would perceive the planets. The first one would be the first planet they encountered. You see. So the
Shoja.
13th planet would be the 13th planet closest to the sun. And back then he said that there was Tiamat, and there was the planets that were in our solar system wasn't the same as what they are now.
So you know how there's like a Sirius B and a Sirius A planet. Have you heard of this now?
Sirius A and they're talking about Sirius is the is like constellation, right?
Yeah, well, no. So, okay, well, maybe you're telling me something, but just from what I heard and what I experienced, supposedly it's supposed to be an advocate for those two to become recognized as actual planets. It's not,
Oh, you're talking about the dwarf planets and everything, or the
yeah,
new
yeah, because
planets that are discovered out on the outskirts of the solar system.
but are they discovered or is it something to where this is, what, so then does this mean that he had a premonition?
Well, the thing is we don't really know everything about our own solar system. Like there's parts of the outer part of the solar system that we just don't know about. I think we discovered another planet because of gravitational pools that they noticed when they were staring off into the outer regions of our solar system. They noticed that there was a gravitational pull, and then they did more observations, and they found out that there was another planet out there besides Pluto. So I mean, we're still discovering stuff.
Citizen.
Like they don't know for sure every single thing about all that stuff. It's nothing is written in stone when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's no real definite. It's all about exploration, and it can change anytime because there's so much to contribute to evolution and stuff evolving into something that it was or not, or stuff that comes from nothing. And at one point, there was, just especially when we have different type of chemicals and different type of things going within the atmosphere. Like I can imagine that contributing a lot to different things showing up all of a sudden. Like around my house, like anywhere though, everywhere I go, they have so many satellites. You know, have you done that night sky, like planet observation look thingy? I've done that, and there is like a ridiculous amount of everything, like ridiculous amount of
Yeah,
satellites, man-made satellites though within the sky, and that's just crazy to me because
my nephew,
why?
my nephew got his telescope and he was aiming it up, and this is Mr. Science, you know what I mean? And the moment he got his
Hmm.
telescope, he put his freaking eye down in there to look. I'd say maybe 30 minutes after he first looked through it, all of a sudden he's seen a UFO.
Gosh, stop it.
And he's like, oh, it's a UFO. And I'm like, oh, Mr. Science there, freaking, you know, he's
Pulling the
always,
UFOs out the sky. Hey.
he just saw something and didn't know what it was. So in his mind, he got excited because he saw a UFO.
Have it. It was the UFO. I believe you, man.
You know, it was like a half an hour after he got his first telescope. You
Oh
know,
yeah, it was definitely a UFO thing.
like
I when I had it, I used to have a telescope about a year or two back. When I moved, it did not make it with us just because it kind of was already falling apart. So moving it would have been pointless. But when I sit here and I tell you, like you can see so many cool things, but it wasn't a good enough. I don't want to say it wasn't a good enough because it took me a lot closer than I would have been without it. But it was just crazy because when you look at it and you're looking at just like the sky, it's just a whole different world. And then I have a question, like you go on airplanes and it'll look like the planes are flying with the stars, but have you ever noticed that when you're on an airplane you don't see any stars?
wow. Have you ever looked at the ground on an airplane?
Yeah.
you you got to think about that too. Like look at the ground, and the appearance there from what you're seeing is deceiving to your eyes because your mind's not perceiving distance properly. You know what
So
I'm
am I
saying?
further away than I think I am, and that's the reason that I feel as though
Yeah, like especially if you're flying over a city and you see the lights below.
hmm
That's a big obstacle or
optical illusion.
optical illusion. Yeah,
I never knew that.
it plays tricks on your mind. Like you're seeing it. Don't get me wrong, but you're not seeing it correctly. Your eyes can't cope with it. That's an optical thing. That's actually a pretty good subject too, like the optics and how the human eye works. Like your eyes see things completely different than mine does because there's always something different in the eye. So I'll literally see something and you'll see the same thing and you won't see it correct or the same way I do.
Right, perspective. Yeah, definitely. But that's
Well,
just with everything.
I mean that's because of like a pigment could be missing from my eye that's in your eye. See, I mean
My baby,
you'll literally see it different.
they told him my baby he needed glasses. They were like, "Yeah, he's gonna need glasses." Blah blah. Blah. He's like, "Mom, I don't want to have glasses." He's like, "Because I get vision from my eyes being like this, so I get to see stuff, and I see stuff that other people don't see, and it protects me." And I just think, I wonder. I didn't. I'm not gonna force him when he says, "Mom, I'm tired of being blind" or something like that. Then okay, we'll reconvene with that subject matter. But if he's saying no and he feels like it makes him more powerful, who am I to tell him it's not? You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
what if that's why, like, we have power. We all know about telekinesis, telepathy, and just like everything where regards to teleportation, us being able to do that. And people don't believe in this thing, but like, what was that movie Leaper? Wasn't it called Leaper? And I mean, like, that stuff is real. Like, people really are able to. I mean, you have to be extremely disciplined because now they have like robots and technology, but the reason why these robots and technology can perform is because we can. Within our mind, we're capable of the same exact thing. We're creating something else to do for us. We are the technology that they're utilizing in order to be able to implement these type of proceedings and changes. So, in regards to, imagine the reason you see stuff different is because you're a jumper and I'm a skipper. I'm just saying, if we had superpowers, and Batman is Batman, Superman is Superman, both very, 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 very powerful, very,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? But they have different, you know what I mean? So maybe you have X-ray vision. I don't have X-ray vision, but I have really good reflexes or good, you know what I mean, peripheral vision, stuff like that. And that just makes too much sense to me.
Well,
That's like
that's
a
like, I
real,
mean, the only thing I was trying to say is like on a physical, like physical aspects, like your eyes, they've got pigments in it. You know what I mean? Where freaking
yeah.
where it makes up the pupils and stuff. Where like
What color
there's
eyes do you have, Roger?
green, hazel.
Okay. Yeah, I never. Mine's are black, but like in the sun, really brown, light brown, not light brown, but like brown. But they're black usually, and that's yeah, because eye color is a big deal. People like, yeah, eye colors are a really big deal. And just like, I feel like there are certain type of characteristics that we charge to quote unquote genetics. I feel like that's the lazy form of being able to kind of just dumb it down, as opposed to it actually being, as opposed to actually seeing what, get away from me. Look at this squirrel, looks like it wants to fight me. Go. He looked so crazy. Hey, why are you coming to me? Go that way.
Well, since you're being attacked by a squirrel,
Not attacked yet.
I'm going to bring it to an end because we're like right at an hour and 5 minutes. So
Wait, you're gonna end it when I'm getting attacked, so you're gonna hang up on me
yeah.
getting attacked? Like, that's not my area of expertise. You go ahead and handle that. That's horrible. So tomorrow we're conspiracy and we're Nicola. That's good. I can bring a little bit more to that subject matter because today was strangeness. It was a
The
learning
Nikola Tesla
experience.
thing's going to be good. So, yeah, definitely come there. I know that that's a good topic. Like I said, if Tan and them don't want to do, Tan and Robot don't want to do the 911 and all that stuff, we'll just go with that and finish off where we were with that. Because I
Okay.
like that.
Yeah, no, definitely me as well. So yeah, that's a good subject. And I hope they can come to that too. I know that you had to change the time just so that way people would be able to show up. But have you talked to Dave? Maybe he can come as well, right?
He was on here a little while ago. He said that he's gonna have to skip on that because he got him working weird hours and everything.
Mm,
And then
mm,
he's gonna have to be traveling until he picks his kids up on the weekend. So
Mm,
it's like I told him, we
okay.
can get back with him later on. But on Tech Talk,
Right.
we're going to have Mark and Tan, and they're trying to get Foe to come onto it too. So
Isn't Bashi coming as well, or is Bashi
we
coming a
asked
different?
Bashi. Bashi said that she couldn't make it this Thursday. Thursday was a bad day.
And it's what time? My time? It's 4 your time, right? So it's 5
Right.
my time?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I don't have to talk. Just smile and say hi, and then I can just listen in. So I kind of want to listen in just in case I have questions, and then we can do our show, I guess, right at 6, right?
Yeah.
Or this show, not, but you know what I mean. But
Well,
okay, okay, cool.
let me go ahead and get off here real quick. Okay.
Have a
And
good night. Be safe.
you too.
Thank you.
Also, too, I was going to ask you, what's the style format, like the questions and stuff like that? Are you
Well, I wanted to do it in a interview setting, so like we'll have him basically talking, and like we'll ask him some questions. Like the last time when we were having our conversation, a lot of the stuff
yeah?
that popped up, like see what his take is on it and stuff like that, and kind of get back some of the interview and everything that we had too, plus incorporate some of the stuff he's found.
Okay. So you're gonna kind of let him just start off with his knowledge of the situation, but
Yeah.
you have questions prepared. Okie dokie, like you did with Pecos. I got you. Cool.
Now,
And
he
that's good. Go
it's
ahead.
actually going to be kind of interesting because he got really curious about it and started doing some digging. And
Oh, so he learned about it as you told him about it.
yeah, he started actually researching it. He's going to come out with a podcast where he's going to talk about the history of video games with amusement parks from the beginning all the way up until now. So it's going to be pretty cool.
I'll be right back again.
All right. Okay.
And then he's coming on Jitsi, or is he going to be on Discord?
He's going to be on Jitsi.
Oh, okay, cool. So that's what you're saying. He has to get that set up because he probably like when I first got on Jitsi, I didn't have an account, so
Well, with this, all he's got to do is click on the link. So he's a podcaster. So he don't get me wrong, he does video and everything, but it's
he's
like
not used to it.
if he did, like podcasters don't technically have to,
Show themselves.
show themselves.
Yeah, that's the best part about podcasting. I don't like to be on camera. I don't, because people like, even with like just with everything with AI and just everything else in the world, like the more they know, I mean the more that can be done. I mean the less you know the better. Like people want to be so famous and have all this attention on them. It's just like I don't mind people knowing about what my message is. That's more so it. But having the face to go with it, like the point is not what I look like. The point is definitely what I'm saying and what I'm encouraging you to do. Like, please be a better person. I just need
Yeah.
better. But people get that all. No, you have to look like this to teach people to be a better person. It's like, oh, okay. I didn't know.
That's something I'm actually wanting to get more into, and maybe like the tech talk, stuff about AI, and like there's lawsuits right now going on. Well, I mentioned it actually in the last video game stream about
The company who's attempting to sue for the rights for the likelinesses and not only
yeah.
like more wages. Yeah, I remember that.
Remember Franny? Oh, Fran.
Yeah, Fran Drescher. Yeah,
You literally had a
I
heart
couldn't
attack.
believe it. Like I was like, you're just joking. You're like, no, seriously. I'm like, what? The news? That's so funny.
I could not believe it myself when I read it. I was like, oh my god. Can you imagine being the people in the freaking negotiations having to put up with that voice?
Shut up. No.
No, I'm
She sounds
dead
like that in real life.
serious.
Yeah, she does though. Yeah, that is her.
Just picture it in your head.
Just I like her though, but it's so funny to hear like yeah, Anna. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Hell
Now
no,
let me
dude.
stop because I like her. But yeah, no, totally get what you're saying. It's so
I
funny.
guarantee if she heard this comment, she'd be laughing her ass off, dude. That's
Oh my goodness, right? Yeah.
Because she knows it's true. She's
Yeah.
probably driving
Yeah,
those
she
guys
does.
fucking crazy.
Right, just like that too. Oh man, she's cool though. She's so dope. I wish you could get her on here. Like that would be it. That's in the coming months. We'll say months because definitely
Once we get famous.
well, yeah, halfway there, right? I like to.
Once we get famous and we have cool people.
Credibility, yeah. People consistently they'll be like, oh wow, yeah, we gotta go in there. She'll be on the Saturday show talking about all the big changes she's making. Yeah, that'll be lit.
The only thing is, though, like, I tried that on Facebook years ago about trying to get into, like, entertainment and stuff, and there's so much stuff on there. It's really, really bad competition, and, like, if you're a small creator trying to do stuff like that, you're not going to get very many hits, because... I mean, you got
You have to stand out. It doesn't. I feel like it doesn't really matter what level, quote unquote, you're on. If you do something that attracts the right person, especially like if you're original, like right now, all of those people on, I'll say TV or whatever, they're so the same. Like it's nothing different. It's like it's just you could just put your hand in the pot and just like, oh, just grab one, and you're gonna get the same outcome. So for me, I like to see something different. I don't really see that too much. I see it's a lot of competition to pretend to be different or do the same thing differently, but no one's attempting to do something completely different. I don't want to say no one, because that's not true. But
celebrities are on social media now making bucks off that stuff, right? Like they're actually doing it off screen. They're getting on YouTube and Instagram and I mean even Twitter, you know what I mean? And it's all about the entertainment world and stuff like that. Like, and that's what I'm saying when it comes to competition. You can't freaking compete with an actress or an actor who's, getting on freaking Instagram and telling everybody the stuff that's going on in entertainment. It's like, because it's kind of like an insider thing, More people are going to watch them than they are a small creator.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part is because like celebrities, they kind of take I don't want to say the ability for people to become bigger in different realms, but it's like when they start crossing into realms that are less touched or whatever like that, it makes it hard for, like you said, the little people to even excel. I feel like if, and not to say that, oh, if you're a celebrity, you shouldn't venture into other statuses, but or other arenas, but that's not that. And what I feel like is if you're a celebrity, you should be more inclined to allow other people, like to help other people, like especially if you're in the podcasting, and then meet somebody that's already like in the podcasting, and y'all link up. And then like do it together, and then you can pull somebody up with you, as opposed to everyone's gonna watch me because I'm freaking, I don't know. I was gonna say Jeffrey Dahmer, but I don't know why.
Just stuck in your head.
Like, what am I on today? I have no clue why he was. What? I feel so ashamed and so embarrassed.
I feel like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah. Like of every celebrity you could think of, that's what you think of, Carm. Okay, you really got to do something. Maybe I need to drink some more water today because I don't know. That was wild, but that was so
People
wild.
make you think you feel like Jeffrey Dahmer. or like that guy off of Silencing
Silence of the Lambs. Yes, Hannibal Lecter. Don't tell people. Cannot tell people. No, but for real, no, seriously.
How did you then?
Hello, Clarice. Oh my gosh,
Clarice.
I listen. My mom got me hooked on Silence of the Lambs when I was a kid, and then ever since then, stuff like that. Just because, how does your mind work that you sit there and you cut up someone's brain in front of them, make them watch it, fry that in a pan and eat it like it's just a delight to sit there. Like, what are you thinking about? I was like, I want to cut open your brain, but not necessarily cut it open. Definitely figure out what's going on in there. It's wild. It's wild to me. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Now Zach said he's gonna be another 10 minutes. Dinner's taking a little bit longer than expected.
Oh, okay. Well,
right now it's like 7 o'clock for him, so
at least he's coming.
Yeah.
And then it's not really our show, so like, you know, we don't have a lot of people that come like knowing that it's early. You know what I mean? Like yesterday you started it early and we were here for a while, so it's like cool because you did it early for you to be. You're gonna stream it at 5, right?
Right. This is gonna be pre-recorded, and then we're gonna stream it at 5 o'clock. So
it'll be cool then.
Now, besides having our minds on the thing, the minds chat or Jitsi with minds on there, I'm also doing Zach's Discord server too. And I'll let people on there know if they have questions they can ask on his Discord channel, and I'll mention it to Zach so that he can answer it, or if Zach sees it, he can answer it too.
So wait, you're live on Discord too?
I'm live on Jitsi, and if anybody wants to join, they can join on Discord, and they can join on Minds.
So in Discord, is it video?
Discord is like
I have Discord. I mean, I know like my.
Oh no, it's not video.
Oh, okay. Just my trading class. He used to do video in there, and then he can do audio. So are you just doing audio, or are you just y'all are in the chat room and you're saying?
You know, my OBS. I've got both the Minds chat that we have. And then I also have another window capture set up for his Discord showing his chat. So like when the stream plays, it's going to show a background with the Minds chat, 24/7 stream, and then it'll show Zach's stream as well. Oh,
I see what you're saying now. So that way his community can kind of join the party as well, and as well it kind of integrates the two, because if they're unfamiliar with Minds, then they can become familiar. So that's smart, really good. That's networking. Nice.
I think it'd be a good idea to kind of do both directions with it. I'd like to get people more interested in Gilded too, because
I never heard of that.
It's kind of like Discord, but it's better.
Gilded?
Yeah.
Okay. And then listen, you said Friday you're doing an interview?
It's Yeah, it's gonna be Friday. It's gonna be with Bashy. Oh, there he is. Hey, Disney.
Hi.
Disney
Hey.
Magic Zach.
How's it going?
All right. So we finally got you here. So
Yeah,
was you-
sorry. Long.
oh, sorry about that. Was you able to get your camera and everything set up?
My phone's currently on charge, so no.
It's perfectly fine. We can get you set up. I set it up to where you have both your Discord channel,
Yeah.
and I have my mine's chat showing on the video with a background for the
Cool.
for the video and everything, and audio is perfectly fine because
Nice.
we're well, you know how it rolls in the podcast
Yeah.
community. And I told you
Mhm,
already.
mhm.
I'd prefer listening to audio anyhow.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it makes it a bit easier sometimes, doesn't it?
yeah. Now, I've already told everybody on minds.com to be nice to you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I've told them to be nice. Zach's probably the nicest guy I've ever met on the internet, so don't ruin him.
You know what, Roger? I'm already ruined. It's just a facade, this.
Yeah, I know. You're the only guy I know who twerks on video.
100%, baby. Let's go.
It's an old joke. Zach, this is Karma Love. Karma, this is
Hi.
Zach.
Hey, how you doing? Doing okay?
Yes, thank you. You as well?
Yeah, good, thank you.
What happened was a long time ago. He was messing around, having fun on his videos, and he started twerking. And I just, from that day on, I've been picking on him because he freaking did that. So
Now that is wild. Was not
Hey.
expecting to hear that one.
Gotta keep the people entertained, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Whatever it takes by any means. Damn. Yes.
I'm all for a good time, Cam. I'm all for a good time.
Mm.
now have you? Okay, first of all, I want to ask you: would you want to do interview style where people ask you the questions first while you're talking, or would you like to kind of give the information out and then have a questions and answers afterward?
I mean, I'm all down for an interview. I feel like that.
That would be fine. Are you there?
Hello? Oh, he said his phone was dying.
He's still on.
Oh, there he is.
He's still on. Give him a second. Sometimes.
This signal is really weird sometimes, you know, for me too. Remember the other day? We're not going to talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was bad. Yeah. Oh, he's got it. See if he clicks on the.
Hello?
Yeah, yeah.
We can
There
hear
we
you.
Super. I unplugged my microphone by mistake.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If anything happens, just hit on the link right there, and it'll bring you right back in.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. I should be alright. I was just the way to say I was like moving my leg to get comfier, and it's just decided to unplug everything, so it's all good.
No, it's horrible. Now, we can do the interview thing then. I've got stuff from the article that I sent you, and
Oh yeah, nice.
I've got notes set up for that. And then I've got two questions, or not really questions, they're comments from two people on Minds and stuff. And we can go through that.
Yeah, sounds good.
So, before we get started, I already hit record. And if you want to, kind of give us a background about yourself, and we can introduce yourself. And
Yeah, of course, yeah.
just kinda
Sounds good.
tell everybody what you want.
Okay. So, hi everyone, my name is Zach. I go by Disney Magic Zach online. I have a Disney themed channel and podcast where we do like history. I talk with guests and things like that about all things Disney. Disney's a big passion of mine. It has been since I was little. And it's only grown bigger. So I like to incorporate it with all type of like aspects of other communities that I'm part of as well. And one in particular that we're going to be talking about here is gaming in theme parks and in general as well of Disney and all that kind of stuff. So I've touched on this a little bit with a guest on mine on the podcast a while ago. And I do have a video coming out very, very soon talking about the history of it within the theme parks and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm super excited to be here. Thank you for having me here, guys. Very, very happy to be here. Yeah, I'm excited. So let's get going.
All right. Like you said, you know, I know that you have an interest in Walt Disney World, but I also want to point out the fact that you're obsessed with golf too. Okay.
Yes, yeah. I'm a bit of a golfer. I'm not any good, but hey, I enjoy it, so that's all that matters.
I just need to make sure that everybody understands that you are obsessed with golf. Okay. Because that's like the first thing that caught my attention is when you put that video out that of you in the backyard, and it was like in the middle of December.
Oh yeah, that was the good old training regime for me to try and attempt to get the ball in the hole.
But it was in the middle of winter. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I remember you were out there and you were cold, man. What was it? It was the 9-iron, wasn't it? You were trying to get it through the weeds and stuff.
Oh yeah. A bit of, bit of practice in the rough, yeah.
That was
honestly, that's not the worst I've played golf in though. To be fair, I've actually played golf in like a snowstorm, which was insane. Like it was like honestly the worst decision I made, honestly. But I played a solid round, so it was all right. It was all good.
Okay. So with all that out of the way, let me ask you about Minion Land. What do you know anything about Minion Land at Universal Studios Orlando?
I know that it's recently opened. So some of the vloggers that I watch are mainly Orlando based. They're not just specifically for Disney. So you know they travel to Universal as well. So I know of Minion Land. I know it's a recently opened area. It's expanded on the Minion Mayhem kind of like attraction that is nearby it. If we are talking about gaming and things like that, then I assume we're going to be talking about the Villain Con ride that opened along with like the land.
Exactly.
I mean, it looks like an interesting concept for a ride. It looks very, very cool. I mean, from what I've seen, there's a couple of flaws with it before opening day and things like that. That's to be expected, that, you know, getting rid of all the little bugs and things like that. But overall, it looks like a very good ride. From what I can tell about it, it's a standing, like, omni-mover. So you're stood on, like a walking escalator type thing. So you're walking across that. That's pushing you across. And you have access to like a blast that you're blasting at this screen, trying to rack up all of these points, to get the best points of the day, to get the best ranking of the day, for your chance to join the Villainous Six, which is like the main like quote unquote bad guys from the franchise. It looks like a fun ride. It looks like a good ride. But yeah, I feel like that's. And I mentioned this in the video that I'm going to be bringing out soon. This kind of like theme park attraction looks like it could be the future for these kind of experiences that they're going to want to bring out to bring access to gaming to everyone in like the parks, from like the tiniest little kids to like the oldest park goers. So I mean, it's very accessible. It looks like a good time. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good.
Did you by any chance find any information interesting about that Minion Blast that they've got?
Yeah, I mean it looks pretty good. Like, so Minion Blast, it looks kind of, it looks, it's what I find interesting about it is the fact that you've got like this access to like a blaster, like a gun, like a Nerf gun type kind of thing. And obviously it uses your infrared or like some sort of Bluetooth connection, that helps you to rack up your scores and things like that. So I mean, in ways of that, they've come a long way in terms of theme parks like that. The only one that's kind of like that, that I can kind of relate it to, that I know of, is a ride in Disney World and like Disneyland, based on Buzz Lightyear. It's called Space Ranger Spin. Kind of the same concept, but instead of like walking on like an Omnimover and like being like pushed across with like a giant screen, it's more like you're in like a carriage, like a carriage with like a mounted gun, and it's more like props, like 3D props to like try and shoot little targets, rather than like a screen and like video kind of like video essence to it.
Yeah, like the article was talking about how Universal wants guests to become the star of their own show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now,
it's a cool concept. I think if they pull it off, they'd be able to pull it off really well, to be fair.
Now, they also mentioned that it all started when Universal Studios launched the first Wizarding World of Harry Potter. Now, have you checked into that? Because I know you're a big Harry Potter fan too. So
I am. Yeah, I'm a big Potter fan. I mean, interactive stuff like that. From what, if I remember rightly with what the article was saying, if my memory serves well, when the Wizarding World opened in Orlando, they had like an interactive like experience that was accessible around like a scavenger hunt type thing that was accessible across the park, with like an interactive like wand that you could purchase, and you had use the one you did like motions of like the spells and things. It made things happen. I think that's what they're talking about, because that's the only kind of like interactive thing I can think of. But like in the real world, like obviously beside the rides and things like that, but in the real world type like experiences, I don't know if they still do it, and I think they did it before COVID and everything, but I don't know if they brought it back.
Okay.
Yeah, they still do it. We had
do they? Yeah.
We had annual passes to Universal last year. Now we haven't had them this year, so unless it's changed within, I guess, the past, it's been about 8 months. So yeah, I mean, but they were still doing that at Universal, and that ride you were talking about at Disney with Buzz Lightyear, they actually have a Men in Black ride that actually kind of parallels the exact same concept, to where you're shooting at the things, you have your gun, like you have your 2-person cart. But what Roger was talking about with the ones are like you're actually the player. Now, I guess maybe I missed this. If you did say, have you experienced this, like to where you're the player, you get points kind of for how you're like during the game? Like let's just say you get to be Mario, if you know what I mean. Like if you want to be,
like, okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? You're actually Mario. You get your points like that. Have you? Heard about this, or is that something you've experienced? Because I'm highly interested in this concept. Like it, unless until you die anyway. But
yeah. No. Excuse me. No, I've not experienced it myself, because last time I made it over to the States, like the park things, it was like 2011, so it's a long time ago. But obviously I keep up to date with all the news and everything. I know there's one at Nintendo World, Hollywood and Japan. I think it's the Mario Kart, where you get to play Mario Kart essentially. Like you get to be, you get to go through the ride as like quote unquote Mario, as it were. You get to go through the Mushroom Kingdom and things like that. I mean, they look really fun. They look really interactive. They look,
What the heck was that about, Karma?
I was just listening as I always do. So yeah, but that's cool. No, I was just listening to what Roger, like I said, was saying more so in regards to being an actual thing. And then with Disney, do you have more questions? Can I ask them something?
Yeah.
What is your favorite Disney park? Like out of all the parks, when the last time you went, I know you said it's been a while. So which park do you favor the most, and then why?
So I rank these. This for me, it's like this is like a solid definitive list that we go through quite a lot as like Disney adults. Mm-hmm. I'm a basic boy. It's got to be Magic Kingdom. It's got to be Magic Kingdom.
Seriously, even over MGM, like even over Hollywood Studios.
I mean, Hollywood Studios isn't my favorite purely because I haven't got anything to go off it yet. I've not been. But Epcot is a very close second. Epcot is like very, very high. Like I love Epcot.
I never appreciated Epcot as a kid, but as an adult, I would love to just.
Everyone says it, Karma. No one appreciates Epcot as a kid, but as soon as you get older, you're like, when you get older, it's like, damn, this park is like the best.
The best one, right? You can go to all the countries, and you can get a different, like everything and everywhere, like.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, but Magic Kingdom is my favorite purely for like the nostalgia.
Yeah, it feels good. I feel it's just always so crowded.
Always. The crowds are insane, but the rides, like my favorite ride is there. Big Thunder Mountain's there. That's like my all-time favorite roller coaster.
Space Mountain.
Big Thunder.
Oh, Big Thunder. Yes.
Yeah, Big Thunder.
For me.
Yeah.
I do Space Mountain because like I like the whole dark and just like.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Space Mountain's a good one. But yeah, in terms of why, it's more than nostalgia. I think because the first ever park I went to was Paris, was Disneyland Paris, and this was when I was like really young, and that's like the first memories of like going to like a Disney park, and it was just taking it all, and it was like wow. And then when I went to like the States and then that took it on like a bigger level, it was like, holy crap, this is huge, and it's insane. I don't think anything compares seeing the castle for like the first time, like any time. Yeah, like you can see any of the icons and be like, yeah, I mean, Spaceship Earth there, Tower of Terror, but you see that castle, it hits home. It hits home. So I think that's the real reason, just for the nostalgia, just for the feelings that it can evoke. 100%.
That's nice. No, have you been to Animal Kingdom?
Yeah, I've been to all six. I've not been to Typhoon Lagoon, but I've been to all four main like parks.
Yeah, I've never been.
And Blizzard Beach. Okay. I love Animal Kingdom. Animal Kingdom was good, but I feel like there was not enough to do the last time I went. So I'm very, very looking forward to going and exploring Pandora.
Did you do
that kind of stuff?
The safari?
Love the safari. That favorite thing. So last time I went on the safari, it had like this story where we was trying to stop poachers. They've long since stopped that, but that honestly, the safari itself is just a great ride.
Yeah, I remember you saved the baby elephant at the end.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the story.
There's one thing we got to get to, and this was the big one, and it's Disney followed suit with Star Wars. So now, what about Galaxy Edge, which was brought out in 2019? Do you know anything about that, Zach?
Yeah. So again, never been. But just like I put this out here, I'm not a big Star Wars fan. Never have, never will be. Indiana Jones till I die. Like Indiana Jones, like the best franchise by Lucasfilms. Just putting it out there. But the Star Wars stuff looks insane. Batu looks gorgeous. And again, this I'm giving you all the spoilers here for this video because I've actually mentioned this in this video that I've just finished recording today.
Okay.
Like from where the theme parks began from like the late 1990s to now, like the immersive like concepts of let's Millennium Falcon, the Smuggler's Run rides. You get to pilot the Millennium Falcon, like that is everybody's, like whoever's, like, if you're a Star Wars fan or not, you want to pilot the Millennium Falcon. Yeah. Like I want to pilot the Millennium Falcon. I absolutely love that. It is such a cool concept, and what I love about the ride in particular, and it's nothing to do with like the mechanics or like how the ride functions, it's the exit queue. So the exit queue, they have if you do really poorly, like you have a pilot who crashes all through like the whole concept of like smashing and crashing into everything, that then reflects on the exit queue. Like you get to see the damage of the Millennium Falcon as you're coming out of the Millennium Falcon, and that changes every single time.
Oh, wow.
But it's not like screens. It's like physical props.
Wow.
It is such a cool concept that they were able to like grasp hold of, and it's like yes. But then in terms of like going back to like the video game concept of it, you get bonuses for like driving well, you get for like piloting well, you get bonuses for like shooting so many people. You can get points taken off you for how many times you've crashed, whether you've not shot enough people, there's all that kind of like gaming aspect to it. And it's just such a cool concept of how they've brought it all together as like a multiplayer platform, because everybody's got to work together. And it's just so cool, man. It's just so cool. Like I hands down feel that is going to be for those types of like immersive like rides and things like that. That is definitely going to be the future of how they want to go forward in terms of anything like that. And anything like below that is not going to be good enough for anyone, because we've had the best of the best so far, and they need to keep improving on that. And I think they will.
That from what I remember from the article, they were talking about that they actually incorporated that into both Disneyland and Disney World, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah. So essentially, the one at California Adventure and Hollywood Studios are carbon copies of each other. The only differences between the two is obviously the size, because obviously Walt Disney World's bigger, so they've put it on a kind of like a bigger scale to what California is. But essentially, it's all the same ride system. It's the same, and I feel like it had to be, because like if you're going to go to like say California and you're going to get one experience, you're going to expect it from like Hollywood Studios or like Disney World. And if you go to Disney World and you're not getting the same experience, and people are like, what the hell, man, what's the deal, why are we not getting the same experience that we did at the West Coast? Why? So I feel like they had to copy it to appease everyone, so then no matter what side of like the country you're on, you can both have the same experience.
No, I heard too, like your reputation within the land actually follows you, like how well you play the game.
Yeah. So that's like an interactive thing that you can do. So there's like a mini game that you can do around where you can do like bounty hunting and things like that. And then you can build a droid and things like that. So you build a droid at the droid factory. And you can also like determine if you want to be part of the resistance or the what's it called, the first order. So you get to kind of like choose what side your droid and things like that, and that heavily impacts on like the kind of like interactive like aspects of of the land as well, which is very, very cool. It's you know, it's those little things that you don't really think about that are there for, you know, that you know, makes that land even more immersive. And you know, in terms of like going back to like how we expect things to go going forward, we're just going to expect this because, you know, there's a lot that went into Galaxy's Edge that we're going to expect from the new lands that are going to be opening soon. Not soon, but like that are going to be opening in the future in like the parks itself and things like that. And it's just a stepping stone, I think, for like all these interactive bits and all of like these immersive kind of like experiences. You know, once you've set the bar, you need to like go above and beyond the bar. And I'm like, it sounds biased, but Disney have always done this in terms of like whether it's the movies, whether it's the parks. Like Disney was the first company ever to make a robotic like audio animatronic, and they technically have that name like trademark to them. So if you see like an animatronic in like Universal or, you know, Hershey Park, Knott's Berry Farm, wherever you're gonna go, it's not an audio animatronic, it is just an animatronic. So it's very cool. Like Disney have always set the bar high, and they've always gone above and beyond. And I have no doubt that they will do keep going that in the future.
Well, it's good to hear you say stuff like that, because like I know with that article they were kind of down on that ride, because and people have been doing it from the beginning. I think it's because of, like, they even mentioned it in the article about the Smuggler's Ride, the Smuggler's Run ride.
Yeah, Smuggler's Run, yeah.
Yeah, they've been promising to put that out for a while now, and they just never brought it out. I think that it always comes back to that, you know, and it's good to hear people who, you know, don't stick to that. It's just like every time you have a conversation about that ride, they always talk about the Smuggler's Run. And, and, you know, someday they might do it out, but with all the expectations that they have on there, I mean, I personally feel that they're like really overreaching at the moment. It doesn't mean that they're gonna get there. It's just they're just looking really far ahead, you know, about what they're gonna do.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I think that's one of the. It's more so a goal and an issue from my point of view, because obviously they set the bar so high with something like Smuggler's Run. That's like their big attraction. They built a whole like ride system for it, like a whole ride system from scratch. But they did the same like 20 odd years ago with Star Tours. Like that system didn't exist until Disney made it. Like that type of attraction didn't exist until Disney sat down like, right, how can we make this? How can we immerse our guests? How can we do this?
Yeah.
You know, they
you remember the first Falcon, right? Millennial Falcon ride they had. I mean, you could get in there and literally shoot the freaking gun and turn and stuff. I mean.
Oh yeah.
And that was pretty good back in the day too.
That's it, exactly. It's, you know, because they have those expectations. A lot of us, like we're all to blame here, as like the community of like Disney. We expect a lot from them all of the time, but sometimes we don't appreciate like the little things.
Yeah.
So this weekend alone, like as you know, as we're talking, is a panel for D23 guests, which is like a collection of like the biggest Disney fans, like who can go to like the expos and things like that, get access to like, you know, the expos and things like that. There's one currently in Florida called Destination D23. It's like a weekend event where they announce like some new experiences, new stuff for the parks, new kind of like movies, new things for like the cruise line, everything like that. I watched it back and I was like, this was kind of like, I was expecting some of this to be announced because like it was in the works for a while, but then also some of it was like, yeah, I guess, because like we always expect them to be like, right, this is what we want. We want a brand new park opening at Walt Disney World. We want it now. Like we want a brand new park. We don't want expansions. We want a park. And when we get expansions, we're like, yeah, I guess we'll settle for it. I guess. I mean, if they do a good job, I'm sure it'll be fine. But like, we're never fully happy with what we get. But we always kind of just be like, yeah, we'll take it. It's the little victories, I guess. But like deep down, we all want, like, we expect Disney to like know what we're thinking. We're like, right, we want this, we want this, we want this, we want this. It's like that's not how it works, and we never learn. We never learn.
Yeah. Now, before we get off of the Star Wars and Walt Disney stuff, I do want to let you know, Karma Love actually lives in Orlando, and
Okay.
she has been dragged to Disney World all of her life by her mom, who is obsessed with you, or obsessed
Jealous.
like you are.
Yeah.
With
Well, I have a
Disney World.
question because you were saying about the expo that's happening, and then they're, I guess, seeing kind of ideas or what type of expectations that are being held in regards. If Disney was to open a different type of park, I have actually two questions because I had this question previously. If Disney was to open a different park, what would you feel like it should be based around? Like, what could you consider would be like a good theme that would be an attraction that is different besides what we were talking about with this interactive? I feel like with this interactive thing that we're discussing, that is definitely a dope consideration. But if it was not that, what would it be centered around? Because like all of their parks kind of have, like, you know, you have your fantasy feel, you have your outdoorsy feel. So like, what would be a good concept? And then just so you know, if you would like to jumble them together, also, because it kind of does go together, what would you like to see change within Disney and how they not necessarily operate, but how they present or how they're able to get more? Because right now, their big problem is not a lot of people are coming out. And what would be a way that you think that they could change or get more people to actually join the park, if you have? Because I mean, because you're being a fan, I feel like you kind of would look at this type of stuff as well.
I like to theorize this stuff a lot. So, I wouldn't necessarily. I wouldn't add a new park. I wouldn't, because I feel like 4 is enough. We've got 4 at Disney World alone. You know, there's 4 massive parks. There's 2 water parks. You've got an upteen amount of other stuff to do there as well.
Disney Springs, Disney
Springs, you know, you've got the golf courses, you've got like the mini golf, you've got like shopping, you know, you've got Disney Springs for shopping, you've got it all. You've got it all. So they don't necessarily need another park. What I would like, and this I'm sure every person, if given the chance, would say this. I'd love to see Epcot's done in a way like how Walt envisioned it when he first started to like do the Florida project, which was, you know, obviously Disney World and stuff like that. I'd like to see it kind of like functioning as not like a town, not like a city, but more like a community, like, you know, having people from around the world, like obviously like World Showcase, people from around the world gather and things like that, but I feel like they need more lands. I feel like it should be 2 separate parks, like two separate areas. 2 separate experiences. So obviously the World Showcase could be
incorporated into one.
So, but make the park bigger, expand the World Showcase in terms of all of that kind of stuff, and then you know, your Future World, your World Showcase, whatever they're calling it now, World Nature, all that kind of stuff. Bring that back a bit, like make that a little bit bigger, and then incorporate all of these ideas into how they're doing it now. Because I love the way Epcot is looking at the minute, in terms of like how they split it up into little pavilions.
Different countries and stuff.
But they need to add more to the World Showcase. They need to add Another couple of
I feel like
lands.
they should. It is kind of congested. I feel like just for them to be able, like different areas as well
Yeah.
as expanding the areas that are there to offer more of the experience. I don't know.
Yeah.
Norway is really dope. I love that. Like when you go to Norway and you can do
Yeah.
like the Vikings and stuff like that.
Oh
That's
yeah.
really
Yeah.
cool. But
Oh, yeah.
like, cause even like, cause we go to Disney Springs, I was telling him about like the Irish pub. I was telling him about that experience, and
Yeah.
They have a really good Bailey's Irish cream shake, but like it's weird because inside of the park is completely different in regards. I don't even think I don't remember Ireland at all, or like anything. I'm thinking, I mean, but it's been years. But it's just like I don't know. I was just wondering because like I'm thinking, well, no, there is now. I see. Okay, but I guess because I was a kid, it was different. I wouldn't really travel there as often. Okay.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but I was just wondering because I was like, there's more outside of Epcot for like when it becomes to Irish stuff than there is inside. But then I guess there is places inside of Epcot as well the same. So what would you see, like what areas do you think that they could expand, like they could offer as an attraction, like if they got new countries, or you know what I mean? Well, I
mean, they need like a Greece pavilion. That'd be dope. Put Hercules in there, put Megara in there as like live meet and greets. Get the muses in there for like a musical adaptation. Just grease it up. Like get that in there. Get like
that's actually a really good idea.
What else can do? I mean, get like a South America. Like I can't think if they got like a South American one, but like Cuba or like kind of like that kind of area of like South America. Expand on that a little bit. Expand on the England pavilion because I feel like that's really lacking. We was getting a Mary Poppins attraction and they just completely threw it out the window.
So you have to say something. You have to, like, you know why? It's because people don't do Mary Poppins as much. But I think that would be so cool.
It looks so good because he was going to do Cherry Tree Lane. It looks insane. The concept
if you can
art
fly
looks
on
amazing.
umbrellas, it'll be nice.
Oh, 100%. I will message Josh tomorrow and be like, listen, pal. Get me that now. Get me that.
Right now.
He will too. Don't
Don't
doubt that. Zach's probably emailing the freaking president of Disney World like on a regular.
I will get Bob Iger on the phone. I will get Bob Iger.
I had to send some tickets around.
Okay, so now we come to the hard hitters. Okay, I did get some comments that I told everybody online that I would ask them for them if they didn't get to the stream. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is the part I told them to be nice to you about. All right.
Okay.
Because everybody online are crazy. They love that.
Wait a minute, you put me on mine. What are you saying? You met me there.
Here you go. So the first comment that was made is from a guy called Pecos Dave, and he says, I don't love everything about Disney, yet I have Disney Plus Triple Play. I sort of feel like Disney is holding great stuff hostage through acquisition. The original Star Wars trilogy, the prequel trilogy, part of the Clone Wars cartoons, all existed before Disney bought them. Now they're on Disney Plus. I love Futurama. Disney bought Fox and made new episodes. Those are on Hulu. It all started to fall apart a bit now, but some of the Marvel stuff was good. So do you have anything that you'd like to mention about what he was talking about there?
Yeah, so I agree in a sense because I am heavily opinionated that I'm a big fan of Disney, obviously, like probably a bit too much, but I do not agree with how the company is ran, and to me it's a very different thing to how it's ran
and to experience the parks, watch the movies, all that kind of stuff. I feel that I'm very opinionated on this, Roger and Karma. I am very, very opinionated on this. I feel Disney have too much IP for them to know what to do.
Yeah.
And it comes down to, it does come down to, like, Marvel is a prime example. Like, Avengers Endgame, probably like that. I think it's now the highest grossing film ever. Or one of them. I know it's in like the top 10 or the top 5. And that was an incredible movie from what I've not watched it, but from like my friends, family and everything, they're like, yes, this movie was insane. And then you come to like the newest one, which I believe was like, what was the newest one? Like Ant-Man? I don't know. It was like something.
Yeah.
And apparently the CGI in that was just not up to scratch. And I feel like that's because Disney have this high standard that they have to pump out new material every other year or every year, and the quality is dropping. It's very much quality over quantity. With like the Star Wars stuff, Ahsoka has just come out. You've got The Mandalorian. You've got all the movies. That it sounds bad, but in a sense, they're bleeding these franchises dry. In a sense, and this comes from someone who loves Disney, who loves the whole idea. But I don't love the concept of them owning everything. Like you got like the comment said, you go to Disney Plus and everything is on there. Yeah. Like you want to watch Futurama, you want to watch Simpsons. It's all on Disney Plus. Yes, it's convenient because it's all under one roof. But then you've also got to take into consideration, like the Simpsons and Futurama were like when Matt Groening created those, it was made to be a little bit more of like an adult-based cartoon. You look at it now; it's got that Disney umbrella over it. They can't be as like sketchy as they want to be. They have to touch on that family friendliness, and I feel like it takes away some of like the charm of like those kind of shows, like The Simpsons, Futurama. Family Guy is owned by Disney technically. Deadpool is owned by Disney.
Yeah.
Deadpool is the only Marvel character that I absolutely adore. Like I will hands down watch anything Deadpool in it.
He's goofy.
He's goofy.
He's goofy as shit.
He actually is.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds, man, is like probably one of my favorite actors as well. So it just helps. But again, that's owned by Disney now. Like Deadpool 3 is now going to be made under the Disney umbrella. And as much as I love Deadpool, I am very, very worried about how that's going to turn out. Obviously, you've got like the writer's strikes going on and the actor's strikes and everything like that. That's going to affect it in a way as well. But it's concerning, and I feel like Disney have bitten off more than they can chew, essentially.
For me personally, I look at that and I'm like, what the hell is Disney doing, even owning freaking Marvel?
You know what
I'm saying? I mean, come on, dude. Seriously. I mean, it's two different genres.
Yeah.
And then they have the Marvel attraction at Universal. That's what makes it really, really wild. Because the Marvel attraction at Universal, but Disney owns Marvel.
This is where it gets dodgy. This is where it gets weird because Disney don't. As far as last time I heard, Disney don't own like they don't own Spider-Man. They don't own. I don't think they own some of the characters. I think they just own
the name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they just own the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So if those characters are in there, then they obviously that's part of that. So they own like Doctor Strange. They own all of those like Thor, Iron Man, all that kind of stuff. But they don't own. I don't think they own
Iron Man. He's
owned by Sony.
Yeah,
it's very, very weird. It's very, very weird.
Okay, now because I was unaware of that.
Yeah. Last time I heard, I don't know if anything changed Because the last time I heard there was like a giant lawsuit between them all happening, and it's one of them. But
It
again,
kind
it's
of gets
my
mangled up too because don't Sony have something to do with all of it as well? Like Sony
yeah,
is caught up with the Walt Disney World and everything else too. So
yeah. So it all just gets very confusing, and it's just it could all just be avoided. Like I will say that I did an episode on this with one of my friends for the podcast, and we talked about IP. If I remember rightly, Disney I think they own like 25 companies, like including Marvel, ESPN, ABC, all like they're in the works of like owning Hulu. There's a lot that they own, and I think it's too much. I think it's too much because then they're like, right, we need to appeal to all of these audiences that we've acquired. How do we do that? How do we do that? And then they're like, we'll just pump out as much content as possible. We don't care if it's any good. We'll just get it out there, and it's just it just gets messy. It just gets messy, essentially. So
yeah, and I think out of all of it, that's the worst part is like Walt Disney's message is just completely lost. You know what I mean? Like look at the man Walt Disney and what he envisioned, and it's just all gone. You know what I mean?
oh yeah,
They
yeah,
just
100%.
flushed it down the toilet. And I think that's the bad part about it because Walt Disney wasn't a bad man at all. I mean,
No. Walt Disney was a visionary. He was a he knew what he wanted, and he made sure that he did it.
His brother was about the money though. Roy was very much about the money, and they
Roy
made
was
sure
about-
that
yeah.
he wasn't. He was about the vision, like you said, and so they got rid of. They teach you that because I used to work for Disney, and they teach you that. Well, they don't teach you that part, but you kind of learn that part as you go. But that man, he got his brother for the money.
Roy was the businessman behind it. Walt was the creativity, and I feel
he
like
didn't agree with a lot of the stuff that Roy wanted to do.
No.
And that was a big issue because it's like, I want it like this, and it's just like, but it should be like this, and we can get more money. And he was like, I don't care about the money, like, and he's like, oh, you gonna care, and so
And Walt never cared about the money. Walt never cared. He just wanted to make things for people. And I feel that, like, I'm a big fan of Bob Iger. Like, I know he's done a lot for the company over the past few years and things like that. But I think besides Walt, I think my favorite CEO, bar his rubbish end of his tenureship, was Michael Eisner. Michael Eisner was like, did so much for the company and the parks and the movies. Like under his tenureship, we had all of those amazing like Renaissance movies. We had The Little Mermaid, we had The Lion King, we had all those classic movies. He opened like 6 parks under his time as CEO. Maybe even more, to be fair. California Adventure, Animal Kingdom, Hollywood Studios, Epcot. No, Epcot was open when he was there.
Yeah.
Hong Kong, Paris,
Wow.
Tokyo.
How
Tokyo,
long
I'm
was
pretty
his
sure.
reign? How long was he president?
I think it was 10 years. I think because he did something called the Disney Decade, where he wanted to do as much as possible in the 10 years of like him being CEO. And then I think Iger took over in 2005? Yeah, I think it was 2005 Iger took over, or just before. And then that's when it started being about the money and things like that.
That's
and
crazy. That's when I stopped. So he was basically the president the whole time I was going. Because 2004, yeah, that's when I stopped. Like 2004 is probably my last year I went to Disney. As I would say, I don't want to say kid, but like that with my family. I went when I worked, of course, but I only went to a few of the parks and I didn't experience as much. But I didn't know. That's funny to me.
Now, the next part, I was debating on if I wanted to bring up. I think I can state it in a better way because Pecos is a bit of a wild man, so I'm gonna try to say it. I'm gonna try to say it as best as I can. Okay.
Okay.
Now Pecos, he says he feels like Disney has gone out and basically bought good stuff that already existed, and then he made them saturated with freaking political correctness and stuff, and I never got to see any of the changes they did to Willow, and I'm guessing he's thinking the movie from the 80s or 90s were kind of like a Conan kind of setting.
Yeah.
But he says that they saturated that with the whole gay thing on there. You know what I mean? And what he's wanting to know is, or what he's saying is, he doesn't object to people who are generally gay. Or some character in the things, but the only thing that he has is a problem is it becomes a plot point, and they turn it into a preaching platform about being politically correct and being homosexual and stuff like that.
Okay.
That's the best way I could say it because but what are your thoughts on that? How do you feel about it?
I mean, I also want to be like politically correct here because I don't want to offend anyone, but I'm kind of leaning to the other side. Like, I am kind of in the LGBTQ community, so I'm not like I've identified as biromantic, which essentially means like I'm attracted to women, but I like the aspect of being biromantic is like if like a guy looks good or grooms well or essentially like takes care of themselves, I'll be like, yeah, I appreciate that. He looks like I'd admittedly say to a guy, he looks sexy. Like I'd admittedly say that because that's that's what I've identified as biromantic. So I'm kind of in the community, even though I don't feel like I am. So in terms of this, it's a tough one because like I feel like yes, it can be overdone in a point of where does a story need to be like, or does a movie need to be redone in terms of done to be politically correct? But on the other side of it, I'm like, okay, I appreciate that they've done this. I appreciate that they're telling the story in another way, because the way I look at like the remakes and the live actions of how they've redone these stories is it's not like a complete rip-off. It's not like they've redone the movie, they're retelling the story because they've changed an aspect of it. Like it's kind of in the same boat, but like the Little Mermaid, like everyone when the live action Little Mermaid was announced like a couple of years ago, everyone was losing their shit because it was like, well, why is she why is she black? Why is she not a red-haired person that we know Ariel to be? And it's because it's a retelling of the story. It's not the story that we grew up with. It's a retelling of that same story. Like these live actions,
The one that I'm gonna like go is Beauty and the Beast. And I think this ties in well. Beauty and the Beast filled in some plot holes of the original animated, the animated movie. It announced that LeFou was gay, which obviously you could probably tell from LeFou that he had a thing. Yeah, that he had a thing for Gaston. Yeah, 100%. That he had a thing. Oh yeah, that he had a thing for Gaston.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, look at him. He's a powerhouse. Like,
but you say
100%.
that he's gay? I thought he was just really romantic because one of his girls was his girlfriend. He had a girlfriend in the movie and he like, oh, mon ami. It's like, and then like you were saying, what is it called if I'm not offending? Because you were talking about what you identify with. And I but does that mean, like, because you tell someone that they look nice, so if I tell a girl she looks nice, does that mean, like, that's the same? Just because you're telling someone that they look good or that they,
yes and no. I mean, I think it's on that kind of line. It's like, I mean, it's one of them, like, I will, I don't know, I think because I flirt with men and women to a point where it's like, in a point where like with a woman, or any like who identifies as a woman or anything like that, I'll actively like seek out a relationship with like a female, but like with a male, I wouldn't, because I'm not interested in like the sexual aspect of it. It's more so like just having like a bit of playful nature with it, and like getting up to that point and like, okay, that I'm not 100% like ready for that, but like, it's one of them. If it gets to the point one day,
I think a lot of that has to do with like, and I know everybody hates hearing this, but it has to do with like the generation gap thing, you know what I mean? Because like my son likes to use the term where with your preference, sexual preference, they call it
asexual,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I understand the concept behind it.
Yeah.
But I mean, my generation never talked like that before, you know what I mean? It was like I mean, stuff like that just was never, I mean, it was either you were gay or you were straight or you were bisexual. That was understood. But like, now they got like classification for classification. And it's just, for me, I think that's what it is. It's just things have gotten really, really descriptive when it comes to all that stuff.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, I totally get that, and this is why I said at the beginning of like when I first answered this question, like I feel like sometimes I kind of forget that I'm in that kind of community because I've always been like that, and it was only a couple of years ago that I realized that it was actually a thing, like it was actually like a pronoun, like a word for it. I was like, oh, I guess that explains my kind of like personality and how I am, but like I've never let it really define me, because like I am who I am. I do what I do. Like, obviously, I mean, it's very few and far between that I speak to, men of that way. But like, in my day job, I'm surrounded by women all day. I work in childcare, so it's like being naturally talking to women on a daily basis is just like, it's just natural. Like I can have like banter with them. I can talk to them like, we've got a good friendship going with everyone at work and things like that. So it's just me being me, and like it's just.
And now it's being identified. You're just yourself, but now it's say you're like this and you're like that. And I think that's kind of what Roger was saying. Like, you feel as though it's kind of like to where it's like not pressurized, but just like a focal point. And if so, like, yeah, I see that, because it doesn't have, because you could be yourself and not label on it.
And
Yeah,
it's
of
the
course,
biggest
yeah.
thing. Like, I don't know, but it is what it is. But
So
Yeah.
I don't really want to like go further on that because
yeah,
it's
like
it's
this
a
is
good it's a good topic for another.
Mm.
I
not Disney.
I love the shit out of you, Zach. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
none of
Yeah, but thank you for sharing
that
your
matters to
perspective.
me. Is
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's
no,
important
no.
to me.
definitely.
That's what I mean.
And so
At the end of the day, I'll just put my 2 cents in.
Because
You are who you are. Be who you want to be, and
right,
if you want to put a label on it, do so.
and go
But
for it.
right.
it doesn't have to define who you are. And
That's all I'm gonna say.
But I do have the last question, and this has to
The
do
last one.
this has to do with Star Wars, and it's from Robot, Mr. Robot.
Mr. Robot.
Mr.
What a
Robot
legend.
says, I thought it was a sin that Lucas sold Star Wars to Disney. Just glad that they haven't polluted it as much as they have other icons. For the most part, I think Star Wars was a pretty, no, the new, I thought, or I think the new Star Wars things are pretty good. Now,
Yeah.
Are you okay with the way they did the new Star Wars?
I mean, again, it's one of them. I've watched them in passing. I know of them. I know they finished like the Skywalker trilogy. That was a good way to end the story off that LucasArts film presented back in the day. In terms of Lucas selling to Disney, that was in the works for what I believe a long time, because Disney and Lucas have been working together for years. Like, Disney approached Lucasfilms to be like, we want Star Wars in our parks. We want Star Tours. We've got this idea for a ride. We've got this. We want this implemented in. Do you want to be part of it? George Lucas said yes, and they've had a partnership ever since. They had Star Wars days at like Hollywood Studios and like and the Disneyland Park way back in the day. And this was all under, they were working very closely together because George was a big fan of the parks anyhow. Like, he went as a child. He was a big fan. He was always there. He was very hands-on with like the projects of Star Tours and I believe Batu as well, Galaxy's Edge. I think he had a hand in that as well, of like doing some of the concept arts for like some of the land and stuff like that. So it was very much an expected thing to come from. I mean, they had the Indiana Jones show in Hollywood Studios long before they bought out LucasArts. They had, they've got the indie rides in the parks at Disneyland and Disneyland Paris as well. So the IPs have been there way before like they acquired. So it was just I think it was just a matter of time. Yeah, I think it was just a matter of time. But in terms of that, I mean, some of the programs look insanely good. I will put it out there. Like, I've not watched them because obviously I don't know enough about Star Wars. But The Mandalorian, Baby Grogu, Ahsoka looks really good. Like, I'm glad that they're bringing out some of these characters that people love and putting them in the spotlight a little bit more. Some of the movies look all right. But yeah, I think
honest, I've only watched the first one and the one with the girl and the boy. Now, I have no problem with the main character being a female. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I understand the history behind Star Wars. Like, they were debating on if not Han Solo, but freaking Luke Skywalker was going to be the main character, or if it was going to be Princess Leia, because in the story they both had the same basic abilities, and if you go back to the books and the stories and stuff. So in the beginning, Lucas was debating if he wanted it to be freaking Princess Leia or Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, yeah.
So when they did these new ones, that's why they decided to use a female.
Yeah, yeah.
But one issue I had was the fact that they gave her too much. Okay, like they killed off Han Solo.
Yeah.
Okay. Now she goes from freaking having Luke Skywalker's abilities to freaking having Chewbacca as her sidekick and taking charge of the freaking Millennial Falcon.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
to me, I think that was just pouring it on a little bit too much. You know what I mean? Because
She
literally had the role of 3 other actors in the freaking movie series. Almost. Are you serious?
Yeah.
I think they gave too much to it, and I feel like Disney do that often with like I don't think Disney like to say no to some of the executives, because they're like, this would have happened in a board meeting. They're like, right, we want Rey to be like the next Luke Skywalker. We want it to be the main protagonist of like the next sequel of films. What do we want to do? And then somebody like, oh, what about if she's like has Han Solo as a sidekick? They're like, we'll keep thinking. And then they'll be like, what if Han Solo gets killed and then she'd been Han Solo and then she can have Chewbacca and drive the Millennium Falcon, but still be Luke Skywalker? And they'd be like, is that going to work? We're like, we'll make it work. It was like, okay, sure. I don't think they like to say no sometimes.
Did they kill Luke Skywalker off? I never got to watch that part. Did he die?
I don't know. I've not watched that far.
No.
I don't care enough to know. I mean, I guess someone will tell me if something happens. You know what I mean?
Well, I know from what I've heard. I know that they finally turned Han Solo's son over to the good, I believe.
Yeah. Who was that? Kylo Ren?
Yeah.
Was that? Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
Mm.
Okay, so with that done, we do have some stuff on Universal, and if you want to go over some of that, that'd be cool. Do you have a problem with going over an hour?
No, not at all. No.
Because we're at like an hour and 20 minutes, so I just wanted
to
I mean, check with you.
I ain't got no plans. It's a Saturday. I'm sat inside. It's all good.
Okay.
I'm enjoying it. It's a nice chat. I'll happily talk theme parks and Disney, and you're appeasing my heart.
This is good. I mean, it's really good stuff on gaming.
Good.
Now, the next part that I wanted to go over was Super Nintendo World. You'd mentioned it earlier. It was introduced,
Okay.
Introduced by Universal Studios. Now, the first one was in Japan in 2021, right? And then
yes, it was. Yeah.
And then the second one was in 2023 in California.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, it brought with it an interactive, supposedly never seen before at a theme park experience, and it was filled with mini games and interactive elements, and it allowed guests to earn points and attempt to top the leaderboards. That's what Karma was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And they they'd had the mini games on Mario Kart, Bowser's Revenge, and it would take into account the scores and the achievements and other information, relevant information, and it was all tracked within the Universal Studio app that you could get on your phone, I believe.
Yes, yeah. It was a good implementation from what I saw. Like, obviously, it's the interactivity of it is like something that's never been done before in the parks, which is very, very cool. So it's again with the boundaries of like breaking them and bringing something new to the parks that people are wanting to enjoy, making it interactive as possible. You know, earning the points and things with the rides, making everything interactive, I think is a really cool concept. But the way they did it, it's different from how it's been done in the past. Like I mentioned, I know Cal was talking about it as well before, in the Wizarding World, where they had the interactive like wand kind of like thing and things like that. They had that as well. So the interactive elements have always kind of been there. I know Universal have done it more in the past than Disney. I know Disney had a couple a while ago. I don't know if they still do it. I think one was called like the Sorcerer's like Apprentice. It's not Sorcerer, that's a movie. Sorcerer's something, where you had to like, it was like interactive parts of like Fantasyland, I think. But the Mario stuff looks insanely cool. Like the whole idea of it, I think, is just to get kids and like, you know, everyone interacting with kids and like adults interacting with it and things like that. It, you know, it makes fun for like waiting in line and, you know, all that fun stuff, like interact. I think you have like a band that you interact it with, that you kind of like hit the blocks with like a band specifically for the land, which is very, very cool. And yeah, it looks super impressive, to be fair. It looks really, really cool.
That part about the high scores achievements too, you know, I mean,
yeah.
And the article was talking about like the fact that it's in Florida, like Karma's in Florida, okay?
Yeah.
And her Disney World out there is out in the middle of the boondocks, because when I was it is.
You keep saying that, but it's not the boondocks anymore. We're highly developed. Thank you very much.
I mean, when Walt first bought it, it was just swampland, and that's why.
Okay, fair.
That's why Magic Kingdom's like 6 feet above the ground, Karma. That's
my whole point about it is like the one in California. Okay, now that one, I mean, people can walk to freaking Disney World. I knew people in California that freaking. They wanted to go to Walt Disney World. They just got up in the morning, drank a cup of coffee, put their money in their pocket, and walked down there.
Yeah.
But it's like for the access from the outside. Like when we go to onboarding as employees, they tell you that it's strategically hidden in order for it to not be able to be accessed through. Like you have to come in to experience it. So that's strategic. Yeah, but they've built it up a lot because, like I said, Disney Springs is so, like, I mean, it's not close, but it's close enough to where you have to do the whole entry and, like, the drive of, I don't know, of Infinity, because it takes forever, but to go through the thing. But, yeah, like, it's still a lot of stuff around it now. And then with ESPN, they have that, the ESPN Center makes it to where it gets a lot of traffic. But, like I said, design is strategic. Yeah, and they have really good chocolate cake. At the ESPN, there's this chocolate cake with vanilla ice cream.
Yeah.
She loves that place. She says that her mom used to force her to go to Disney World.
I never said force. Like, you're going right now, getting a switch.
No, Mom, I don't want to see Mickey Mouse again. Oh,
not
again. Can we
at
least see Donald Duck today? But we were talking about it last time, you know, and I mentioned that, but then I also mentioned the tourist aspect, you know, because like they want tourists to come from overseas and they want them to come from different states, whereas in California that's not as much of a necessity. So
no, and that's the thing. This is the bottom line. Walt Disney World is a resort. It is built for tourists. That's why it is so freaking huge, because it's like the size of San Francisco. It's massive. Like it's huge. But Disneyland and like Hollywood Studios in like Hollywood, they're for residents. They're not built for tourists. Like I've talked to a load of people that have gone to Disneyland and gone to Universal and be like, it is so different because it is so much smaller. Like it doesn't hold as many crowds. It doesn't hold as many. It doesn't hold as many people. There's not that many people coming out to see like Disneyland or Universal over in Cali because they don't necessarily need to, because everything they want is in Walt Disney World on a bigger scale.
Yeah.
Like obviously for the die-hard fans of like Universal and everything, and Disney and everything like that, they want to experience those smaller parks because obviously Disneyland is the first park. It was the one that Walt opened. He had a hand in it, and everybody says that when you go to Disneyland, you can feel that. You can feel like the natural essence of like Walt and his presence in the park and everything that he did for it. Universal, like Hollywood as well, because I think that's slightly different because like, if I remember rightly, Universal Hollywood is still an active working stage, like they still film stuff there. From I don't know the last thing that they filmed, but I'm pretty sure I know that they filmed the Good Place there, which is one of my favorite comedies, one of my favorite TV programs. They filmed that there, and they've got the plaza there and everything like that. But they've got like some cool things there as well. Like they've got Alfred Hitchcock's trailer there from when he actually used to work at Universal and direct his movies and stuff like that.
They just had the remake at the Universal. Well, they don't even have that anymore, but yeah.
No, and that's the thing. Like some of those things that they had long ago, they don't have anymore at Universal and things like that. Because Universal at Orlando used to be a working set as well. I'm pretty sure, but I don't think it is anymore. So did Hollywood Studios. That used to be a working set as well.
Yeah, like the Muppets, you can see like where it would be a working set. Then they had an ABC. I remember being a part of a live studio audience. I don't want to say it was for what's line is it any. It was something though, and you were like as an audience. So but as far as now, maybe I just was uninterested and did not. But I know as a kid I used to do that, but I haven't done any of that or even saw any of that as a.
I was going to mention this too earlier, Zach. Karma might be a good person for you to have on your show, to be honest.
Oh, 100%.
Maybe after the show you guys can hook up and, set up a time to sit down and just do a good interview.
Yeah, for sure.
Because she knows a lot about this stuff. I just recently found out. She keeps holding out information on me. Like, this is only
Come on, Karma. Roger wants to learn. Let's bore him with Disney facts.
This is like the second or third time I've seen her on video, man. She got on video yesterday, and then I caught her at the beginning of my stream dancing and stuff, and hanging out, and waiting for the stream to start. So I hit freaking stream, and she's like, "Oh my god!" So, but yeah,
right. I started freaking out. You said it was just us. It was just
but I think she'd be a pretty good somebody to talk to, when it comes to like actually going to Disney World and being able to experience some of this stuff.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'd love to hear some stories of your time as a cast member. You can chew my ear off for a good hour about that. That's all good.
Now the gamification.
As interesting as it sounds, I worked at the boardwalk, so yeah.
I love the boardwalk. 100%. Underrated place in Disney. I love the boardwalk.
You think it's underrated? I think
it's underrated because nobody ever. It's gorgeous, especially at night. Oh, and the ESPN bar.
Some of the
ESPN bars, some of the best food I had at Disney, hands down.
Yeah.
Very good.
Now we got to talk about the Super Nintendo world.
Super Nintendo, all good. Let's go.
Now they said that one's in California, right?
In Hollywood, yeah. And there's another one at Japan. I do believe they're doing. I don't know if they're doing one at Orlando though. because I know they're doing Epic Universe. Is that what they're calling it?
Yeah, Studio
Which is like their new
Hollywood
gate.
would be
Yeah.
Domestic Park and Super Nintendo World. It seemed like a calculated decision, which goes off of the thing about Florida and the tourists, and then
Yeah.
California, where you have people that are just down the street. So they kind of calculated that in, and
Yeah.
then it went on to say that the gamification of Super Nintendo World is there to make visitors want to come back, which is a lot easier to do when you live down the street.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. And I think one of the other reasons, sorry, and don't quote me on this, but like everyone in the West was so jealous when it got announced for Japan. There was like, we need one of these like yesterday, because they wanted. Because I remember it wasn't supposed to be like all like Mario themed. It was meant to be like Nintendo themed. So in the first like concept arts, it was supposed to have like a Mario Land, a Zelda Land, like a Hyrule area. It was meant to be like a Donkey Kong area. I'm pretty sure there was meant to be a Kirby area as well in the Japan one. And then they was going to scale it down and then eventually add to that at the Hollywood one when that got announced. So I don't know if those plans are still in motion for that, but I mean, everyone loves Nintendo Land. It looks so fun. And Mario's like a staple character that everyone knows, which, you know.
Yeah,
Which is
I was telling them on the last attempt we did to do this video, I was telling them like on my streams, like I go and I stream freaking Super Mario Brothers 64.
Yeah.
And I get huge freaking views. Like, and I go on and I look at Rapid's videos for it, and it just amazes me because he's only getting like 15 views off of freaking the other Super Marios. You know, I do Super Mario 64 and I get like freaking 100 and 200. I think my best views for my channel was like just under 1,000 views for one video.
Nice. Congrats, man. Congrats.
And I don't understand that, other than the fact that I go in and I actually put the name of the game down in the part where it's an option. You know?
Yeah.
I have one word for you, Roger, on what it could be.
Nostalgia.
Yeah.
Nostalgia. Everybody loves Nintendo's Super Mario 64. I think that was like probably one. Was it one of the first I played?
Yeah.
Was it? It was either 64 or it was Super. Yeah, it was 64, and then I got on the 64 and then on the Nintendo 64, and then it was, I think it was Mario Bros. Was it 3? I think they did some sort of remake on the Game Boy, like Game Boy Advance, and then obviously, but I mean Mario was,
Now you're talking about Super Mario World Part 3, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but Mario 64 was Mario 64 was like just one of the best games I ever played as a kid. It was like, this can never get any better.
Yeah. Now on the whole experience for the theme park thing, they said that you can unlock achievements and then do a personal best. Now, they also said that like after you leave, your personal best and all that information is still stored at the amusement park. So like if you go home and you want to come back like the following year or year after to play again, you still have your high score, you have your achievements, and everything still stored there for you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool because I know. Yeah, because I think that's a cool concept. To be fair, like I know sometimes it can be a bit weird with stuff like that, but I think if you obviously if you're not, I think it works better if like you go more often than like once or twice a year.
Yeah.
And I think it'll work better say like at like Hollywood and Japan rather than like Universal Orlando or like another Universal park, just purely because obviously you've got the locals that can go in once or twice a week, or once or twice, like, you know, whenever they want to, like throughout the month and things like that, and keep on top of it, which I think is a good idea. I think if they did implement it into like the bigger parks, put it through the app maybe, because obviously the app can track your like your tickets and things like that, and then it can track your your scores and things like that for. So I think they do that with the Minion one. I think it stays in the park, but it also goes on the app as well, like the Universal app.
They were talking about the Minion in that article that I showed you, where he was talking about that. Now,
which I think is a good idea, to be fair.
I did have a valid question at this point in the original video we were trying to put together. I want your take on it. Now, back in the 70s, I don't.
Way before I was born. Okay.
They had a TV movie. They actually tried to bring it back here recently with I think it was a series on Netflix, but it was about a Western amusement park, and the characters in the park were androids, basically. And it was called Westworld.
Oh, I know what you're talking. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Now, do you think like a scenario like that, other than the fact that the cowboy robot went nuts and killed everybody, other than that part, do you think that could be something that this could actually turn into?
I mean, yes and no. It's hard to answer that, because like I feel already that we have somewhat kind of that. If you combine, say, like the audio animatronics from like a Disney park with the the AI kind of stuff that we've got nowadays at this point, I think we can do a pretty good job of that kind of stuff anyway. But again, it's one of them. I feel like if they were to like kind of, I think Disney are already kind of doing that with like I think Universal are doing it as well with like remote controlled animatronics. So someone's following behind, they're controlling the person, and then they can say certain things, they can react to like your comments and things like that. A good example of this is a meet and greet in Disney World, the talking Mickey Mouse. So that Mickey, like, spoilers for anyone who it's a guy in a mask, but there's a cast member behind like a wall, who's controlling Mickey essentially, and he's they're listening to the conversation, and then if you say, how are you today, Mickey? You doing okay? And he'll be like, yeah, I'm doing great. How are you doing? And you can have a conversation with them, which I think is very cool. Universal had something like this with Donkey from Shrek, which I think is gone now. But it was essentially the same kind of thing. It was a person talking to you, through an array of like responses and things like that, and it can make it more personal. So I think at that, in terms of like kind of like Westworld-esque kind of robots and things, I think we're kind of getting there to a point where like the next few years, I truly think that most of the animatronics will be walking and talking around on their own with like a Bluetooth kind of like adapter where someone can be like, we're controlling this from a further away. We don't have to be right next to them. But yeah, I think we're on the right track to do something like that. I think
I think it'd really make the parks really, really interesting in terms of that kind of stuff. And I feel like the possibilities would be endless with what you could achieve, what you could perceive as, what you wanted the characters to do, say, because sometimes with like a character, like a person in like the character mascot suit, they're limited to what they can do because obviously the heat and everything like that. It is a person at the end of the day. Or with like an animatronic or like a robot, kind of like that. I feel like you can do a lot more with it, and it'd be a lot more of like an interaction with on like a bigger scale. So.
Well, like with the blaster, what we were talking about in VillainCon, like they've actually got a customization for the blaster too on your.
Oh yeah.
You can set in a customization if you don't like the weapon you have. You know what I mean? You can customize it to what you want.
Yeah.
They even have the fart gun on there.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
It's pretty cool that they've brought that because it's like I said, I think it's all connected through the app. So obviously, it loads up, it remembers who you are through the app and stuff like that. It brings your customization like straight away, which is it's pretty cool how they do it. To be fair, they do that with so. Going back to the video that I'm doing, you're getting spoilers for this video, so don't tell nobody, guys.
Okay.
But I was talking about an indoor theme park, and this is where my journey began in the video. A place called Disney Quest, which essentially was like a massive megaplex of arcades and things like that, and in there. There was parts that you could do there was three things where you could create your own things, and you could for the ones that stuck out to me, there was one called like Radio Disney Song Maker, where you could make your own like song.
Yeah.
And you could you could have that, and you could buy it. You could have your own song that you made yourself at Disney. There was one called Sid's Creator Toy, I believe, or something along those lines, where you get to create like a toy like Sid would have made in like Toy Story, and you get to like print that out and buy it, like purchase it. And there was another one as well where it was what was it? There was another one. I think it was where you got to create like your own. You did like an I'm trying to think. There was another one, but there was like an animation class as well. You got to like take part in an animation class and things like that. And that customization is it's cool to see that it's getting bigger and better, because like not a lot of places do that in like theme parks and stuff like that, and it's that creative spark that's like it's very, very cool. Yeah, it's very, very cool to have your own little creative twist on it. And
the Web Slinger in Disney, California.
Yeah.
I mean, they have the same thing with their freaking with their that part where you go through and you have to fight off a bunch of robots that are out of control.
Yeah.
They have it on there where you can customize with your webs, I believe it is.
Yeah. So all those customization options are, it makes it more of a, an interactive experience for the person who's engaging in it and things like that. I personally, I enjoy those type of things. It's like it makes your day more personal. Like, you get.
That goes back to what you were talking about with like Iron Man. If you wanted to do the Iron Man thing, or
yeah,
you could use Iron Man's weapons, or
exactly. Yeah, exactly. It all comes full circle. It's just interesting to see how they implement these things in the parks, and just how well it does, and how they're always improving on it. It's very, very cool to see.
Yeah, I think that when everything I've read there that really sticks out to me would be stuff like the Spider-Man thing with the web slinger. And
yeah.
Villain Con really sticks out to me.
Yeah, Villain Con looks really, really cool. Like, it looks like they're really like sticking that in, and it looks like that's going to be for those type of attractions at least. I hope that they bring more of those in for like, you know, those kind of interaction things like that. It looks really cool.
Because like the Minion Blast and the thing with Spider-Man right there, that right there is what really sticks out, because you can customize the weapons you carry, and like you said, the bracelet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now they got it to where you put the app on your phone. You don't even have to have the app, the bracelet.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's just all convenience, isn't it? Like, you know, having it through an app, because, you know, I hate to say, but everyone, more or less, most people are on their phones nowadays, through the day. And it got to like, I was speaking to this on another episode of the podcast. Like, it's not out yet, but like when it comes out, the person I was speaking to was saying, if you go to like Disney World specifically, or like, you know, a theme park, you are very much expected to use your phone for like your reservations, your mobile orders, your park times, all that kind of stuff. It's very, very heavily rely on your phone. So if there's an app to like help you interact with like the rides and things like that, make it more interactive throughout the day, people are going to download it. They're going to use it because they're on the phones anyway. It's just ease of convenience, and it makes your day more fun. Then you're going to do it.
Now, do you think it's going to be accessible outside of Walt Disney World too, though?
I mean, I have the app on my phone. I can check. I can load up the app right now and check the wait times of all the rides in all of the parks, like right now. So,
like on the actual high scores that you did when you go there, you know what I mean? Like,
I think so. Yeah, I think so. If there's,
cool.
I mean, if there's an option, I don't think there's an option to do it on the Walt Disney World one, but definitely on the Universal one. If you have like your accessibility to check your things and stuff like that, I think there'll be an option to do that, because like, right, what was my last high score? What do I need to do to beat it? What do I need to like get to the next point where, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it'll be accessible for everyone. I think it'll be accessible in and out, and like outside of the parks as well, just for ease as well, to be fair, to like keep up to date with everything, and keep track of like, see if you're still like the goat of Minion Blast, or whatever else you want to be the goat of.
Yeah. Now, that pretty much is everything that I wanted to go over with. I even covered the questions and stuff, and
Nice.
I checked the chats and stuff, and nobody cares. Nobody cares about us. We're just a bunch
That's fine.
we're just a bunch of freaking Disney and Walt Disney World fanatics on here talking about video games.
That's it. That's the one.
But
hey, we've had each other's company, and that's all that matters.
I enjoyed this. I liked it. And
100%.
we had a video for this the first time, but we ended up ruining it, or I did. That was all my fault. I recorded my voice, and Karma and Mark was completely taken off of it.
No.
It was pretty horrible. Before we go, I'd like you to give yourself a plug, okay? Let people know about your sites. Let them know about your stuff like that, and where they can contact you and stuff, okay?
Super, thank you. So you can check me out on socials. I'm on, what's it called now? X, Twitter, at AllRoundZach. I'm on Instagram at Disney Magic Zach, and I am on Threads at Disney Magic Zach as well. I'm on YouTube at Disney Magic Zach. The podcast is there in case you want to go and check that out. We've got some fun topics on there already out, and lots more coming out. I'm in the works of getting some amazing guests on.
and having some more fun, history things and things like that coming your way. Entertaining videos and some of the best videos I've ever made, personally. And yeah, just a fun time over there. Just a fun time. I don't really do socials, but I am on there, so keep your eyes out.
Don't forget your Discord.
Oh yeah, my Discord. I never plugged that. I have a server. I will send the link. Let me see if I can find it.
I already got it.
Oh, you've already got it.
I already posted that bad boy.
He's already on it. He's already on it.
You posted it on Minds?
Yeah, it's on mine. I posted it on my live stream.
Oh, cool.
And I posted it on my profile.
Fab, thank you. Yeah,
Can you do it because I'll join it because I have this.
Nice. Yeah, so ZackYouBoy is my name on Discord, and my server is Disney Magic Zach. Lots of Disney, lots of just Disney talk in there, other talk in general. Yeah, and yeah, thank you so much for having me on here, guys. It's been an absolute blast.
Yeah,
the best time.
We love having you. I enjoyed it quite a bit. It was pretty good,
good.
interview. So
good. I'm glad I was entertaining for you, Roger.
I appreciate it.
Not at all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you guys have a great day. Roger, again, as always, it's a pleasure. I'll be around tomorrow then.
Okay.
Video editing tomorrow, right?
Right.
Okay, at a regular time tomorrow.
All right.
All right.
Talk to you guys later, okay? Thank you very
bye,
much,
guys.
Zach.
Thank you very much. Bye.